Marvel Universe, designation, Earth 199999-01. A new branch split off from the MCU timeline. Familiar, but skewed just enough to be dangerous. Liberty City Paradise Building. On the east side of Manhattan, a 70-story skyscraper pierces the night sky. The whole structure is basically a self-contained city. From the 40th floor up, it's all residential, and every square meter is expensive enough to scare a corpse awake. Anyone who lives here is either rich, powerful, or both. Everything below the 40th floor is built purely for their comfort. Supermarkets, high-end restaurants, gyms, clubs, indoor playgrounds. If you can think of it, Paradise Building has it, along with top-tier service. For the rich, this place is heaven. For the poor, it's hell on a stick. If you have money, you can enjoy anything you can imagine. If you don't, you won't even get past the front gate. Security here is branded the best in the country. Every guard is either retired special forces or an elite mercenary hired at a painful price. None of them are just decoration. All of them can actually fight. That's why the wealthy treat this place like heaven. That's where the name Paradise Building comes from. There is, however, one openly condemned rule. Black people are not allowed inside. In a country that loudly condemns racial discrimination, it sounds unreal that a rule like this could be printed in black and white. But in the United States, money often means power, and power rewrites the rules. The residents of Paradise Building are all big shots with real influence. They don't follow the rules. They make them. Right now, on the 66th floor, in a sprawling 500-plus square meter penthouse, a youth party has just burned itself out. The aftermath is a disaster zone. Bottles, trash, food, and clothes thrown everywhere. A few young men and women are sprawled across the sofas and carpet, passed out and snoring. In one of the luxuriously decorated bedrooms, a young man slowly opened his eyes. Roddy woke up with his hand pressed to his forehead, as if an elephant had kicked him there. The moment he opened his eyes, the whole room spun. How much did I drink last night? He stumbled off the bed, one foot shoved into a slipper, the other bare on the thick, soft carpet. After a few steps, his stomach twisted violently, and he clamped a hand over his mouth. He was going to puke. Roddy bolted into the en-suite bathroom and emptied his stomach into the toilet. After what felt like forever, he finally straightened up, shuffled to the sink, turned on the tap, rinsed his mouth, and splashed cold water on his face. Wait! He froze, staring at the mirror and the unfamiliar bathroom around him. Where is this? This isn't my place. As his head cleared, Roddy realized this absolutely wasn't his old apartment. The decoration alone screamed money. Every detail was high-end. If he really had this much cash, why would he be out drinking every night? He smacked his still foggy head a couple of times. Those few hits seemed to knock something loose. In an instant, a flood of strange, yet familiar memories poured into his mind. Countless scenes flashed by like an immersive movie playing at high speed. It felt like half a lifetime passed. In reality, only a few seconds went by. Roddy staggered back a couple of steps and slid down beside the floor-to-ceiling window, sitting on the carpet and staring ahead in a daze. After a long silence, he let out a dry laugh. So, I transmigrated. He never thought something like this would ever actually happen to him. In his previous life, he'd been alone, with no family and no real attachments. Crossing over wasn't exactly a loss. In this new life, he was a rich second-generation heir with more money than he could burn in several lifetimes. What was there to complain about? The only thing bothering him was the world itself. Stark Industries, a superhero from World War II called Captain America. All of that in his memories pointed to one conclusion. This was not an ordinary world. This was the Marvel Universe. Yes, that Marvel Universe, where a certain purple sweet potato snapped his fingers in 2018 and wiped out half of all life in the universe. Right now, though, it was still 2014. December 25th, to be exact. Christmas. The party that had just ended was his Christmas party. If he counted from this date, he had less than 4 years before Thanos' snap. If he was unlucky, he'd vanish with the other half of the population. If he was lucky, he'd end up in the surviving 50%. As for the Avengers, snapping again 5 years later to bring everyone back. Honestly, Roddy wasn't sure that would still happen. Some of the people and events in his current memories were a little different from the MCU he remembered. That meant he couldn't be certain 2023 would play out the same way. If things diverged and he happened to be in the unlucky half that disappeared, forget it. The more he thought about it, the more suffocated he felt. So he simply stopped. Maybe there wouldn't even be a snap 4 years from now. But even without the Purple Titan, this world was still full of all kinds of threats, especially to ordinary people. You could die any day from some battle you never asked to be part of. In that case, where's my cheat? Doesn't every transmigrator get a golden finger? Roddy grumbled in his head. Ding! His heart skipped a beat. Here it comes. His eyes lit up, but after a few seconds of silence, nothing else happened. He turned his head and saw a phone lying on the carpet, its screen still glowing faintly. A text message. Spam. You got to be kidding me. Roddy almost smashed the phone right then and there. Then, ding, another alert. Spam again? He glanced at the screen. Detected. Host is the only mutant in the current world. Strongest mutant system awakening. A golden finger? Roddy slowly lowered the phone as a glowing interface unfolded in his mind's eye. He didn't see it with his actual eyes, but that didn't stop him from staring. Strongest mutant system. Host, Roddy. Gender, male. Age, 23. Activated ability. Rapid self-healing LV2 Delta grade. Unactivated abilities. None. So, I'm actually a mutant? Roddy thought back over both sets of memories and realized that, yes, he really had been different from normal people. His physical fitness had always been outstanding. Even without much training, he was stronger and faster than professional athletes. Whenever he got injured, he healed with ridiculous speed. He wasn't on the insane level of Wolverine or Deadpool, but his recovery rate was absolutely not normal. He even remembered getting shot in the abdomen once. By the next day, the wound had basically closed. By the third day, there wasn't even a scar. So it all came down to this. He was a mutant. He might only be a Delta-grade mutant, basically low-tier cannon fodder in the grand scheme of things. But compared to ordinary humans, his ability was already extraordinary. And according to the system, he was the only mutant in this entire world. That part bothered him. Why was he the only one? He didn't spend too long dwelling on it, though. There was something more urgent to do first. As the name suggests, the strongest mutant system is obviously tied to mutants. System, introduce yourself, Roddy said in his mind. The reply came quickly. This system exists to cultivate the host into the strongest mutant and to expand the mutant population of this world. Become the strongest mutant? That part sounded great. As for expanding the mutant population, Roddy couldn't care less. I'm the only mutant in this world, right? How exactly am I supposed to expand the population? Start a baby factory? Fine. Then what do I actually have to do? He asked. The host can perform a daily check-in anywhere. Each check-in grants a random mutant ability. The host may either directly fuse the ability or bestow it on another target. In that case, the host will receive the same ability with at least double the strength. The host may reclaim any gifted ability at any time. A daily check-in? Roddy's eyes brightened. Perfect. I hate systems that throw quests at you. You're a good system, a very good system. Give someone else a power and get a strengthened version back himself? At least twice as strong? Yeah, no contest. I'm obviously picking option 2. An idea flashed through his mind. System, can these abilities only be given to humans? What about animals? What about machines? This time the system went silent for a long moment, like it had frozen. Roddy was already assuming the answer was no when the system finally responded. Possible. Those 2 words made his eyes shine. Compared to humans, animals were much easier to deal with. Machines were even better. Whoever owned them could make use of the ability. Of course, artificial intelligence didn't count. But even so, it blew his options wide open. After that, Roddy tested it with a few more questions and quickly figured the system out. The strongest mutant system wasn't very smart. It only answered things directly related to its core functions. Anything else was ignored. Chit-chat? Jokes? Opinions? Forget it. If the question wasn't about the system, it got no response. Good enough, Roddy nodded. As long as you work. System, can I still check in today? He asked. Available. Great. Then let's see how lucky my first pull is. Roddy rubbed his hands together, suddenly feeling completely awake. Everything from here on out might depend on this. Ding. Congratulations to the host for checking in and obtaining the ability. Teleportation. Source. Mutant Azazel. Azazel, the Red Devil. His teleportation in the movies was terrifying, fast, flexible, and hard to counter. The only flaw was that every jump came with a puff of red smoke and a popping sound. A bit flashy, not very stealthy, but hardly a real weakness. Teleportation? That's amazing. Roddy was very pleased with his first draw. This instantly boosted his odds of surviving in the Marvel Universe. His rapid self-healing was good, but it didn't make him feel truly safe. Teleportation did. The only question now was, who to give it to? He glanced around the room. A few mysterious lumps were still sleeping under the quilt. Various gadgets and expensive electronics were scattered all over. Just then, his bedroom door swung open. Light from the corridor spilled in, and a husky with bright blue eyes trotted through the doorway. Woof! Woof! The dog bounded over, barked twice, then licked Roddy's hand. Very obedient. Well, at least for now. Roddy stared at the husky. An idea hit him like a bolt of lightning. Era, your master is going to give you a huge opportunity today, Roddy said, patting its head. Remember to repay me in the future, got it? The husky just gave him a clueless, dopey look, clearly not understanding a word. Roddy didn't care about his dog's IQ. He directly chose to gift the teleportation ability he'd just obtained to Era. From today on, your name is Red Devil. He placed both hands on the husky's head like he was performing some sacred ritual. A red glow lit up around his palms and sank into Era's body. Era tilted his head, still stupidly confused. Then, in the next instant, boom! The air warped with a sharp pop. The husky vanished on the spot, leaving behind a swirl of red smoke that lingered for a few seconds before fading away. Target successfully granted Azazel's teleportation ability. Congratulations to the host for obtaining teleportation with 100 times enhancement. At the same time, in a closed furniture showroom across the city, another pop sounded and a stunned husky suddenly appeared out of thin air. Era looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, completely lost. A moment later, his gaze landed on a pristine, new sofa nearby. His blue eyes lit up. Woof! He pounced on it with pure joy and started chewing like a maniac. In Roddy's mind, the system interface refreshed. Strongest mutant system. Host, Roddy. Gender, male. Age, 23. Activated abilities. Rapid self-healing LV2 Delta grade. Teleportation LV2 Alpha grade, 100 times enhanced. Unactivated abilities. None. In addition to his original rapid self-healing, a new line had appeared, teleportation. Its potential rating was Alpha, far higher than his Delta grade healing. On top of that, it had been strengthened a full 100 times, far surpassing the Red Devil's original version. The little numbers after each ability were their current development levels. Normally, any ability he fused directly from a check-in would start at level 1. This time, however, Roddy had first gifted it to Era, then received the boosted version back from the system, so the development level jumped straight to level 2, matching his self-healing. The difference was that his rapid self-healing capped at level 2, while Azazel's teleportation could be pushed all the way up to level 5.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
In a mutant group, the potential levels of mutant abilities are generally divided into 5 levels. From the lowest Epsilon class. According to the legend, the weak to slag existence not only has an ugly inhuman appearance, but also has no combat power at all. it can be said that the waste in mutant. Subsequently, it is the second level Delta class. That is the level of Roddy's original variant ability, rapid self-healing. Mutant abilities at this level mostly don't change the mutant's appearance, which is an advantage. But at the same time, Delta class mutant abilities generally don't have much combat effectiveness, so they are still the 5 scum of the mutants. It's just not as hard as the Epsilon class mutant. After all, it retains its human appearance. After that is the third level, the Gamma level. Mutants of this level already have strong combat effectiveness, which is a watershed moment for mutants. But unfortunately, Gamma-level mutant abilities generally have all kinds of weird flaws. Probably on ability. It could also be physical. In short, Gamma-level mutant abilities, there are basically no perfect abilities. After the Gamma level, there is the fourth level of Beta level. Mutants of this level are the mainstay of the mutant group and belong to the main force. The variant abilities of this class are quite powerful, and there will be no change to the appearance. It won't be treated as a monster at a glance. The only downside, probably, is that the control of ability is not perfect. This is really not something that can be improved with a lot of practice, but a problem that is inherently determined, such as Cyclops. It's not that he hasn't practiced control, but he really can't control it. It must be done with the help of external objects. Then it's the main event. 5th level, Alpha level. The Alpha level is basically the highest level in common sense among mutants. Why is it common sense? Because very few Alpha level mutants may break through themselves and reach a new height, and even mutants with unlimited potential will appear. This type of mutant is generally called Omega level. In a word, all Omegas are Alphas, but not all Alphas are Omega. Therefore, Alpha level mutants are also often referred to as Omega reserves. Alpha level mutants no longer have any defects in their abilities. No matter their appearance or their abilities, they are all flawless. An ability is extremely powerful, even involving the level of cosmic rules. And some of the extremely powerful alpha-level mutants are expected to become omega-level existences in the future. In the system settings, the potential of the mutant ability determines the upper limit of its development level. Generally, the level of potential is the level, and the upper limit of development is the level. This is also in line with the setting of mutant. But the Omega class is an exception. It can be super level 5, or it can be called level 6. But the upper limit of the development level of the Omega level mutant ability is almost non-existent. Level 5 is not its limit, and neither is level 6. If possible, its development level can be raised all the time. Endless. Definitely. When manpower is exhausted, ability is infinite, but people are limited, so there is actually a limit. But this limit is not easy to define and varies from person to person. By the way, where did the Red Devil go? After seeing the interface update of the system, Roddy remembered the Era Red Devil who had just teleported away. At this time, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Where did this stupid dog go to some sensitive place? And at the moment, inside the furniture market, bang, bang, bang sounded from time to time. I saw an Era with beautiful blue eyes constantly disappearing, appearing, and disappearing, having a great time playing. When you're tired from playing, stop and bite the sofa, desk, or something. Just happy like a fairy. Roddy worried for a while, thinking that it was really not easy to find an Era who could teleport. Maybe that stupid dog just went out to play. So he didn't think about this stupid dog for the time being and disappeared into the bedroom with a teleportation. Appearing again, the Roddy people have come to the height of 10,000 meters. Wow! Roddy yelled excitedly. Then his whole body began to fall crazily under the action of gravity. It's so cold, I forgot to wear more clothes. Swish! Roddy's figure disappeared again in an instant. There was neither red smoke nor bang bang on the spot. This is the effect of strengthening 100 times. One of them. After all, strengthening 100 times, it is impossible to have only this little change. Appearing again, Roddy returned to the bedroom of the residence. After changing into warmer clothes, Roddy disappeared again. This time, he appeared on a pyramid. It arrived in an instant, and I didn't feel the passage of time at all. Roddy excitedly appears and disappears all over the world. Fortunately, the places he teleported to were some inaccessible corners, and there were no modern monitoring equipment to monitor them. Otherwise, he disappeared and appeared like this. I am afraid that he has already attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. After playing for a while, Roddy appeared on a deserted island overseas. The island is small and uninhabited. It belongs to the undeveloped, pristine island. The results of the current test can basically confirm that the use of ability has no regular consumption, and the teleportation is not accompanied by smoke and bangs. As for the distance, anyway, going anywhere on this planet is a matter of an instant. As for the distance, it is difficult to test. Roddy looked up at the sky. He wanted to test the farthest teleportation distance. But he dare not. With such a small body, if he goes into space now, even if it is only for a moment, various problems will appear in his body. So, it's better not to die. Now, let's test the last item. Deserted island. Roddy took a deep breath, then bent down and pressed one hand to the ground. Bring it on. Next second, his eyes are wide open. Try to run ability to the limit. Subsequently, boom, in a loud noise. 2/3 of the island disappeared instantly with Roddy. The entire island looked as if a large piece of the cake had been gnawed off from the middle, and all kinds of gravel and soil kept rolling down around it. At the same time, 10,000 meters high in the sky, Roddy showed up here with 2/3 of the island. As soon as he appeared, Roddy couldn't help exclaiming, "I brought the whole island up." Roddy was shocked himself. Then he suddenly saw the island falling crazily. I was taken aback immediately. Don't. Although there is an ocean below, such a large island will also cause terrible consequences if it falls. Next second, Roddy's figure disappeared instantly. It appeared again that people had come to the falling island. Roddy put one hand on the island, activated the ability again, and disappeared into the sky again with the entire island. At the same time, just when Roddy took an island to play bungee jumping at a height of 10,000 meters. In a cloud layer thousands of kilometers away, a huge amounts of sky aircraft carrier is hovering here stealthily. The main control room of the aircraft carrier. Nick Fury, who received the message, walked in quickly. "Tell me, how bad is it?" Nick Fury, who had only one eye left, looked at the woman in front of him with his one eye. Maria Hill replied at this time. Just a minute ago, a huge amounts of inanimate objects suddenly appeared at an altitude of 10,000 meters above the Atlantic Ocean and began to fall at an extremely fast speed. "Meteorite?" asked Nick Fury. Maria Hill shook her head. "No, it just appeared out of nowhere. Our satellites in orbit didn't detect any approaching meteorites. So, it's a supernatural event." Nick Fury frowned even more. Since Chitauri invaded Blue Star in 2012, and the Avengers fought with them in Liberty City and finally drove them away, the world seems to have become completely out of control. All kinds of demons, monsters, ghosts, and snake spirits all started to come out. This made Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., very tired. Even if he has 2 superpowers, SHIELD and Heavenly Sword game. But this situation still kept him busy. Even the vacation time has been deprived. Some time ago, he had just dealt with a farce caused by a super ability criminal. The most annoying thing was that the troublesome super ability criminal was actually taken away by another super ability user. This made Nick Fury realize that there is still a group of people with super abilities on this planet, and they are not under control. This makes Nick Fury very upset. And today, another meteorite appeared out of nowhere at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Why is there so much shit going on every day? Can't this group of superpowers stop? "Sir, the target has disappeared." At this time, an agent suddenly shouted loudly. "Disappear?" Nick Fury immediately walked over to the screen. The target shown above has indeed disappeared. Immediately send someone over to investigate the scene. I want to know the specific situation. Nick Fury turned and ordered. Maria Hill nodded, reached out and pressed the Bluetooth headset, and gave the order. Soon, 2 Gwen jets took off on the deck, with beautiful blue flames spraying from their tails, and flew towards the location of the accident. At the same time, not only SHIELD discovered the abnormal situation above the Atlantic Ocean, but even the military of the United States, the superpowers such as the Mao and Xin Kingdom also discovered this situation. The difference is that the location of the incident is far away from the superpowers such as Da Mao and Xinhua. As the saying goes, there is no way to reach it, so naturally there's no psychological meeting. At most, just pay attention to the follow-up developments. The military of the United States directly contacted SHIELD through the White Palace and obtained first-hand information. Definitely. In fact, SHIELD doesn't know much about it. And Roddy, who was the instigator, had already gone home by this time. Are you still staying where you are, waiting to be caught? In the bedroom, Roddy, who took off his coat and threw it on the ground, couldn't hide his excitement at this moment. As an ordinary person, where did he experience such exciting things? As soon as he thought about it, if he hadn't reacted in time, he would teleport the island with a volume of tens of thousands of cubic meters to a height of less than tens of meters from the sea level. If it really falls from a height of 10,000 meters, the consequences are absolutely unimaginable. However, even at a height of tens of meters, when the island fell into the sea, there were still large waves. It took a long time for the whole sea to calm down. However, Roddy didn't stay to watch the follow-up. He estimated that such a big movement might have attracted the attention of SHIELD and other countries. If he continued to stay there, his existence would definitely be exposed. Roddy didn't want to let himself enter the sight of all forces so quickly. Instead of being exposed to others, it is better to accumulate strength silently. On the surface, he is a super rich second generation, but in fact he is the only mutant in this world. Pretty cool to think about. I don't know what kind of mutant ability will be signed in tomorrow. By the way, the Red Devil hasn't come back yet. Roddy searched around, but couldn't find the Red Devil. But it did let him see a lot of friends who were drunk and passed out in the living room outside. Party. Roddy's eyes twinkled. Speaking of which, apart from these cronies, he also has a few more special friends. I don't know how those guys are doing now. As far as Roddy knows, the lives of his friends in the future will not be peaceful at all. Interesting, life is getting more and more interesting. Roddy smiled, full of expectations for the future life. At dawn, Roddy invited all these guests out of the house. Then I called Ant, the cleaner of Paradise Building, to clean the house inside and out. As a super rich second generation, Roddy never does things that can be solved with money, including making friends. Therefore, almost all these cronies and friends around him became friends because of his money. Definitely, Roddy has friends who are also rich. Like this one in front of you. Come on, Harry, what's the matter? Opening the refrigerator, Roddy took 2 cans of drinks and threw one to Harry sitting on the sofa. Harry opened it and took 2 gulps, then put down the can and said, "Roddy, do me a favor." "What's busy?" Roddy sat down and asked. "You know, my father passed away some time ago." Harry had a complicated expression on his face when he said this. He had a complicated relationship with his father, Roman Osborn, said to be father and son, but in fact the two had not seen each other for several years before Roman Osborn passed away. Some problems between the two parties cannot be explained clearly by outsiders. Harry also knew that his father had passed away, so he finally understood something about his father, who was always too indifferent to him. But the problem now is not his father. It's about the Osborn Group. Osborn Group is one of the top biotechnology companies in the United States. Its market value exceeds $1.5 trillion US. But the Osborn family only owns 7.5% of it. So, although Roman Osborn is the founder of the Osborn Group, in fact his right to speak in the company is not as great as imagined. Various equity crossings, pressure from the military, and so on. It's all unknown to outsiders. After Roman Osborn passed away, as his sole legal heir, Harry Osborn inherited the 7.5% of the shares and became the largest shareholder of the Osborn Group. But when Harry went to the company these days, he found that those shareholders seemed to be deliberately crowding him out. He was afraid that he would lose control of the company and lose his father's hard work. But since he was a child, he has never seriously studied how to manage a large group company. It was too embarrassing for him to come up with a solution all of a sudden. Therefore, he'd run to his only friend, Roddy, for help. The Harry in this world has nothing to do with Spider-Man Peter Parker, and the two have never had any contact at all. In fact, Peter Parker is only 15 years old this year, and Harry is the same age as Roddy, both 23 years old. There's an 8-year age difference between the two, so naturally there will be no intersection. "How do you want me to help you?" asked Roddy. After hearing what Harry described, to be honest, Roddy didn't know how to help Harry. Because of the current situation, all file-size shareholders of Osborn are united to kick the Osborn family out of the game, and this cannot be easily changed. Even if Harry tried his best to win over some shareholders, it was useless, because this is the general trend. Not to mention, Roddy didn't think Harry could win these people over. To put it bluntly, the benefits are not enough. The benefit of those shareholders banding together to kick the Osborn family out was Harry's 7.5% stake. So what good could Harry do them? Promise them to fight against some major shareholders and then divide up their shares? But the key is that people have to believe that Harry has this ability. In fact, Harry is a young man who has never managed a group business. Who would believe that he has this ability? The answer is no one. So, he couldn't win anyone to join his battle line at all. "I want you to kill those shareholders." Harry raised his head, showing a hideous expression on his face. He clenched his hands into fists. He had had enough of the old guys these days. He vowed to take revenge back. However, he doesn't have this ability. But he doesn't. But his only friend has such an ability. Harry knew that Roddy had been a killer for a while. Even now, he is still a working killer and has not retired. He had chatted with Roddy about this, and even had the idea of being a killer for excitement. Rich second generations like them play for excitement. Otherwise, why do so many rich young people like extreme sports? But can extreme sports have the thrill of being a killer? Certainly not. But Harry still failed to become a killer in the end. It's not that he didn't dare. It's that he doesn't have this ability. Roddy taught him how to shoot a spear for a while, and Harry found out that his ability to shoot was really bad. He can miss the target at a 10-meter target. After practicing for more than a month, I can hit a fixed target of more than 10 meters at most, and I can't hit it accurately every time. Missing targets are common occurrences. This made Harry give up the idea of being a killer for excitement. Keep playing your own extreme sports. But he knew Roddy was doing a great job as a killer. He even earned the nickname of the Harvester in the industry. Therefore, Harry really couldn't think of any good solution. So driven by anger, he came up with the idea of finding Roddy to kill those shareholders. As long as those old guys are dead, then naturally no one will be able to kick him out. In the future, he will still be the chairman and CEO of Osborn Group, and no one will show him any shame. "You sure?" Roddy heard Harry's request and asked again. After all, getting rid of several major shareholders of the Osborn Group is no joke. In the past, Roddy didn't even dare to say that he could complete this task. But now, for Roddy, who possessed the teleportation ability, it couldn't be easier to kill a few ordinary people. Still, he wanted to make sure. Did Harry really want to do this? Or is it just a spur of the moment? "I am sure. I'm going to kill them. Kill them all." Harry's eyes were red, and he growled hysterically. "Help me." He grabbed Roddy's hand. "Roddy, you must help me. The only one who can help me now is you." Seeing Harry's emotional, out-of-control look, Roddy didn't know what he went through these days. When he saw Harry at Roman Osborn's funeral a few days ago, he was fine except for being a little depressed. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, the whole person is completely different. "Okay, I'll help you." Roddy reached out and patted Harry's shoulder to calm him down. "Don't worry, I understand the rules." Harry took a deep breath and said, "I will give you a deposit of $50 million beforehand, and I can give you 0.5% of Osborn Group shares after the matter is completed. With Osborn Group's market value of $1.5 trillion, 0.5% is $7.5 billion. Definitely. Once the news of the successive deaths of several major shareholders of the Osborn Group comes out, there will definitely be turmoil in the stock market. A drop of 20% is normal at that time. But even so, there are still $6 billion US dollars. Roddy himself is a super rich second generation, and his parents also left him a lot of money during their lifetime. But this money is all in a fund, other than that there are more than a dozen properties, some cars, famous paintings, etc. In terms of cash, it is actually only a little over 100 million. In addition, he can get about 80 million dividends from that fund every year, and he can get it until he dies. But Roddy's expenses are also not small. Not to mention paying property taxes, he usually spends his days drinking and drinking, buying all kinds of high-end luxury goods, and the 80 million dividends a year are not much left, to be honest. Many times it's not even enough to spend. So, in fact, his killer is not all for excitement and fun. There is also a part of the idea of wanting to earn some pocket money in it. Anyway, he has the ability of quick self-healing, and his life-saving ability is much stronger than other killers. Coupled with better physical fitness than professional athletes, being a killer is naturally not a problem. I really can't refuse your price. Roddy hadn't expected so much from Harry either. 0.5% of the shares, billions of dollars can be given at will. Definitely. It can also be seen from the side that Harry was pissed off. You know, even if Roddy kills several major shareholders of Osborn, in the end Harry can carve up only 2% to 3% of the shares. And he took out 0.5% all at once, which can be said to be quite sincere. As for the 50 million deposit, in front of 0.5% of the shares, it is really nothing. 50 million? Not enough for Roddy's annual expenses. Okay, when do you think they die? Roddy nodded and didn't bargain anymore. After all, Harry was so generous, so what price could he negotiate? As for the major shareholders of Osborn, they are dead. Roddy said it. The sooner the better. Harry said, I don't want to see their disgusting faces again. By the way, do you need me to provide you with some information about them? I definitely want this. Roddy nodded, even if he could teleport, but he didn't even know where the person was. It was useless. After hearing the answer, Harry directly took out a stack of paper documents from a bag he brought and handed them to Roddy. He has already prepared his feelings. Is this right? Well, I agree. But that's right. Harry was well aware of Roddy's consumption ability and knew that he would occasionally be short of money. Facing a big offer of billions, I also know that Roddy can't refuse. As for, why didn't Harry simply go to the killer platform to place an order and offer a reward? It was definitely that he couldn't trust those killers he didn't know. Instead of risking being betrayed, it is better to pay more money to find someone who knows everything. If there is no choice, then Harry can only offer a reward. But now that there are better options, why settle for the second best? As for the billions of dollars, to be honest, for Harry, who has a net worth of more than 100 billion, it's really a bargain to spend billions of dollars to kill those nasty old guys. Not to mention that after the death of those old guys, he can take advantage of the situation to carve up their shares. Not only will he not lose money, but he will also make a lot of money. Why not do it? Definitely. Harry also knew that he had given too much, but he also knew the danger of this task. Do you really think the rich people in the United States are so easy to kill? Those are all made in movies to deceive ordinary people. In fact, the richer people are, the more they pay attention to their own safety issues, especially in the United States, a country where almost everyone has a gun, so they should be more cautious. Therefore, it is definitely a very dangerous thing to assassinate these major shareholders of the Osborn Group. If one is bad, not to mention not making money, but also losing one's own life. Harry had no choice but to find Roddy. Even in order to compensate Roddy for the risk he took, he raised the price too high to billions. Although he gave shares instead of cash, isn't it easy to cash out? It's not a few tens of percent of the shares, it's just 0.5%. It's too easy to cash out. Roddy, if it's too dangerous, you can give up. Everything is still about your safety. When Harry left, he still told Roddy a few words, mainly because he felt sorry for asking his friend to do such a dangerous thing. If he killed his friend, Harry didn't even know how to make it up. Okay, it's just a few old guys, it's trivial. Roddy wasn't worried at all. If it was him before, then he might really be in danger. But for Roddy today, It's really easy to earn these billions. He was even a little embarrassed. Okay, anyway, be careful. Seeing that Roddy was so relaxed, Harry didn't say anything else, but after giving a last word of advice, he turned and walked into the elevator. Back to the living room. Roddy flipped through the files Harry had brought. According to the information, there are 5 major shareholders of Osborne Group. These 5 people's shares add up to more than 10%. Obviously already so rich, but still want more. This is probably a common problem of rich people, right? Roddy felt like he had the same problem. So much money. If you die, you will lose a dime. Roddy whistled, threw the information on a coffee table, and decided to do it tonight. P.S. Yinzu, it's updated again. This is Chapter 6. 9 a.m. Roddy is at home alone preparing the gear for the evening. There is a secret room in his home that requires a password and an iris to open. All the equipment in this secret room is his equipment. All kinds of long and short guns, 20 or 30 guns were neatly arranged. Among them is an anti-material sniper rifle, the famous Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle. The caliber of 12.7 millimeters. The whole field is 1,447.8 millimeters, and the .50 BMG large caliber bullet is used. The ammunition capacity reaches 10 rounds, but basically there is no target that this big guy can't kill with one shot. Roddy has only used this gun 3 times. 3 times, 1 bullet killed the mission target without exception. I won't be using it tonight, though. Roddy turned around and walked to the cabinet where the pistol was placed and pressed his finger on the button next to it. The transparent, bulletproof glass on the upper part of the cabinet suddenly opened, and the inner layer inside slowly rose. Reaching for a lock 26, Roddy tried it out, then set it aside. At this time, there was a soft bang at the door behind him. Roddy looked back. It turned out that the Red Devil, who had been crazy outside all night, had returned. "You stupid dogs still know how to come back." Roddy turned and walked over, and the Red Devil also ran over with his tongue out and hachi-hachi. "Stupid dog. Why did you go all night?" Roddy patted the Red Devil's head angrily, then grabbed its 2 front paws and looked at it. It's red paint and threads. You wouldn't go to someone's house to demolish it, would you? Roddy looked at the marks on the claws of the Red Devil and couldn't help but slapped his forehead. He suddenly regretted giving the Red Devil his teleportation ability. Originally, Era liked to demolish houses. Although this stupid dog and his family rarely demolished houses because he was afraid of the majesty of his master, but now that he has the ability to teleport, wouldn't it demolish anyone's house if he wanted to? Stupid dog. Remember not to use ability indiscriminately next time, do you know? Roddy rubbed the Red Devil's head vigorously, telling it, especially when there are people around, don't use your ability, or I will take it back. I don't know if this stupid dog understood, but when Roddy said it, he barked and nodded, as if he really understood. Okay, let's go out and play. Roddy let it go, clapped his hands, and let go out of play by itself. The Red Devil turned around and ran away again. It should have gone back to its kennel. After all, he must be tired after playing wildly outside all night. Even if you are as energetic as a husky, you will be tired after playing all night. At the same time, in the furniture market that just opened, the shop owners all looked at the disfigured furniture that had been dismantled in the shop with a look of hell. Who the hell? The Red Devil, who had just returned to his kennel, subconsciously shook his body, then raised his head and looked around. He seemed to be wondering why the back of his neck was suddenly chilly. At noon, Roddy was invited by a girl to have dinner together. In the afternoon, the 2 of them strolled around the mall, bought something, and then went to the girl's house. It wasn't until after 8 o'clock in the evening that Roddy drove back to Paradise Building. The black and white Lamborghini Bull slowly drove into the parking curry of Paradise Building. Paradise Building has arranged a private independent garage for each resident. Definitely. The building also has a spare garage for sale if you need something else, but it's very expensive. But for the residents who can live in the Paradise Building, this little money is just a trifle. Roddy bought an additional double garage. Including the original garage, a total of 4 cars can be parked. This Lamborghini Bull is one of Roddy's cars. In addition, he also has a Koenigsegg, a Ferrari Rafa, and a McLaren P1. In addition, Roddy also has a villa in Liberty City. He seldom goes there, but the villa has a big garage that can park 7 or 8 cars. Roddy had several other cars parked there, but he rarely does. As a super rich kid, Roddy spends almost all his money on enjoyment. What famous cars and watches, as long as he wants, he will buy them without any hesitation. Therefore, Roddy's popularity with women has always been very good. Girls like him very much. In this regard, Roddy is comparable to Tony Stark before becoming Iron Man. However, the level difference between the two sides is a bit big. Roddy is just a rich second generation. Although he is rich, others will say behind his back that he only knows how to spend money, but not how to make money. Sooner or later, he will lose all the land built by his parents. But Tony Stark is different. He is not only a rich second generation, but also a genius inventor himself, and the actual person in charge of Stark Industries, with an absolute controlling stake. Net worth is the world's first. With a net worth close to $1 trillion, he ranks first far ahead of other rich people. In contrast, even if Roddy got all the money left by his parents, it would only be a few billion. Compared to Tony Stark, he wasn't rich at all. Definitely. Soon Roddy's net worth will skyrocket to billions more. At that time, he will be a super rich man with a net worth of more than tens of billions, not to mention being ranked in the top 100 in the world. But among the top 200, there should be his name. 9 p.m. After Roddy changed his clothes, he received a call from a few rich second-generation friends who invited him to attend the opening of a new bar. So Roddy sorted out the equipment he had prepared before and put them in the living room. Then he took his coat and went out. Half an hour later, Roddy came to this newly opened bar. There are all kinds of luxury cars parked at the gate, and luxury cars worth millions of dollars can be found everywhere here. Roddy changed to a Rafa with a big red body this time, and drove into the parking lot with the roar of the engine. Knowing that he was coming, his friends were already waiting at the door early. Seeing Roddy's Lafa driving in, he rushed up to meet him. "Roddy, I'm waiting for you." After getting out of the car, Roddy threw the key to a staff member, then hugged 2 girls, smiled, and walked into the bar with his friends. After an hour, Roddy excused himself to go to the toilet and left his seat. After entering the bathroom, Roddy teleported and disappeared into the cubicle, reappearing that he has returned to his residence in Paradise Mansion. Then he quickly picked up the packed equipment and disappeared in a villa. Roddy, wearing a black mask, appears here. As soon as he appeared, there were harsh sirens around him. Nice security system. Roddy appreciated it. At this time, the sound of footsteps was already rushing towards this side. But Roddy's figure disappeared in the next second. At the same time, Scorch, who was still playing games with his mistress, was also escorted by 2 bodyguards to enter the safe house. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared across the corridor. "Hello." Roddy waved and said hello. He was answered by a shuttle of bullets. He teleported away, appeared behind several people. Bang bang, 2 shots. The 2 bodyguards fell to the ground. Scorch's mistress screamed in terror. Roddy thought she was too noisy and gave her a bullet too. In an instant, the woman fallen asleep quietly. "Who are you?" As a billionaire with a net worth of tens of billions, Scorch is relatively calm in the face of the threat of death. "Don't worry, I will leave my business card," Roddy said. Then, without giving the other party a chance to speak again, he raised his hand and shot, and a bullet pierced the other party's forehead in an instant. Plop! Scorch, who was dying with regret, fell to the ground. And Roddy, who had done all this, dropped a piece of his business card, then teleported and disappeared in place. Before leaving, he went to the monitoring room of the villa, killed a few bodyguards watching the surveillance, and took away the hard drive in the host. The less trouble, the better. Roddy threw the hard drive into the sea and disappeared in a teleport. 7 minutes later, Roddy came out of the bathroom. In just 7 minutes, he'd killed 5 old guys from the files Harry had given him, an average of 1 minute each. That's about it, except for the time when he goes back to the house to put things away and throw away those hard drives. Have to say, it is really easy to earn these billions of dollars. Roddy didn't encounter any danger the whole time. Red Devil's teleportation ability, YYDS. Back on their seats, The friends who were traveling with him didn't even think about what Roddy did during the 7 minutes he went to the toilet. They thought he just went to the toilet. After Roddy came back, he continued to eat, drink, and have fun with these friends, and they didn't go home until after 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. The other side, while Roddy was drinking and picking up girls, at the moment was surrounded by a large number of policemen in 5 other places in Liberty City. The police in Liberty City may be slow in normal times, but once something happened to these rich people, they would definitely rush to the scene as fast as they could in their lives. At the moment, there were at least a dozen police officers on site at each of the 5 sites. It's just that no matter how hard these people searched for clues, they could only find a few bullet casings in a business card that the murderer deliberately left at the scene. There was no name on the business card. It was a black business card with a bloody sickle on the front and a white skull on the back. "What's this?" A sheriff picked up the evidence bag and asked. "The Reaper's business card." An old policeman next to him shook his head and said, "Reaper?" The sheriff was newly transferred from Liberty City, so he had obviously never heard of the name. "Who is that? A terrorist organization?" asked the sheriff. "No, that's the code name of a killer," the old policeman replied. "A killer?" the sheriff said angrily. "So you want to tell me that all this was done by a killer? At the same time, in 5 places, is it the killer union duplication technique?" "I don't know about that. Maybe he's not alone," the old policeman replied. Apparently, he didn't want to deal with the sheriff. "Then why don't you go and check it out?" the police chief scolded. "Where did the killer pick up the order? Who issued the reward? Check everything out for me before you come to me." The old policeman walked away shaking his head. The other police officers around did not dare to touch the head of the sheriff at this time. At this time, several black SUVs drove slowly and stopped on the side of the road. Several men in black suits got out of the car. They broke into the security zone arbitrarily and then showed their credentials. "FBI, we are in charge here now," the leading man ordered to the sheriff. "Damn FBI," the sheriff cursed in a low voice, then waved his hands to ask his subordinates to hand over the physical evidence, while he himself ran to smoke a cigarette, too lazy to see these FBIs who always like to take credit for them. After a while, the police officers on the scene began to withdraw. It was taken over by the FBI. Similar situations also happened at the other 4 crime scenes. People from the FBI also entered the scene, and the local police officers were ordered to leave. After all the outsiders left, the FBI entered the scene of the crime to check the situation. "Sir, those policemen have been dispatched, and no traces of Inhumans activities have been detected so far." The head of the FBI, who showed his ID before, walked aside at this time, took out a mobile phone, dialed a certain number, and reported the situation at the scene to the person above. "Continue to follow up. Rule out the possibility of Inhumans intervening before handing it over to the FBI." The officer on the other end of the phone only answered a word and hung up the phone. At the same time, the boxes painted with eagle patterns were also lifted from the car by these FBI and moved into the scene. Turns out these FBIs weren't the real FBI at all, but fake ones from S.H.I.E.L.D. At the moment, Roddy is unaware that his crime scene has attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fortunately, SHIELD thought that the perpetrators were Inhumans, so they brought an instrument that could detect the special energy traces left by Inhumans when using ability. But Roddy wasn't Inhuman. He is a mutant. Roddy doesn't know if mutants' use of the variant ability will leave energy traces on the scene, but even if there is, it is definitely not something they can detect. After all, these instruments were made specifically for the Inhumans. The existence of mutant has never been exposed. Even if Roddy took the initiative to stand up and say that he is a mutant, I am afraid that others will think that he is actually an Inhuman, but he insists on thinking that he is a mutant. It was more than 1 o'clock in the morning. Roddy returned to the residence looking a little drunk. As soon as he opened the door and came in, the Red Devil rushed over. Roddy snatched it up. "Red Devil, are you staying at home obediently today?" Roddy smiled and rubbed Era's head while checking the house, and after making sure that it hadn't been demolished, he smiled and rubbed the Red Devil's belly vigorously. "Okay, let's go play." Roddy let go of his hand and the Red Devil also ran away in a joyous manner. Sitting down on the sofa, Roddy immediately called out the system interface. After midnight, you can sign in again today. Roddy didn't sign on the road just now, and now that he's home, Roddy naturally won't wait any longer. System, sign in. Ding. A chime. Congratulations to the host for signing in and getting the glitch ability from Mutant Quill. Glitch ability? What kind of shit is that ability? Roddy was speechless. I thought today's luck would be as good as ever. Finally give him this? But, undeterred, Roddy checked the information displayed on the system interface. What if this glitch ability is more powerful than he imagined? Ability not activated. Glitch. Epsilon class. Seeing the information displayed on the system interface, Roddy was completely speechless. The glitch ability of garbage. It turned out to be only the Epsilon class. Joie. Obviously, I'm lucky today. Roddy muttered. System, what should we do with such a useless ability? After random strengthening, will the potential be improved? No. The system replied, the strengthening of the system will not change the potential level of the ability originally, but will only change the effect of the ability when it is used. That is to say, it is originally an Epsilon class. Even if it is strengthened 100 million times, it is still an Epsilon class. It's just that it is 100 million times stronger than normal when used. Roddy asked according to his own understanding. Yes, the system replied. However, if the host does not need this ability, it can choose to decompose the ability. The decomposed ability can be converted into other proficiencies that already have ability and improve the ability development level. Originally, Roddy had completely given up. After all, 100 million times or something was just a talk. He didn't think he could randomly get such a high multiple. There are dozens or hundreds of times, which is considered lucky. Not to mention, it just enhances the form of ability and will not change the essence of ability. And what is the essence of an Epsilon level ability? It will completely change a person's appearance. Roddy doesn't want to become like a quill, so how can he continue to live in human society? But after hearing the introduction of the system, Roddy realized that the useless ability can be disassembled. The decomposed abilities can also be used to improve the development level of other abilities. This is good. In the future, all useless abilities can be disassembled, which just saves the process of developing these abilities by Roddy himself, saving a lot of time. In that case, let's break it down. Roddy ordered, are you sure to disassemble the Burr ability? Confirm. Garbage ability to save for the Chinese New Year. Disassemble it quickly. The Burr ability has been successfully decomposed. Roddy saw the inactive ability column on the interface, and sure enough, there was no glitch ability. Add the proficiency of decomposition to the teleportation ability. Roddy ordered. The ability of rapid self-healing has been developed to the peak. After all, it is only the potential of the Delta level. Level 2 is the limit, but the teleportation ability is different. It is originally at the Alpha level, and it involves the space field. It is hoped that it will break through the Alpha level and reach the height of the Omega level. Therefore, adding this ability will never be wasted. Think about it. Level 2 development can already allow Roddy to teleport a deserted island with a volume of 10,000 cubic meters if this continues to improve. How bad is it? So add and be done. There is no need to keep it. As Roddy gave his orders, he felt as if he had practiced his teleportation ability thousands of times. Although the development level on the system interface is still at level 2, in fact, Roddy is much more proficient in using this ability than before. Just disassemble 5 or 6 junk abilities like glitches, and I believe that the development level of the teleportation ability will be raised to level 3 soon. At that time, Roddy can try again if he can take a larger island to teleport. The next day, Harry came over to Roddy with a nice bottle of wine. The two had a few drinks at noon, and Harry looked much more relaxed than yesterday. There were more smiles on the face. Before leaving, he asked Roddy to wait for 2 days. After he handles the company's affairs well, he will bring the equity transfer letter of the 0.5% shares that he promised to give him. Roddy also said not to worry, nor did he think Harry would lie to himself about such a thing. Next few days, the Osborne Group was very busy because of the killing of 5 major shareholders. The remaining small and big shareholders could no longer unite to deal with Harry, and Harry also took advantage of the trend to win over a group of small shareholders and united with them to divide up some of the shares left by the 5 major shareholders after their death. Harry himself got about 2.3%, making his originally 9.8% of the shares, close to 10%. In addition, those small shareholders divided some, but a large part was divided away by those who were supported by the military. There was nothing Harry could do about it. On the one hand, the Osborne Group needs the support of the military, and on the other hand, the military is powerful, and he cannot afford to offend it. Anyway, this result is already very good for him. Not only do you no longer need to worry about being kicked out, moreover, his position in the group has also stabilized, and his right to speak has become more important. The only more troublesome thing is probably that the FBI found him and seemed to suspect that he was related to the death of the 5 major shareholders. To this, Harry was already mentally prepared. After all, he was the most suspicious of the deaths of those old guys. It's normal for the FBI to suspect him, but with Harry's current status, even if the FBI suspects him, it is impossible to touch him without evidence. At most, they just arrange for someone to monitor him. On this day, Harry found Roddy with a share transfer letter. "Come on, sign here, and then the 0.5% of the shares will be yours." Harry handed the transfer letter to Roddy and said, Roddy just took a look and signed his name on it. "By the way, the FBI has been monitoring me recently. They suspect that I have something to do with the deaths of those old guys. In order not to let them suspect you, I want you to hang up a job in the group." Harry said, "In this way, I can say that I asked you to help me. After all, they also know that the 2 of us are friends. Although I can barely gain a foothold in the group now, some old guys are still not convinced by me. At that time, you can pretend to be the helper I invited, so that you can explain what I gave you the shares." I have to say that although the reason Harry gave was a bit far-fetched, it wasn't completely untrustworthy. "That's fine, but let me tell you in advance that I won't come o'clock in for work." Roddy thought about it and agreed with Harry's approach. "But for punching to work or something, it's free. Don't worry, I'll arrange a vice president position for you when the time comes. You don't need to come to the company, you just need to name it, and you can still get a salary." Harry said with a smile. "This is good." Roddy smiled and nodded. "You can get paid if you don't work, and Roddy definitely won't refuse." "Sir, the target is coming out of Paradise Tower." "Yeah, we don't know what the target was doing in there, but it was supposed to be meeting a friend of his." "Okay, we will continue to follow up." Across the road from the Paradise building, an FBI agent was reporting to his boss in a black SUV. Because of the particularity of the Paradise building, even the FBI will not be allowed to enter unless there are special circumstances. Therefore, since Harry entered Paradise Mansion, they couldn't follow him anymore. However, it is impossible for the target to stay in the building and not come out. As long as the target comes out, they will continue to follow and monitor. This is also their job. There is no way, if the boss gives an order, ordinary detectives like them will have to run away. They've been watching Harry Osborne for days since the case was turned over to their FBI side. But after a few days, no useful clues were found. Maybe in a few days, the higher-ups should order to close the team. After all, those few wealthy people are gone, even if there are still some connections in the family, but the Osborne Group has no place for them. Coupled with the pressure from the military, it might take a few days for the higher authorities to order the case to be closed. At that time, these migrant workers will also have a good rest for a few days. After a while, Harry Osborne's car finally came out of the Paradise building exit. Several FBI agents saw it and hurriedly drove up to follow. At the same time, at the edge of an open-air swimming pool on the 66th floor of the Paradise building, Roddy also condescendingly watched the black SUV slowly driving away on the road below. With such a long distance, Roddy's vision was not affected at all, and he could clearly see the appearance of several FBI agents in the car. Not from S.H.I.E.L.D., Roddy thought. Before Harry said that he was being monitored by the FBI, Roddy wondered if those FBIs were faked by people from S.H.I.E.L.D., but now it seems that these people are really from the FBI, not S.H.I.E.L.D. Unbeknownst to Roddy, the case actually caught the attention of SHIELD in the first place. But after investigation by SHIELD people, they found that the case had nothing to do with the Inhumans, and it was not a crime committed by a super ability person, so they handed over the case to the FBI. So, the people following Harry now would be the FBI, not S.H.I.E.L.D. Over the past 5 days, Roddy has checked in and out 5 more times. They got 3 Epsilon-level variant abilities and 2 Delta-level variant abilities. All the 3 Epsilon-level abilities were disassembled by Roddy, transformed into the proficiency of teleportation ability. Now, the teleportation ability is already close to level 3, and 1 or 2 Epsilon-level abilities can be upgraded. The other 2 Delta-level abilities were retained by Roddy. One of the abilities is the ability he just observed those FBI agents called farsightedness, but Roddy prefers to call it acute eyes. The original farsightedness ability allows the owner to gain 3 times the vision of ordinary people. This triple is limited to seeing things farther away and does not include other aspects. And after Roddy bestowed this ability on his own pair of sunglasses, he himself gained 5 times the strengthening hyperopia ability. His eyesight is 15 times that of ordinary people. You can see farther, and you can even subjectively zoom in on things in the distance. It works great. The other ability is a more conventional physical ability. It is also a Delta class, and the effect is mediocre. It can only increase 3 times the strength of ordinary people. It's nowhere near as good as a Captain America. Roddy bestowed this ability to a bull ant raised in his ecological garden, and the little guy suddenly became the most beautiful boy in the group. And Roddy also got 8 times the strengthening. The strength has increased 24 times that of ordinary people. Moreover, the improvement of strength will also bring about a corresponding improvement in physical fitness, although the primary and secondary relationship here is the main strength and secondary physique. The improvement of physique is just to adapt to this power. But this improvement should not be underestimated. After all, it has increased the strength of ordinary people 24 times. If it is 3 times the original strength, it will not be so obvious. Moreover, the increase in strength also greatly strengthened Roddy's melee ability. Now Roddy can easily single out a special force even without the teleportation ability. Definitely, bullets still have to be dodged. Roddy is not stupid. Haney, remember to call me. At the entrance of the bar, a blonde girl with flushed cheeks gave Roddy a business card that smelled of perfume, and then walked away with the help of her companion. Roddy glanced at the business card in his hand before throwing it into the trash can on the side of the road. Roddy, never initiates a call to a woman. What's more, that girl just now had too many eyes and wanted to become a regular. Roddy doesn't want to find a girlfriend casually. At least if he wants to find a girlfriend, it will definitely not be the kind of woman just now. Let's go home. Without a girl to accompany him tonight, Roddy plans to go home and play games for a while. As for sleeping, how can young people go to bed so early? After 10 o'clock in the evening, Roddy returns to Paradise Mansion. After saying hello to the building's security captain, a 2.02-meter-tall, burly white man, Roddy took the elevator upstairs. Arriving on the 66th floor, Roddy found something unusual as soon as he entered the door. He smelled a faint smell of blood in the air. This is definitely not the smell that his house should have. Could it be that the Red Devil got beaten after playing wildly outside? Roddy immediately thought of his era. Since this guy got the teleportation ability, he went out to play crazy almost every night and would not go home until dawn. Roddy didn't know where the stupid dog went mad at first, until he happened to see the news being broadcast on TV, in which a reporter was interviewing several merchants in the furniture market. Roddy, the furniture store, remembers that he went to visit it. At that time, he brought his own era, but the stupid dog almost bit the table. And what is being broadcast in this news is that the furniture in this shopping mall has been damaged for several days in a row, and every time it is closed, it is fine, and it looks like that when it opens the next day. As soon as Roddy saw the news, he knew where his stupid dog had been playing crazy these days. What could be worse than leaving a husky alone in a furniture store? Roddy was also speechless after knowing this. That day, I taught this disobedient stupid dog a lesson. Roddy thought that after the lesson was over, this stupid dog should have learned to be good. Could it be that he is disobedient again and was caught? Wrong. This smell is human blood. As a killer, Roddy could distinguish between the smell of human blood and dog blood, although the two are very similar. But it can't be hidden from Roddy's nose. So, was it my own stupid dog that bit me? Red Devil, come out. Don't hide, come out quickly. Roddy took off his coat and set it aside, then called into the room. After shouting a few times, a footstep came out. It's just strange that it doesn't sound like the Red Devil's footsteps. Sorry, I didn't mean to break in. Roddy stared blankly at the figure coming out of the shadows. It is not difficult to see from the figure that this is a girl, and the figure is still very good. But this is not the most critical. The most important thing is that the opponent is wearing a black and white spider battlesuit with a pink hood. Spider-Man? Oh no, is it Spider-Gwen? Roddy subconsciously looked towards the door leading to the open-air swimming pool outside. Really? The door is open. He probably forgot to turn it off when he went out. But at this height, coupled with the security of the Paradise building, even if Roddy opened the door, it is impossible for anyone to break in. But there are people here, obviously not including Spider-Girl, who can swing around the city. But what makes Roddy curious is, why did the other party come to his house? As the other party said just now, she didn't break in on purpose. Then the reason should be, you are hurt. Roddy looked at Gwen's left arm. Although Gwen was trying to hide it, Roddy noticed the torn clothes on her arms. Well, got scratched by a bad guy. Gwen nodded and showed Roddy the wound openly. The wound is quite deep. Therefore, it can be seen that the injury is not serious. Even with Gwen's physical fitness, such an injury would take a long time to heal. But at this moment, the wound was still oozing blood. Seeing this, Roddy also asked her to sit down in the living room, then turned around and fetched the medicine box at home. I'll sterilize you first, bear with it. Roddy glanced at Gwen, who was still wearing the mask, and said. The latter nodded and gritted his teeth. The next second, Roddy poured disinfectant on Gwen's wound. Gwen couldn't help snorting a few times due to the severe pain. It's just that with the mask on, Roddy couldn't see her expression. After disinfecting, Roddy began to bandage Gwen's wound. To be honest, his bandaging skills are not bad, mainly because he was often injured when he was an assassin, so he has developed a good bandaging skill over time. Well, don't do strenuous exercise in the short term. Roddy said something subconsciously, but then looked at Gwen's outfit, smiled, and said, definitely. It's just a suggestion. I'll keep that advice in mind. Gwen also nodded with a smile, then stood up. I should go. Staying here might get you into trouble. She said, it's not too late. Roddy said, you should rest for a while. Would you like something to drink? Hearing this, Gwen thought about it and felt that the criminal tonight should have disappeared by now, so she nodded along the way. Ice water. Roddy nodded, then turned to the kitchen to get her a cup of hot water. Here, drinking more hot water is good for your health. Gwen, why do you always feel that this sentence sounds a bit annoying? Gwen felt a little weird, but she didn't refuse Roddy's hot water. Thanks. After Gwen thanked her, she turned her head and raised half of her mask and drank half of the glass in one go. Roddy saw it and didn't mean to ask when to take off the mask. Seeing her finish drinking a glass of water and then put down half of her mask, she asked, do you want another glass? No. Gwen shook her head. She felt a little embarrassed. They obviously helped him, but he didn't even dare to show his true face. However, thinking of the many troubles that would be brought to herself and her family by revealing her identity, Gwen still made up her mind and did not reveal her true colors to a stranger just because of a moment of gratitude. Are you Liberty City's new superhero? Asked Roddy. No, I'm not a superhero. Upon hearing this, Gwen quickly waved her hands and said, I'm just doing what I can. Compared with a real superhero like the Avengers, I'm nothing at all. You're quite humble. Roddy said with a smile. You just said that you were injured by a villain? Was that villain very powerful? Yes, that is a very dangerous villain. Gwen nodded heavily and said, that guy is fast and has sharp claws. My arm was accidentally scratched by him. While speaking, Gwen looked at her injured arm again. To be honest, for Gwen who owns spider telepathy, being injured is a very undeserved thing, but she has punished several criminals before. But those are just ordinary people, holding guns at most. But that thing still poses a certain threat to ordinary people, but it is nothing to her at all. She can escape even with her eyes closed. But this time is different. That guy is obviously not an ordinary person, but a super ability user with the same extraordinary ability as himself. At that time, Gwen didn't expect the opponent's speed to be so fast at all. She had already avoided it, but the opponent launched a second attack in an instant. She didn't dodge that moment, and that's why she got the wound on her arm. I could actually dodge that one, but I was too careless. Gwen reflected. The lesson tonight may be remembered by her for a lifetime. This was the first time she faced a criminal with super abilities, and because she had no experience in this field, she suffered a big loss. But if she encounters this kind of super ability criminal again in the future, Gwen believes that she will never make such a mistake again. Lesson learned, once is enough. Sit for more than half an hour. Gwen had almost rested too, so she got up to say goodbye to Roddy. I should go. See you next time. Gwen waved his hand at Roddy, then shot a cobweb with a wave of his hand and flew away in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Gwen's figure had already disappeared among the tall buildings. Roddy stood by the window and watched her go away, but he was thinking in his heart, will another Spider-Man in this world be born? I didn't expect Gwen in this world to become a Spider-Man, but I don't know if she knows Peter Parker. Roddy thought for a while, then turned and went to the secret room and took out a computer and mobile phone that he would not normally use. Put the battery in the phone and turn it on. Roddy opened the address book, found a contact person marked with information division, and called. After a while, the phone was connected. I need information about a person. Roddy said, name. The person on the other end of the phone only said 2 words. Gwen Stacy. Father is George Stacy. After 10 seconds. Check your mailbox. The fee will be settled when you come to the hotel next time. No problem. Roddy hangs up the phone at random. After removing the battery, he put the phone back in place. Only then did he open the notebook in front of him, open one of his private mailboxes, and find a new, unread email. On the surface, this email is a spam email, but in fact, the real content of this email will only be revealed after specific decoding. Roddy skillfully decoded the content of the email, and then saw the detailed information about Gwen above. Gwen Stacy, female, 18 years old, 3rd grader at Liberty City Central Middle School, drummer of the Mary Jane's Band, good friend. There are many eloquent contents, detailed records of Gwen's personal information and surrounding interpersonal relationships, and so on. It highlights her father, George Stacy, Liberty City Police Chief. It's really Spider-Gwen. Seeing these materials, Roddy was 100% sure that the one just now was the Spider-Gwen he knew. But this is obviously not Universe 65, because there's still the Avengers, and there's SHIELD. It's not just limited to the superhero Spider-Man. The situation in this universe is a bit complicated, and I don't know if the plots I know are accurate or not. Roddy thought to himself, familiarity with the plot is one of his advantages. This advantage does not mean that Roddy will use it to do something, but that he can use this advantage to avoid some unnecessary troubles. For example, in Age of Ultron, don't go on vacation to Sokovia. Although no one should go to that kind of place for vacation. Anyway, that's one of Roddy's strengths. But now he's not sure whether he still has this advantage. Since meeting Spider-Gwen that day, Roddy has been thinking about the direction of the plot. But then he realized he didn't have to think about it, because his biggest advantage is still his gold finger. As long as the strength is strong enough, what does it matter if you know the plot? On the second day after meeting Gwen, Roddy signed in and obtained a Delta-level mutant ability. This ability is very interesting. It's an ability from a mutant nicknamed Dragmaster. Her ability is the ability to change her own or other people's clothing into what she imagines. This ability obviously doesn't have any combat power, but it's a lot of fun to play. Like turning an enemy's clothes into a bikini, then we must not let the enemy die on the spot. However, the activation of this ability needs to touch the clothing, so it cannot be used in the air. And Roddy gave this ability to a small suit of his era. At the same time, I also got 50 times the cross-dressing ability after strengthening. To be honest, before this, Roddy really couldn't imagine what this ability would look like after being strengthened. Because this is originally an ability to change clothes, even if it is strengthening. So what? Result: after strengthening 50 times, this ability really brought some surprises to Roddy. The original cross-dressing ability can only change the appearance of ordinary clothing. But some special clothing will not work. For example, Iron Man's steel armor, which can be regarded as a special clothing. The cross-dressing ability before strengthening cannot change the appearance of the iron armor to other appearances. But the cross-dressing ability after 50 times strengthening can do this, which means Roddy can instantly turn Iron Man's armor into a bikini if he wants to. But what's interesting is that even if it becomes a bikini, the function and material of the armor will not change. So, would that be a steel bikini? Just think the cross-dressing ability after strengthening, although it still does not have direct lethality, but the mental damage is absolutely explosive. Roddy thinks that this ability should be used with caution in the future, because a bad one will definitely offend people to death. But this ability has good uses in other places too. For example, when chatting about life with young ladies, doesn't this save a lot of money on clothes? Definitely, Roddy is worth the money. But the key is that you can become whatever you want. This is great too. Noon. Roddy, who just finished his lunch, is waiting for a red light at a traffic light intersection. Next to him, a rich second generation who was driving a Maverick seemed to be eager to try, as if when the red light turned green, he would rush out with a kick of the accelerator, throwing Roddy's McLaren P1 far behind his back. It's just that Roddy doesn't bother to talk to this little rich second generation at all. A woman with heavy makeup doesn't know her last name. A mere Maverick, but also want to come to his McLaren P1? Let's dream. However, Roddy was too lazy to compete with this kind of idiot. So he didn't respond to the opponent's provocation by honking the horn again and again, completely ignoring the existence of the opponent. This made the rich second generation who drove the Mavericks even more arrogant. At the moment when the red light turned green, the foo or die who was driving the Mavericks catapulted off to the start and rushed out at a frenzied speed. This guy's going to be unlucky. Roddy had already seen a black Chevrolet speeding down the road on the left. The point is that the car didn't mean to slow down at all. It looked like it was going to run a red light. But it's understandable for people to do this. After all, there's several police cars chasing behind their buttocks. Do you still care about running a red light when you can be chased by a police car? As expected, the Maverick who had just rushed out had just rushed to the middle of the road when he was hit by the speeding Chevrolet. Boom! It was a loud bang. The two cars collided instantly. The front of the Chevrolet turned into countless fragments on the spot. The side of the Maverick was also dented, the door fell off, and the body rolled directly onto the sidewalk. Fortunately, the passers-by hid quickly, but no one was injured. Well, except for the people in those two cars. There were a few screeches of brakes. The police car chasing the Chevrolet stopped at the intersection instantly. Then a dozen policemen got out of the car, aiming their guns at the battered Chevrolet that had been hit by the front of the car. Listen, the people inside, immediately come out and put your hands on your head, the officer yelled. At this time, the twisted door of the Chevrolet was suddenly kicked out from inside. Followed by a man whose head was bleeding, he got out of the car. Go away. Don't let me kill you. The man was still holding a bag of things in his hand, which looked quite heavy. Put down your bag. Squat down with your head in your arms. The policeman was still yelling warnings. But the man who got out of the car seemed to have lost the patience to continue talking. He put down the bag in his hand. The bag fell to the ground with a thump and a loud bang. It obviously contained a lot of things, and it was very heavy. I said, "Roll!" The man roared loudly. This completely angered the police officers in Liberty City. Next second, these police officers fired one after another, and the bullets crackled and hit the man. But an accident happened. The bullets that hit the man didn't even penetrate his body. They just left holes in his clothes and didn't even hurt the man's skin. And the man who was attacked also roared and rushed towards the police officers on the opposite side. The man's speed was not very fast, but every step he landed on the ground was like an elephant stepping on it, making a loud noise. Another alien race? Seeing this scene, Roddy frowned. He found that the Inhumans in this world were quite active. The one who injured Gwen yesterday should also be an Inhuman. And today, this one is another alien race. At this stage, shouldn't the Inhumans still hide from the world? Why are everyone starting to show their faces? Roddy didn't know what made these Inhumans start to show their faces one after another, but the strong man of Inhumans in front of him was obviously not something these ordinary police officers could deal with. Just when Roddy thought that the police officers in Liberty City were going to be terrible, suddenly a spider web was shot from midair, and in an instant, the strong Inhuman race man who rushed forward was wrapped in a solid web. Spider-Man. Roddy looked up and looked over there. What I saw was indeed a familiar figure. It turned out to be Gwen. Roddy thought it was Spider-Gwen who arrived in time and rescued these Liberty City police officers. At the moment, Gwen, who was swinging from a distance, shot 3 spider webs from his wrists in midair, binding the strong Inhumans on the ground tightly. However, although Gwen's cobweb is strong, this strong Inhuman is obviously not a vegetarian. I saw him roaring angrily, breaking free from Gwen's spiderweb shackles. Damn little bug, die to me. The strong man of the Inhuman race was annoyed that Gwen was nosy, so he turned his target to the troublesome Gwen. As for the police officers in Liberty City, a bunch of trash who just tickled him. Even if he stood still and let them fight, they wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. Stop! Seeing that the strong man was about to run, the police officers were completely unaware that they had just narrowly escaped death and even shouted to make him stop. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots continued to ring out. The bullets jingled on the back of the strong man of the Inhuman race. But to no avail. Little bug, don't run. Gwen was swinging in midair, not going head-to-head with the strong Inhumans below. This guy has great strength, and his whole body is as hard as alloy. Unless she is stupid, she will run to confront each other head-on. Stupid boy. Come and chase me if you have the ability. Gwen ran ahead, followed by the strong Inhumans who were catching up. Little bug, stop for me. The short-legged Inhuman man couldn't catch up with the extremely agile Gwen. Not only did not shorten the distance between the two sides, but it became farther and farther away. And while Gwen was swinging on the swing, he threw all kinds of things at this guy with a cobweb. There are also trash cans on the side of the road. For a moment, the strong man of the Inhuman race was drenched in garbage all over his body. It stinks all over. Angrily, damn little bug, I'm going to kill you. The extremely angry, Inhuman burly man let out a hysterical roar. And Gwen, who was walking a dog in front of him, turned his head to look at the strong man who was chasing after him like crazy. Stupid, you can't catch me. Gwen responded with a smile. But the strong Inhuman man behind him couldn't listen at all. He enraged directly grabbed a car parked on the side of the road and lifted the 1-ton car directly with both arms. Smash you to death. He roared and smashed the car at Gwen. However, Gwen just flew away and easily avoided the attack of the strong man of the Inhuman race, and she still had the strength to shoot a bunch of cobwebs, entangled the smashing car, and then pulled it over and turned back. Xiang smashed on the strong man of the Inhuman race. Boom! The strong man of the Inhuman race was instantly thrown away by the car, and his body was directly embedded in the wall behind him. Oops! Broke something. Gwen gasped. Although fighting crime is a good deed, if you destroy public facilities or personal finances in the middle, you will definitely be criticized by those reporters afterwards. Gwen still wanted to start her reputation as Spider-Woman. After all, she's a young man, although she told Roddy before that she is not a superhero. But in the bottom of my heart, Gwen still longs to become a superhero praised by countless people. But that car shouldn't be the one I smashed, right? After all, it was smashed by this big fool. I just threw it back, so it should be regarded as broken by this big fool. Gwen found a psychological comfort for herself, although she was not sure whether others would believe what she said. Just as Gwen was thinking about deserting, The strong, inhuman man who had just been smashed into the wall over there also broke free from the wreckage of the car on his body and crawled out of the ruins. The clothes on his body were already rotten, but there was no wound on his skin. This defense is really strong. Even Gwen looked envious. If she also had such a strong defensive ability, she wouldn't have been injured yesterday. If she hadn't been injured yesterday, she wouldn't dare to confront the other party head-on today, so she could only walk the other party all over the street. After all, her arm injury hasn't recovered yet, and she still has a dull pain right now. Although the wound is scabbed, but it's still too early to get better. It's really enviable. Gwen murmured to herself. Little bug, haven't you eaten? The strong, inhuman man who crawled out of the ruins tore off the clothes on his upper body and said coldly to Gwen, who was squatting on the lamppost, "Stupid boy, what did you eat to grow up? Could it be the steel bars you ate?" Although Gwen was surprised by the opponent's defensive ability, he was merciless in his mouth. Continue to mock each other. You can only play tricks. Come down and fight with me if you have the guts. The strong man of the alien race roared. But Gwen is not stupid. She is now playing with injuries. No matter what, it is impossible to use one's own weakness to head with the other party's strengths. Slightly. I won't come down. What can you do with me? The strong man of the alien race was incompetent and furious. But he really can't do anything against Gwen. This little bug is too flexible, and it is still swinging in midair. So how can he fight a berserker with full strength and defense points, but a very fast speed? Harlan! Suddenly, the strong, inhuman man, standing in the middle of the road, yelled, as if he was calling someone's name. "Stupid, are you calling me?" A figure appeared on the street at an extremely fast speed. After the visitor stopped, he smiled and said to the big man in front of him, "What? Are you going to ask me for help? Don't call me an idiot." The big man roared dissatisfiedly. You also have a share in this task. Don't say it as if it has nothing to do with you." "Really? So you still remember the mission? I thought you had forgotten it." Harlan laughed, followed the figure in a flash, and left with a series of afterimages, and then returned here a few seconds later. Boom! A heavy black travel bag was thrown on the ground by him. "It's so heavy, I won't take this kind of thing next time," Harlan said, dissatisfied. "Hey, big idiot, since you still remember the mission, then take good care of this thing. Don't just throw it on the way." Boom! There was a loud noise, and a fist slammed heavily on the position where Harlan had just stood. "I said, don't call me stupid again," the big guy said angrily. It could be seen that he was really angry. Hearing this, Harlan shrugged and stepped aside, then said, "Okay, I won't call you an idiot. So what should she tell you to do?" He pointed to Gwen on the light pole. "I'm going to kill her," the big guy said angrily. "Then you should do it." Harlan folded his hands and said. The big man was silent for a few seconds, and then said in a low voice, "I can't catch up with her. Help me." Hey. Gwen on the lamppost couldn't help it. "The two of you have been chatting over there. If you continue like this, I will leave." Gwen said, "You seem nervous." Harlan looked at her, smiled, and said, "Is it because of me? I remember you. We met yesterday. Is your arm better?" Hearing this, Gwen felt the wound on her arm start to hurt again. "That little injury I've already healed," Gwen said stiffly. At a time like this, she can't be stage frightened. "Is it?" Harlan sneered. "If it's really getting better, why have you been hiding from now on?" He laughed. "Let me guess, it's because your arm isn't healed at all, is it? Going into battle with injuries, TSK. You really are a responsible superhero." Harlan mocked Gwen wantonly, but Gwen couldn't refute him, because her injury is really beautiful. As for the other party saying that she is a responsible superhero, to be honest, Gwen actually just happened to encounter this chase scene on the street and wanted to help a little, so he came here. In the end, I didn't expect to be so unlucky and met a criminal with super abilities again. She even ran into that super ability criminal who injured her yesterday again. Am I too unlucky today? Gwen was bitter. At this moment, she really wanted someone to help her. Speaking of which, what about the Avengers? Their headquarters are in Liberty City. Why haven't the Avengers arrived yet? Could it be that the Avengers went on a business trip together? No, I can't handle this situation alone. Gwen thought, distressed. It was at this moment. Hey, dressed like a spider? Are you talking about me? Gwen looked in the direction of the voice. It was a roof, and a man dressed like a big bat stood there. Gwen pointed to herself. Are you talking about me? Yes, it's you. Do you need help? Batman nodded and repeated what he had just said. I need it. I need it too much. Gwen nodded quickly, pointed at the two guys below, and said with righteous indignation, These two villains bully more than others. If you're willing to help, we will be 2 against 2, which is fair. Good. I like fairness. Batman was still on the roof when the good words were just uttered, but by the time I uttered them, Batman had already squatted on a window ledge behind Gwen. Scare. Gwen was taken aback. How did you get here? She asked in surprise. That's how we came here. Batman gestured with his fingers to walk. Gwen, you take me for a fool? Gwen couldn't help rolling her eyes under the mask. Hey, are you Batman? She asked suddenly. That's right, Batman. Gwen was silent for a moment. You're trying to imitate Batman, aren't you? She said. No, I am. You are not. How do you know I'm not? I knew it. And Batman is a character in the comics. How could you be Batman? Gwen put one hand on her forehead, suddenly regretting calling the guy to help. In fact, the Batman in front of her is indeed a fake. Because this Batman is actually Roddy. Time back to 10 minutes ago. After seeing the big Inhuman man chasing Gwen away, Roddy thought that Gwen's injury might not be healed yesterday. At this moment, he needs to face an alien enemy who is obviously difficult to deal with, and I am afraid that it will be very difficult to fight. So he quickly found a remote location and stopped the car. Following moment, he returned to Curry, his car in Paradise Mansion, with people and cars. Because he didn't want to reveal his identity, Roddy also deliberately used the newly acquired ability to change his costume into another look. At the time, he didn't know what to look like, so he copied the DC Batman's uniform next door and then teleported back to the intersection. It took him a while before he found Gwen. Unexpectedly, when he found Gwen, he found that the enemy had become 2 people. One was the big guy I had seen at the intersection before. The other was wearing a black leather jacket and looked like a young man playing rock and roll. Ever since there was the scene just now. Enough. The rock and roll youth Harlan roared, glaring at the 2 people above him. Have you talked enough? Do you treat us like air? Gwen on the lamppost laughed. Yes, I just use you as air. Are you angry? Roddy gave her an odd look. It is said that Peter Parker wearing the spider battlesuit will become mouth-splitting. Didn't expect that Gwen, who also wears the spider battlesuit, will change from a well-educated academic bully to a poisonous girl? Is it about the spider? Or is it because the face is covered, so the nature is exposed? Shaking his head, Roddy didn't want to think about this complicated question anymore. He pointed to the 2 Inhumans below and asked, Which one do you want to choose? Gwen thought about it, touched the wound on his arm again, and then decisively chose the big guy. Leave that stupid guy to me. You rock on this one. Gwen said. Roddy was fine with either. It was all the same to him anyway. It's all rubbish. IF*CK, don't play rock. Harlan roared angrily. Don't call me an idiot. The big guy roared too. It's a pity that neither Gwen nor Roddy cared what they said. You said that if you don't play rock and roll, you won't play? I think you haven't been beaten enough. A cold light flashed in Harlan's eyes, and in the next second he was going to rush up and tear up the woman dressed like a spider. But at this moment, a black figure appeared behind Harlan. He grabbed Harlan's shoulder like a huge amount of humanoid bat. Your opponent is me. A low and hoarse voice rang in his ear. Before Harlan could make a move, Roddy took him and disappeared instantly. The other side, without Harlan's interference, Gwen also acted again. She constantly shot cobwebs at the big guy. When the other party couldn't see clearly, she flicked her hands, and the 2 cobwebs stuck to the buildings on both sides in an instant, and then she straightened backwards. Using the cobwebs, the elastic force rushed up at a faster speed. Boom! Gwen's feet stomped heavily on the big man's body, and huge amounts of power directly blasted the big man away. With a loud bang, the big man was instantly submerged in ruins. And Gwen also rubbed her arm, and the wound on her arm was torn open just now. After this time is over, I must take a good rest for a while. Gwen thought silently. At the same time, Roddy, who teleported to an altitude of 10,000 meters with Harland, let go of his hand at this time. Bye-bye. He waved his hand at the falling Harland, then smiled and teleported away. Only Harland, who could not fly or teleport, was left screaming and falling downward. His scream tore through the sky, scaring the birds in the distance to turn around. And Roddy has returned to the ground at this time. I just saw the scene where Gwen kicked the big guy out. The wound is open. He saw the scene where Gwen put her hand over her left arm. Yeah, it's not that fast. Gwen nodded. She didn't think much of it. She just thought that Roddy just heard her conversation with Harland, so he knew she was hurt. She never expected that the guy in front of her who was dressed like Batman was the man who bandaged her wound and chatted with her last night. Boom! There was a loud bang from the ruins over there. Gravel flew around. A burly figure followed from the smoke and dust. No way. It's all right. Gwen looked at the big man who was unharmed, and he was in a bad mood. She just tried her best. No, he's hurt. Roddy pointed to the other's chest, where there was obviously a slight depression. Broken rib. After being told by Roddy, Gwen also noticed this trace. It's just strange that even though the bones were all broken, the skin of this big man didn't have any scars at all. The defense of this skin is stronger than that of bones. Ahem. The big man who came out of the smoke coughed twice, wiped the dust off his face, and stared fiercely at the two figures facing him. Next second, just when Gwen thought that the opponent would continue to charge up and attack, the big guy turned around and ran away. He's trying to escape, isn't he? Gwen turned to Roddy and asked. Roddy nodded. Yes, he did. I thought he'd have the same guts as he's big. Gwen spoke harshly, and then chased after her with a swipe. Stupid, don't run. Seeing this, Roddy also shook his head. He raised his head and looked up to the sky. At this time, almost 3 minutes had passed. I saw a small black dot falling rapidly in midair and then hit the next street with a boom. Roddy teleported over to take a look. People walk very peacefully, and there should be no pain. There's only one hole in the ground and a large piece of something like ketchup around it. I can't spell it out, but I can still find some bone fragments or something. Swish! Roddy's figure disappeared in place. The passers-by, screaming and running away, didn't notice his appearance and disappearance at all. A few minutes later, Roddy found Gwen and the Inhuman hunk. The two are confronting at an intersection. There are many Liberty City police officers around, pointing their guns at the big man. As soon as Roddy appeared, he attracted the attention of the three parties. Don't get excited, it's one of your own. Gwen yelled quickly. I'm afraid that those police officers will misunderstand that this Batman is also a bad guy, so don't shoot and hurt your own people. But the police officers who heard Gwen's explanation did not fully believe what she said. After all, Gwen himself was actually guarded by these police officers. There is a common enemy right now. If this big guy in front of him is solved, maybe these police officers will turn their guns on Gwen. Although superhero is nothing new these days. But who are the famous superhero among the people? Apart from one Avengers, there are no well-known superheroes at all. Obviously, Gwen's Spider-Woman isn't famous now either. After all, she is still somewhat different from the hardworking little Spider-Man, and Gwen is not as hardworking as Peter Parker. If Peter Parker's Spider-Man is 996, then Gwen Spider-Woman is probably the kind who arrives late for work and leaves early. Is it still not resolved? Roddy didn't pay attention to the Liberty City police officers around him, but said to Gwen, I'm injured. Otherwise, it would have been resolved long ago. Gwen argued. Roddy nodded and said, then leave it to me. Hearing this, Gwen has no objection either. If you let this big guy continue to rampage in the city, you don't know how much private finances you will destroy. So this is not the time to worry about whose goal this is. The most important thing is to solve it as soon as possible. That's up to you, Gwen said. Roddy nodded, and the next second, he disappeared in place. That Batman is gone. Some police officers around shouted in shock. The colleague next to him couldn't help but glanced at him. Batman? That's a character from the comics. That guy isn't some Batman. That's the cross-dresser. The other side, Roddy, who disappeared in place, appeared behind the big man in an instant. Or the old way, he grabbed the big guy, and the two disappeared instantly. appearing in the sky at a height of 10,000 meters. "Goodbye, have a good journey." Roddy waved his hand and watched the big man fall, then teleported back to the ground. Gwen was still waiting for Roddy at the intersection. Seeing him come back, he also asked, "Where's that stupid big guy?" Roddy pointed to the sky. "He's slower," Roddy said. "About 3 minutes." There was a loud bang. The big guy who fell from the sky slammed into the central square like a small meteorite. The ground was smashed out a huge amounts of pit. Surrounding it are snaking fissures like spider webs. The big guy was in the pit. The whole person still looks complete, but flattened a lot. Then his mouth and nose also spurted a lot of blood, which was accompanied by a lot of internal organ fragments and bones. "Hey guy, what is this skin made of?" Roddy looked at the body in the pit in surprise. Obviously, the internal organs and bones of the fall were broken, and the person was utterly dead. But there is still nothing wrong with this layer of skin. "This is amazing too." "Is he dead?" Gwen glanced cautiously, then turned her head quickly. Too disgusting. As a beautiful girl, she couldn't bear to see such a disgusting scene. "Dead. Your troubles are solved," Roddy said. Hearing this, Gwen's face was a bit complicated, but she was wearing a mask, and outsiders could not see the change in her expression. "Are you leaving?" Gwen asked. Roddy nodded and glanced at the Liberty City police officers who were gradually gathering around him, and he disappeared in place in an instant. "What, don't even say goodbye?" Gwen muttered something softly, and then also noticed the police officers who seemed to be blocking her retreat on purpose, then raised her hand and shot a cobweb and walked away on a swing. "Stop!" Those Liberty City police officers try to stop her. It's a pity that Gwen has no intention of staying at all. In the blink of an eye, her figure disappeared from the sight of these people. On a platform at the top of a building, Gwen landed deftly on it. Today is really thrilling, and I will never take any risks until the next time the injury is completely healed." Gwen looked at her injured arm as she spoke, feeling a little lingering fear. "You'd better do what you say." At this time, a familiar voice appeared behind her. Gwen was taken aback. Looking back, I found that behind me was the Batman who had disappeared before. "Why are you so elusive?" Gwen complained angrily, then sat down again. Roddy stood by, looking at the scenery of the city in the distance. The city is indeed beautiful from above, but you can't look closely, otherwise you will see the darkness and sin that can be seen everywhere. Building top. Gwen and Roddy are blowing the wind. I come here to sit for a while after every battle and look at the scenery of the city. And you? Where do you like to go? Speaking of which, why do you want to dress up as Batman? Can't you design a battle suit yourself like me? Aren't you uninspired? Do you need some advice from me? Is your ability teleportation? I think you disappeared in an instant. Surely it's not because of the speed? Gwen's mouth was like a machine gun, and he said a lot in a sudden. Don't even give Roddy a chance to answer. After she finished speaking, Roddy looked at her and said, "No, I'm Batman." Gwen was speechless. My heart said how hard this guy's mouth is, and really shameless, pretending to be Batman. After a while, Roddy stood up. "I gotta go," he said. "Also, my ability is indeed teleportation." "I knew it," Gwen said with a smile, and then said in a serious tone, "By the way, thank you for today's matter. If it weren't for you, I couldn't solve it by myself. In the end, it may just have to let them run away. By the way, I almost forgot the travel bag they stole. I don't know what's in it. It can even cause 2 super ability criminals to snatch it. Could it be a big bag of money?" Seeing Gwen's mouth breaking again, Roddy was about to leave. But before leaving, Roddy reminded Gwen a few words. "Hide your identity well, try not to expose it, and find a safer place when you take off the headgear so as not to be photographed. By the way, those 2 before are not superpowers, they are inhumans." After speaking, Roddy teleported away. Gwen was not given a chance to continue asking. Just leave as soon as this person says." Gwen grumbled. Then he stood up and left on the swing. Red Devil. When Roddy returned home, his clothes instantly returned to normal. This cross-dressing ability is really good. It can not only change the shape of clothing, but also has a cleaning function. Then there will be no need to do laundry in the future. Awesome. At this time, The red devil who heard Roddy's call also came rushing over. As soon as he saw Roddy, the silly dog, he jumped up and stuck out his tongue excitedly. "Did you behave yourself at home today?" Roddy asked while rubbing Silly Dog's head, although he didn't expect the silly dog to understand people's words. "Wow!" The red devil yelled twice. Seems to be echoing Roddy's words. "Okay, just stay at home obediently." Roddy nodded, not caring if the idiot meant it or not. Anyway, he thinks it's okay. After a while, Roddy brought the doggy's suit that he'd given the disguise ability to, put on the red devil. Not bad, still so handsome. Roddy looked at it, very satisfied. At this time, the red devil, who had an extra dress on his body, also turned around in circles, as if he wanted to see the clothes for himself. But no matter how much it turned around, it couldn't see the whole picture of the clothes, which made it very anxious. So the next second, bang! A white puff of smoke appears. The white smoke dissipated quickly, and then the little suit on the red devil turned into a little suit with wings. However, the limp appearance of the wings obviously cannot really make it fly. It's purely a decoration. Wow! The red devil took a bite of one of its wings, very dissatisfied, screaming while biting and circling around at the same time. Roddy held his forehead speechlessly. "Forget it. You can play by yourself." He shook his head, turned, and went to the study. In a small ecological garden, a bull ant that is obviously bigger than other bull ants is carrying food. Common bull ant workers have a file size of about 3.5 centimeters, and larger ones can grow up to 3.7 centimeters. But the one in front of me has a file size of 4.5 centimeters. It is bigger than the surrounding companions. It looks like it stands out from the crowd, and the strength of this bull ant is obviously much greater than other bull ants. This can be seen simply from the fact that it carries several times more food than other bull ants. Wow! At this time, the red devil who didn't know when he stopped circling also ran here, yelling at the glass cover of the ecological park. At this time, the bigger bull ant in the ecological garden also stopped, turned its head and swayed its tentacles at the red devil outside the glass cover. The two creatures, one large and one small, looked at each other for a while before turning away from each other. SHIELD, Trident Headquarters. In the office, Nick Fury is reading a newly delivered report. At this time, someone knocked on his office door. "Come in." The door opened, and Natasha Romanoff, all in black, walked in. "Is there a mission?" asked Natasha Romanoff. Although she joined the Avengers in 12 years, became one of them, and even saved the world once. But in essence, she is still an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Besides, since the Chitauri incident, the Avengers haven't acted together for a long time. Thor has been in Asgard. Although he came once in the middle, he went back soon. Bruce Banner went off to hang out with Tony. The two of them didn't know what they were studying all day long. Recently, Stark Industries has launched several rockets and sent many satellites into the sky. And she, Hawkeye, and Captain America, 3 people. It's back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Continue to complete some tasks that Nick Fury assigned to them. It looks as though the Avengers have disbanded. But in fact, as long as something big happens, they will still gather together to fight against the same enemy. Agent Normanov, come and take a look at this information. In the office, Nick Fury handed the information he had just delivered to Natasha Romanoff, who walked into the office. He motioned her to take a good look. Natasha Romanoff picked up the 4 documents in front of her. The first thing that catches the eye are 4 photos, 2 of which are stamped dead, and the other 2 photos are 2 guys in strange costumes. Especially the guy in the middle. "Sir, don't tell me you want me to investigate Batman." Natasha Romanoff looked up and said, "I'm pretty sure that guy isn't Batman." Nick Fury leaned back in his chair and watched Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff definitely knows that this person cannot be Batman. After all, Batman is a fictional character in comics. How could it appear in reality? When she opened the 4 files, the first thing she opened was the files of the 2 deceased persons. Inhumans? Natasha Romanoff frowned slightly. As one of Nick Fury's henchmen, Natasha Romanoff definitely knows about the existence of the Inhumans. She also knew that this group of guys have been hiding very well and rarely show their faces. But now it seems that they don't show their faces so rarely. Two of them died at once. One is fast and has claws. A defense is strong, and the skin remains intact until death. The inside of the body is completely broken. Natasha Romanoff carefully looked at the contents of the two documents and became more and more surprised. Row is that she thinks she is well informed. Even aliens have been killed. However, after seeing the introduction of these two inhuman races in these two materials and the subsequent analysis of their bodies, they were inevitably shocked. Especially the inhuman race who kept a layer of skin intact until his death. Is this guy's skin made of vibranium? How can it be so indestructible? That skin has been brought back by SHIELD's agent. The researchers in the Bureau have just conducted a brief study and found that even the best existing equipment can't leave any traces on this skin. It's too exaggerated. If it weren't for this inhuman being not so powerful except for a piece of skin, wouldn't this guy really have a body of steel like Superman? Comics into reality? Natasha Romanoff is terrified just thinking about it. After all, these aliens are not good men and women. Just look at what they do. Robbed the Institute and took away a batch of precious metals, which even included a vibranium arm guard. I don't know where that stuff came from. Let's not talk about the actual value. The research value alone is immeasurable. Result: in the end, nothing was found. It says that the bag of precious metals is missing, but aren't these two inhumans dead? Natasha Romanoff looked up at Nick Fury. That's right, but the people who killed them didn't die. Nick Fury folded his arms, looked at Natasha Romanoff with one eye, and said. Natasha Romanoff instantly understood. It was taken away by someone. She continued to look at the other two documents. Natasha Romanoff quickly read the information about the Spider-Woman. This is a little girl who has a hero complex and has acquired extraordinary power. The level of threat is not high, and if it is even possible, it is not impossible to be drawn into the Avengers after investigation. Let Natasha Romanoff pay attention, or this guy dressed like Batman. According to the data, this guy has teleportation ability. Those two Inhumans were killed by him. It should have been teleported to a high altitude, and then fell to his death in a free fall. The fast Inhuman fell to pieces on the spot, out of human shape, and the Inhuman race with strong defense retained its human form, but it only had a piece of skin. How high did it fall from? And the identity of this guy is a mystery. Even SHIELD has no information about this person at all. Is this person also an Inhuman race? Asked Natasha Romanoff. If there are no accidents. Nick Fury gave a not 100% sure answer. After all, as far as he knows, there are not only Inhumans in this world with extraordinary abilities, such as the strengthening people that some organizations have been studying. Although strengthening people are very similar to Inhumans, they are limited to ability, and they are not the same in essence. But, as far as Nick Fury knows, studies by those organizations on strengthening people have not been successful. Most of the strengthening people studied so far are very unstable. Useless. After reading the 4 files, Natasha Romanoff put the files down. You want me to investigate these 2 people? Asked Natasha Romanoff. Nick Fury nodded and said, The Avengers need fresh blood to join, not to mention that Thor has always been in the domain of God. He can't stay with us forever. Understood. Natasha Romanoff nodded in understanding. Then what if you fail the test? Nick Fury was silent for a moment. Surveillance first, then control. We cannot leave any risk factors outside. He said, Sure enough, it is the consistent style of S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff wasn't surprised either. Understood, leave it to me. Natasha Romanoff nodded, turned around, and was about to leave. Wait a moment. That's when Nick Fury stopped her. That Batman is a dangerous person. If you find it, remember to call Barton to go with you. Nick Fury said. Since Barton was once controlled by Loki with a psychic scepter, he has been deliberately training his reaction skills for the past 2 years. Therefore, if you want to sneak attack from behind him, it will be extremely difficult. This is also the point that Nick Fury likes to teleport people to an altitude of 10,000 meters in order to guard against that Batman. But this trick can be avoided as long as it is not touched. No problem. I'll call him when the time comes. Natasha Romanoff nodded. accepting the suggestion. Soon, Natasha Romanoff left Nick Fury's office. And in the office where only Nick Fury was left alone, the black jerk also stood up at this moment, walked to the French windows of the office, and looked at the scenery outside, wondering what he was calculating. But there's one thing Nick Fury was wrong about. That is, no matter how well Barton's agent practiced his reaction ability, he couldn't escape Roddy's trick. Because he doesn't need to touch people at all, and it's completely fine to teleport people and the ground together. It's just that Nick Fury doesn't know this intel. So misjudged. Inhuman race. What do you want to do? Nick Fury pondered some information about the Inhumans. He actually doesn't know much about this group, except for a few limited encounters. These guys seem to be hiding from the world all the time. Only recently, these guys suddenly became active. I don't know what they're planning. This made Nick Fury very uneasy. For people like this who are out of his control, and they're a group of people, he can't help but worry. God knows if they will create a crisis of annihilation in the next second. But right now, Nick Fury really doesn't have the energy to care about the evil plots of these Inhumans. Something happened inside of SHIELD. Nick Fury has only recently become aware of it. But he only suspects that there are other organizations that have planted ghosts inside SHIELD, and there may be more than one. Even Nick Fury also didn't think of HYDRA, an evil organization that is supposed to be extinct. He would never have imagined that the entire SHIELD had already been infiltrated by HYDRA. That is to say, among the newly formed Avengers, there is no one placed by HYDRA. To this end, Nick Fury also had an idea. That is to arrange a few trustworthy people to form a team that is not in the establishment to investigate some things that are not convenient for him to come forward. As for candidates, Nick Fury already has one in mind. Boom! A black travel bag was placed on the table by Roddy. This bag was brought back by him before. What's inside? In fact, even he doesn't know. He only knows that the things inside should be very important, otherwise the two aliens wouldn't snatch them. Let me see. What is hidden inside you? Roddy unzipped his travel bag and looked at what was inside. In the black travel bag, there are a lot of large file size and small things, but without exception, they are all metal objects. There are metal cubes, broken metal fragments, and even a metal arm guard that looks old. This pile of things added up to about 40 or 50 caddies. No wonder it looks heavy. Those two Inhumans robbed such a bunch of things. Roddy picked up one of the metal cubes. This thing is heavy. It alone weighs about 20 caddies. The key to this cube is the egg file size. I didn't expect it to be so heavy. What metal is this? Roddy said he had never seen the metal at all. There are no element symbols on it, and Roddy doesn't have any discerning eyes, so naturally he can't tell what kind of metal it is. Putting down the cube, Roddy took out the other metals in the bag and looked at them. Other metals are not as heavy as the previous cube, and most of them are quite normal. On the contrary, the metal arm guard, which looked very old, was much lighter than expected. In terms of weight, it is only about 1/3 of the same volume of steel. Roddy played with it for a while before placing on the table. At the bottom of the travel bag, Roddy also found several documents. Picked it up and looked it over. Roddy found that the documents recorded are all research materials about these metals. Among them, the final cube metal is called Exer metal, and its characteristic is that it is heavy, and it has a very high melting point. It needs a high temperature of more than 500,000 degrees to melt it. But its original material hardness is about 3 times stronger than ordinary steel. Heat-resistant metal. Roddy glanced at the cube on the table. And then there's that metal shard. It was a shard of URU metal, which Roddy guessed was the one Thor used Mjolnir to knock off the destroyer when he first came to Blue Star. Ulu metal is originally an extremely hard metal, and its hardness is stronger than vibranium, but does not have the energy-absorbing characteristics of vibranium. But Ulu metal possesses extreme magic resistance, which vibranium does not possess. Therefore, in theory, only URU metal can break Ulu metal. It's a pity that there's only such a small fragment. Roddy shook his head. He couldn't think of any way to melt Ulu metal. He couldn't be like Dwarf, get neutron star. Later, Roddy learned about the names and particularities of the remaining metals according to this document. In the end, Roddy also found information about the metal arm guard. It's vibranium! No wonder it's so light. Roddy looked at the records and the information, but he didn't expect that the material used for this arm guard turned out to be vibranium, a special metal that flows from Wakanda. Etc. Roddy suddenly thought of something. So he picked up the vibranium arm guard on the table and tried it, and he could wear it on his arm. It's a little bit bigger, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Roddy thought to himself. Then he uses his cross-dressing ability and tries to change this vibranium arm guard on his arm. Next second, I saw that the original vibranium arm guard suddenly began to extend, first covering Roddy's entire right arm, and then covering his upper body. About 10 seconds, Roddy's whole body has been covered with vibranium. The original vibranium arm guards have directly become a set of shocking armor covering the whole body. And on the head, Roddy deliberately changed to a structure woven with vibranium silk threads to facilitate his breathing. Otherwise, if the whole head was covered, he would not be able to breathe. Really, Roddy walked over to a full-length mirror and looked at himself in the mirror. The silver-gray metal armor of the whole body wraps every corner. Make Roddy look like a robot from the future. Although it took a lot longer to change clothes than normal, it's still incredible that I did it. Roddy just had this idea before and wanted to give it a try. It turned out that it was actually done unexpectedly. This cross-dressing ability is too bad, isn't it? Even vibranium can be changed. In the room, Roddy tried changing the shape of the vibranium armor again. For a while, it looks like a steel armor. For a while, it looks like a gorgeous armor in the game in memory. And for a while, it looks like a Black Panther battle suit. After playing around for a while, Roddy finally turned vibranium into a bracelet and stayed on his wrist. I won't take it off again, Roddy said with a smile. With this ever-changing vibranium battle suit, Roddy's life-saving ability has been greatly increased. In the future, even if he encounters an attack that he can't dodge in time, as long as he puts on a layer of vibranium battle suit under his clothes, he will be able to protect himself well. Usually, when you have nothing to do, you can change it into an inner armor. If you need to wear it outside, you can change it into another shape. Roddy thought. After having such a surprise as the vibranium battle suit, Roddy looked at the pile of metal on the table with a lot of enthusiasm. Not to mention the other metals. That piece of URU metal alone is worth a lot. Pity. It was a piece, not a vibranium, it was an arm guard. Arm guards can also be considered part of clothing. But how can a broken fragment not count? Roddy tried too. There is really no way for the cross-dressing ability to change this shard of URU metal. Either the cross-dressing ability cannot change URU metal. Either that, or a shard that can't be considered a costume anyway. But Roddy believes that the high probability is the latter. After all, even vibranium can change the cross-dressing ability. Why can't Ulu metal? His cross-dressing ability is not magic. Even if Ulu metal has strong magic resistance, this profession is not suitable for it. Night. Roddy was called to go drinking and clubbing by those cronies again. It's as if the rich second generation of them only have drinking and clubbing all day long. But Roddy was invited to go anyway. The main reason is that they said that a few beautiful girls came. Roddy didn't believe it, so go check it out. After playing outside until almost 1 o'clock in the morning, Roddy came home reeking of alcohol. When he came back, he was still alone, and he didn't bring any girls back with him. Since there are some inconvenient things in the house, Roddy doesn't bring his sister home. Anyway, there are plenty of hotels outside. No matter how bad it is, Roddy still has a villa on the bay side of Liberty City. The same goes for going there. And the place is even bigger. After going to the kitchen to pour a glass of water, Roddy went back to the living room and sat down. Okay, don't make trouble. The energetic Red Devil was held down by Roddy to keep him still. Then Roddy stroked the hair of the Red Devil with one hand while opening the system interface. Come on, start today's check-in. Roddy felt lucky today. The beautiful girls that his few friends said were indeed pretty, and Roddy, who had just returned from the hotel, expressed his approval of their aesthetics. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in and obtaining the miniature space ability from the Mutant Magician. I knew it. Roddy smiled and looked at the system interface. Space ability, even if it is stretched, is also very useful. But this mutant nicknamed Magician was something Roddy had never heard of. Forget it, there's so many mutants, and I haven't heard of all of them, Roddy thought. At this time, his eyes also fell on the column of inactive abilities on the system interface. There's only a single inactive ability on it. It is the microspace ability that I just obtained. Microspace. Delta class. Roddy had question marks all over his face. A space ability, but it's only Delta level? Roddy wondered if the system marked it wrong. This is a spatial ability. No matter how you look at it, it can't be a Delta class. System, is this ability a stretch? Roddy asked tentatively. Soon, the system replied. The miniature space ability can only open a regular cube space with a side length of 15 centimeters. How many? 15 centimeters? Are you sure it's centimeters and not meters? Even decimeters will do. Roddy finally understood why this ability can only be Delta level. What can you do with this little space? Put a deck of cards? No wonder you are called a magician. Sure enough, there were only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. It's real. This is a shitty mutant that can only do poker tricks, right? Delta class, absolutely right. I thought it was going to be transferred. Roddy shook his head. But as he said before, the space ability is useful even if it's stretched. And don't forget that he can also strengthen the ability. At that time, the multiple of strengthening will be higher, and the ability will not be so stretched. Speaking of which, the system, are you sure that these abilities cannot be given to the same individual? The system replied, no. A single creature possessing two variants of ability will lead to genetic collapse. If it is an inorganic body, it will cause the molecules inside the matter to collapse. Then what if I give an ability to a potion, and then inject this potion into a creature that has already been given a mutant ability? Roddy asked again. The system was silent for a moment. Then he replied, there's a probability of crash. The specific situation depends on the degree of adaptation between the two. The higher the degree of adaptation, the lower the probability of collapse. Learn. Roddy understood that this crash is still a matter of probability. But if it is given directly, the probability is basically 100%. And if a roundabout method is used to inject medicine, the probability of crash will be reduced. But to what extent can it be reduced? People need to be divided. In fact, Roddy just asked casually to satisfy his curiosity. At this stage, he also has no special need to grant two mutant abilities to the same individual. As for the future, that's hard to say. Who knows what will happen next? Forget about the ability this time. An ability that can only open a space with a side length of 15 centimeters is useless. Roddy shook his head, not intending to keep this ability. He turned around and walked to his arsenal, then took out a pistol magazine and bestowed the variant ability of this miniature space on the magazine. So, there is a tiny space with a side length of 15 centimeters inside the magazine. If you have such a small space, you can at most hide some gadgets, do a little magic trick, or do some petty theft. If it can be placed on a magazine, the space with a side length of 15 centimeters can be enough to stuff a lot of bullets into it. Roddy tried it, and it can fit 1,536 rounds of 9mm bullets. In this way, the pistol equipped with this magazine can continuously fire more than 1,000 rounds of bullets without reloading. Isn't this similar to infinite bullets? Infinite bullet pistol, not bad. Roddy smiled, but this is only secondary. What's really important is that Roddy's own miniature space ability has been strengthened by a full 120 times this time. It's the biggest ever. At the time of the first draw, it was only 100 times. 20 times less than this time. After 120 times strengthening, the microspace ability can no longer be called a microspace, because the file size of the space that Roddy can open has been enlarged too much. The original space side length is 15 centimeters, and now, after strengthening, it becomes 18 meters. Look clearly. This time the unit is really in meters, not centimeters. 18 meters side length. The volume of the entire cube space becomes 5,832 cubic meters. Can such a space be called a miniature space? Obviously not. Such a large space can hold a lot of things. Roddy tried to open this space, and after discovering strengthening, he could open this space anywhere within 18 meters of his body. And the words before can only be opened within 15 centimeters. Obviously, this range has also been strengthened. In this way, Roddy felt that ability in this space seemed to be able to play very well. It's like a cross-dressing ability. Don't look at it as just a delta level, but the effect is not inferior to some alpha-level variant abilities. After all, that was strengthening 120 times. Maybe I can put a lot of water in the space and release it instantly, pretending that I can escape water. Or can you put a large piece of burning flame in it and then release it in an instant, pretending that you can escape from fire? Or can I open the space under the enemy's feet and let the enemy fall in? And there is no oxygen in the space. The enemy will directly suffocate to death. Roddy feels that these gameplays are all achievable. He has tested that the largest entrance to this space is exactly a square with a side length of 18 meters. Imagine a square water pipe with 18 sides. The water flowing out of it must have a lot of impact. And Roddy can open it in midair and then open it diagonally to increase the impact of the water flow. But he himself had to stay away, lest it be affected. It just so happens that this space can be opened within 18 meters from Roddy. And Roddy teleports. At worst, just teleport away in the next second. In an instant, Roddy thought of many interesting usages in his mind. I plan to give it a try when I get a chance. This morning, Midtown Middle School organized an academic visit. The place to visit is the biology lab in the Osborne building. Peter Parker, who was just 15 years old this year, also participated in this event. Together with his friend Ned, the two kept taking pictures of the new things around them with a camera. "Come here, Peter. These spiders are so beautiful." Ned stood in front of a glass display stand, pointing to some of the spiders inside and groaning. Peter Parker, who just started middle school, looks shorter than his peers, but his friend Ned is even shorter and fatter. It looks like a ball from a distance. Therefore, the two are often bullied at school. This was the case in elementary school, and it is the same now that it has been promoted to middle school. All the other students around were visiting other places, but Ned was the only one who lingered in front of the display of these spiders. Peter was not interested in these spiders at first, but seeing his friend Ned calling his name, he also walked over. "Ned, everyone is going to the next area. Let's follow quickly." Peter pulled his friends and said, "Wait a minute, Peter. Shall we take a picture of these spiders? It's very memorable, isn't it?" Nidella stopped Peter and persuaded him. Although Peter didn't quite understand the commemorative significance of taking pictures of a few spiders, Ned had said so, and the students around him were indeed heading to the next display area. Not wanting to waste any more time, Peter nodded and agreed to Ned's request. "Okay, do you want to enter?" Peter asked, nodding. "Definitely. I'm a good friend of the spider." Ned smiled happily on his chubby face, and it was obvious that he really liked these spiders. "Okay then, stand back a little, and I'll take a picture for you." Peter picked up his camera and focused it on Ned over there and the spiders in the display stand. "Eggplant." Ned smiled at the camera, likening his hands to scissor hands. But Peter, who was about to press the shutter, didn't notice that just above his head, a spider with a beautiful red pattern was crawling down the cobweb little by little and soon landed on Peter's neck. Crack! Peter pressed the shutter and took a photo of Ned and the spiders. And at the same time, the red-patterned spider that landed on the back of his neck also bit his neck hard. "Ah!" Peter cried out in pain. "What's wrong with you, Peter? Are you okay?" Ned, who heard Peter's screams, hurried over and asked with concern. "It's okay. I just feel like I was bitten by something on the neck." Peter stroked the back of his neck and said, "Our insignificant Peter Parker trying to get attention again." At this time, an annoying voice suddenly came from over there. Peter knew who it was without looking back. Who else but Lightning Thompson? "Thompson, Peter is not what you think." At this time, a black girl next to him suddenly said something for Peter. And Peter, who heard the black girl's voice, couldn't help but blush. Fortunately, he turned his back to that side at this moment, and only his good friend Ned saw this scene. But Ned already knew that Peter liked this black girl, so he just smiled at him nonchalantly and didn't say anything. "Liz, you speak for Parker like that. Do you like him?" Lightning Thompson on the side said, dissatisfied. "No, I'm just seeking truth from facts." Liz shook her head in denial. And Peter, who heard this answer, was even more uncomfortable than when he heard Lightning Thompson mocking himself just now. "The girl I like doesn't like me." Peter felt hurt inside and needed comfort. At this time, his good friend Ned just patted him on the shoulder with a look of, "I understand you, brother." Peter suddenly felt better. At least he still has Ned. "Hey, you students, don't stay here. Your teacher and the others have gone away." At this time, an employee of the Osborne group also came over and reminded them a few words. "Okay, let's go right away." Ned smiled and waved. Then he grabbed Peter beside him and dragged him away from here quickly. Neither of the two noticed that when Peter was being walked away by Della, a dead spider fell from his clothes. Soon a cleaning worker passed by and swept the dead spider into a garbage bag like garbage. Afternoon. After returning from the visit to the Osborne group, Peter felt very uncomfortable. He always felt dizzy in his head, as if the whole world was spinning. Fortunately, after today's academic visit, there is no need to go back to school, so Peter declined Ned's invitation to play games with him and fell asleep when he returned home alone. In a daze, Peter felt as if something was crawling on him. It felt as if there were a lot of small bugs crawling around on his skin, and the itchy Peter constantly scratched hard on his body. This feeling lasted for a long time, but Peter never woke up. It wasn't until late at night that Peter, who had slept almost all afternoon and half the night, got up from the bed in a daze. "What's wrong with me?" Peter rubbed his head, feeling like he'd been hit with a sap. But as he woke up, this uncomfortable feeling receded as quickly as the tide. In just a short while, Peter suddenly found himself very energetic. It was as if he had endless strength all over his body. How long have I been asleep? Peter didn't think much about it. He just thought that he had a good night's sleep, so he was energetic. But when he looked out the window, he saw that it was completely dark. He looked at the alarm clock on the bedside table. The hour hand above has pointed to 12 midnight. I've been asleep for so long. Peter himself was shocked. It has been almost 12 hours since noon. He had never slept this long before. Is there anything wrong with my body? Peter hurried to the bathroom, but just as he opened the door, he pulled the doorknob off. He stared dumbfounded at the doorknob in his hand. This thing is broken? Thought Peter. But in the next second, he realized that things were not as simple as he thought, because the doorknob was stuck to his hand and he couldn't shake it off. You can't have super glue on the doorknob, can you? There were only him and Aunt May in his house, and there were no brats, so how could someone put super glue on the doorknob? But since it's not super glue, what's going on here? Peter felt that there must be something wrong with his body. With his other hand, he yanked the doorknob off that hand, only to have the doorknob stick to that hand again. After standing at the door for a while, Peter finally got the sticky doorknob done. He found that as long as he calmed down and thought about not letting the doorknob stick to his hand, then the doorknob would automatically fall out of his palm. Peter couldn't figure out what was going on for a while. He hurried to the bathroom. When the door was about to open, Peter hesitated for a moment, then carefully put his hand on the doorknob and slowly opened the bathroom door. This time, the doorknob was not pulled down. Peter breathed a sigh of relief. Then he went into the bathroom, closed the door, turned on the light, and looked at himself in the mirror in front of him. I've grown taller? Only then did Peter realize that he seemed to have grown a lot taller than before. Originally, he was the second shortest one in the class, including girls, so Ned was a little shorter than he was, but also short and limited. Anyway, in the eyes of others, both of them are dwarfs. This made Peter very inferior for a while, but right now, he found that he was about 5 or 6 centimeters taller than before. He was about 163 originally. Now, it should be 168 or 170. This made Peter very happy. But after being happy, Peter panicked a little, because it is impossible for a person to grow so much in one day. Coupled with the incident with the doorknob just now, Peter was even more convinced that something unpredictable had really happened to his body. So the next second, he hurriedly took off his clothes. After taking it off, Peter discovered another huge change in himself. In the mirror, he has beautiful muscle lines. Although the muscles are not very big, whether his six-pack abs, pectoral muscles, biceps, etc., they are all very obvious, no matter how you look at it. He has a handsome figure, which is completely different from his original skinny figure. I've become a handsome man. The corners of Peter's mouth couldn't help. No way. Now is not the time to laugh. Peter quickly shook his head, shaking off the joy in his mind. Although he has grown taller, his figure has also improved. However, as a top student, Peter is well aware that such sudden changes in the body are not necessarily benign. Maybe tomorrow he will turn into a monster without human form. Thinking of the scene where he turned into a monster to frighten Aunt May, Peter's little face turned pale with fright. No, I don't want to become such a monster. Peter shook his head. Try not to let yourself think that way. Get out of the bathroom. Peter glanced at Aunt May's room, intending to tell Aunt May the changes in himself. But when he thought that he might turn into a terrible monster, Peter quickly stopped the thought. No, I have to know what else has changed in my body. Peter returned to the room, gently took his shoes and backpack, then turned and went downstairs. In the restaurant downstairs, Peter saw a note on the table. The darkness didn't seem to affect his vision much. He could clearly see what was written on the note. I came back and saw that you were still sleeping. Are you exhausted, little guy? In the evening, I made your favorite beef roll and put it in the refrigerator. You can heat it in the microwave after you get up and eat it. Love you, May. Seeing the content on the note, Peter couldn't help but have a sore nose. Thinking that he might become a shameful monster in the future, Peter couldn't help but despair. Aunt May, no, I will never become that kind of monster. Peter put down the note with a determined face, then tiptoed, opened the door, and left the house. Late at night, in Queens, silent. Only the barking of cats and dogs could be heard in the distance. Occasionally on the road, a few drunken homeless men would be seen lying on the side of the road, shouting something, while shaking the empty wine bottle in their hands. At this point, normal people would not run out of the house. Only those homeless tramps still wander outside. And Peter, who came out of the house, couldn't help shrinking his neck after feeling the completely different atmosphere from the daytime. For a moment, he even wanted to turn around and go home immediately. But soon the firm thought in his heart dispelled the fear in his heart. Peter quickened his pace and ran towards a warehouse in his memory. But soon, Peter found that his speed was a bit too fast. The scenery on both sides of the road was reversing rapidly, and Peter even felt as if he could fly while running. He tried to jump up suddenly, but his body suddenly jumped to a height of nearly 10 meters, almost hitting his head on the wall of the building. Peter was so frightened that he quickly stopped his crazy behavior and started to run on the ground obediently. A few minutes later, the originally half-hour journey was completed in a few minutes by Peter. He was amazed at his speed. On the one hand, I was a little worried about the side effects of this change. It doesn't matter. Let's see if there are any other special abilities in me that I haven't found. Putting aside those worrying thoughts, Peter began to test the changes in himself in this abandoned warehouse. At the same time, in an alley at the intersection that Peter passed just now, a strong black man was standing at the entrance of the alley with a bag of garbage, looking in the direction where Peter disappeared. That speed, is he the same as me? Luke Kai muttered in his mouth. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to follow up and take a look. So Luke turned around and threw the rubbish into the trash behind him, then ran quickly and ran in the direction where the man disappeared just now. Luke, who lives nearby, knows that there are several abandoned warehouses over there. If nothing else, the person should have gone there just now. At the moment's abandoned curry, Peter was still getting used to the changes in himself. He found that his speed was so fast that he could run like a speeding car. Then his jumping ability is very good, and his strength has also become great. Can jump up to 10 meters in one easy jump. Abandoned warehouse curry can easily lift the heaviest thing. And his physical strength has also become very good. After testing for a while, he ran and jumped and tried to lift a lot of heavy things. As a result, Peter found that he was not tired at all, and Peter also tested the ability of sticking to the doorknob on his hand before. This should be an electrostatic adsorbent ability. It can let his hands and feet easily absorb objects. The more intuitive performance is that Peter can climb up and down vertical walls, just like a spider. By the way, spider. Peter suddenly thought of something. He reached out and touched the back of his neck. This touch really made him feel a swollen little bag. That's where he suddenly felt bitten by something when he visited Osborne this morning. And he was bitten in front of the booth displaying various spiders. So Peter has reason to suspect that he was bitten by an experimental spider. Then he had to change his now. Should I not become a big spider in the future? Thought Peter. Then Peter suddenly remembered a piece of news he saw a few days ago. The news reported a video of a superhero dressed like a spider fighting crime on the street. The superhero dressed like a spider in the news seems to be similar to the ability he is showing now. He is also fast, powerful, and can crawl on walls. But I can't spin silk, or is it that I do, but I don't know? Peter tried to shake his arm, imitating Spider-Woman's movement in the news report, trying to spit cobweb from his wrist. Pity. Peter tried for a while, but couldn't spin the silk. He didn't know in his heart whether he was relieved or disappointed. At least, if I can't spin silk, I should still look like a human being, right? Not to become a monster. Like a big spider. Could it be that Spider-Woman also got super ability after being bitten by a spider? Peter has fantasized about being a superhero since he was very young. At that time, the superhero he fell in love with first was Iron Man, because he is the first superhero to appear vividly in Peter's life. As for the national superhero Captain America, after all, they are characters in history textbooks, although it is alive again now. So, if one day he also has the opportunity to become a superhero, Peter will definitely be very happy. So, I shouldn't be turning into a big monster, right? Peter said to himself. Although it's not 100% sure yet, Peter's worries are indeed a lot less because of this. Maybe I can get myself a uniform and help those in need too. Peter felt that since he had such an ability, he could no longer do nothing like in the past. Previously, there was no ability. But now that God has given him the ability to become a superhero, he feels that he has to do something so that he can be worthy of his own ability. Just when Peter couldn't help but began to think about the scene after he became a superhero, there was a sudden click outside the warehouse. Who is there? Peter suddenly looked in the direction of the voice. In the darkness, he saw a tall figure coming out from the shadows. Luke Key patted the rust on his hand dejectedly. He had been hiding there and peeping just now. As a result, he accidentally touched the rusty iron sheet, and the fragile iron sheet shattered into several pieces. Although the sound was very slight, it couldn't escape Peter's very sensitive ears now. Who are you? Peter looked warily at the black man who came out. Probably because he knew that he had changed, so Peter was not too scared in his heart at the moment, but a little excited. Are you going to meet a criminal so soon? Peter thought excitedly. Don't get excited. I'm not a bad person. Luke Key raised his hands to show that he was not malicious. Seeing his actions, Peter felt a little disappointed in his heart. It turned out not to be a criminal. I live nearby, so happened to see something. Luke Key said. Have you seen it all? Peter said in surprise. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel annoyed at myself for being so careless. Even before he started fighting crime, he had already exposed his identity. This is too bad. Luke Key also clearly read Peter's inner thoughts. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else, he said. However, Peter is not really stupid and sweet. He was young and ignorant, but not to the point where a stranger would believe everything he said. Seeing that Peter obviously didn't believe him, Luke Key turned around and walked aside, then gently lifted the wreckage of a car with both hands. How is it? Did you ride me this time? Luke Key said, laying down the wreck of the car. He looked very relaxed during the whole process, without any effort. In fact, Luke Key's power is indeed great. He can easily lift 40 or 50 tons of weight. What is the wreckage of a mere car? He can easily lift anything heavier than this. Peter, who saw Luke Kai-Key lifting the wrecked car easily, couldn't help but exclaim at this time, "My God, you are so strong." He walked over in surprise and carefully looked at Luke Kai-Key's arm. Well, that arm is indeed much thicker than his. Even his now strengthened figure is not as strong as Luke Kai-Key. And in terms of height, Luke Kai-Key is 198 centimeters, and Peter is only 170 centimeters at most. Totally incomparable. But Peter thinks he still has room to grow. He is only 15 years old. Still a child, he will definitely grow taller in the future. Not to mention that he is as tall as Luke Kai-Key in front of him. But at least there must be a 188, right? In fact, a 185 is also fine. Peter said he would not dislike it. "You're also very strong, I just saw it." Luke Kai-Key smiled and said, the kid on the other side was just a child. And when facing a child, even someone like Luke Kai-Key, he would become polite and polite. To be honest, Luke really didn't expect that this guy, who seemed to be a strengthening person, was still a half-grown child. So, which organization is it that is so frantic to use children for experiments? Here, Peter is still chasing after Luke Kai-Key, excitedly asking questions, while looking enviously at Luke Kai-Key's height. "Listen to me, boy." Luke was a little overwhelmed by Peter's noise, so he interrupted Peter's rambling and said with a serious face, "The changes in your body have only appeared recently, right? Can you tell me who did this to you?" "It actually just came out today." Peter was honest and had no intention of hiding anything. If Luke Kai-Key was just an ordinary stranger, Peter wouldn't have said that to him. But Luke Kai-Key is a person who has extraordinary abilities like him. They also know each other's secrets. This made Peter, who had suddenly acquired an extraordinary ability and was still very uncomfortable, think that he had found a like-minded partner. For his partner, Peter naturally wouldn't hide anything. So he told Luke Kai-Key everything about why he slept for 12 hours today and found changes in his body after waking up, as well as what he guessed was bitten by a spider. Osborne Group. Luke Kai-Key frowned. He had definitely heard of the Osborne Group, and in fact there were very few people living in the United States who didn't know about the company. Its popularity is second only to Stark Industries. What happened to Peter was something that Luke Kai-Key did not expect. He had thought someone was using Peter for an experiment. Unexpectedly, Peter got super ability by accident. But it is certain that the Osborne Group is researching this aspect. Why else would a spider bite Peter and he would instantly become a superhuman? That obviously couldn't be an ordinary spider. I have to say that Luke Kai-Key thinks Peter is really lucky. Generally, in experiments like this, the mortality rate must be very good. And Peter was lucky enough to survive, and also got super ability. This is no ordinary good luck. It was like being favored by the goddess of luck. Abandoned warehouse curry. Luke Kai-Key chatted with Peter for a while, and then the two left. "Mr. Kai-Key, this is my mobile phone number and also my social account. Let's add a friend. I still have a lot of questions to ask you." Before parting, Peter took out his mobile phone and followed each other's social accounts with Luke Kai-Key. This way they can be in regular contact with each other in the future. "Boy, I'm usually very busy, so don't come to me if you don't have anything important." Before leaving, Luke Kai-Key also gave some advice. He seemed to have seen through Peter's nature as a chatterbox, so he took a vaccination in advance. However, although Peter immediately agreed, but can it be done afterwards? That's not necessarily the case. Having made a friend who also possesses a super ability and temporarily confirming that he will not become a big monster, Peter was in a great mood on the way home. Jumping and jumping along the way. If it wasn't for the middle of the night, he didn't want to disturb the people. He even wanted to sing a song. And the other side, after parting with Peter, Luke Kai-Key was thinking about the Osborne Group. Do you want to investigate? Luke Kai-Key had some hesitation in his heart. Reason told him not to do this. But emotionally, he was still not at ease. While the Osborne Group may not be conducting any human trials yet, there's no guarantee they won't be doing so in the future. And what if they were already doing it? As a subject who has experienced human experiments, Luke Kai-Key is well aware of the pain. However, it is hard for him to live a peaceful life now. He really didn't want to break this peace. Just after midnight, Roddy, who had already returned home early, opened the system interface. Come on, system. Start today's sign-in. Roddy had a hunch that his luck would change today. Although in the past few days, he seemed to have such a premonition every day. But that doesn't matter. Roddy firmly believes that he will be able to transfer luck. And there is a high probability that it will be today. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in and obtaining energy absorption ability from Mutant Sebastian Shao. Yay! I knew it. Roddy had a look of excitement in his eyes. When he heard the system say that ability is from Sebastian Shaw, Roddy knew that he had really changed his luck today. Before this, even Roddy himself was not sure whether he could transfer luck. Although what he said was firm, it was actually more of a sense of ritual. But as the saying goes, there must be echoes if you never forget. This is not. Roddy really had a change of luck today. And as soon as he came, a king bomb came directly. Hai Wangxiao's energy absorption ability. This ability is notoriously powerful. In the first battle of the X-Men, the original X-Men combined to defeat Shaw. There is still an element of luck in it. You know, Zhao's ability allows him to absorb all energy, including but not limited to kinetic energy, electrical energy, magic energy, etc. That is to say, in theory, all attacks are ineffective against Zhao. Not only will it not hurt him, but it will also provide him with energy, allowing him to treat you in turn. This is exactly the strength of Shaw. He can not only energy absorbing, but also release the absorbed energy. At the same time, he can also use the absorbed energy to strengthen his physical strength, speed, and strength. It can even reverse age and restore youth. Therefore, in theory, as long as Shao constantly has energy absorption, then he can live forever. Definitely. Being as strong as He Huang Shao is not without weaknesses. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated by the original X-Men. Black Emperor Zhao's ability has three most obvious weaknesses. The first weakness is the mind control class ability. Hai Wangxiao's ability can't absorb mental attacks. So if he doesn't wear an anti-mind control helmet, he will be controlled by a psychic ability like Professor X in an instant. His second weakness is the upper limit of energy absorption. And once his upper limit is exceeded, it will cause extremely serious damage to the original. It might even cost him his life. And the third weakness is that without energy absorption, Shao is just a relatively strong, ordinary person. So he will also die from various risk factors that can kill ordinary people, including but not limited to suffocation, poisoning, drowning, etc. Most of mutants' abilities have various weaknesses. Perfect abilities do not exist, but they are limited to very few cases. Obviously, Black Emperor Shao is not one of them. But even with these weaknesses, it still can't conceal the fact that Hai Wangxiao's ability is very powerful. What's more, Roddy is not Sebastian Shaw. He not only has the ability of energy absorption, he also has other different abilities. What can kill Shao may not necessarily kill Roddy. Although there is an ability like mind control, Roddy currently has no way to solve it. But in the future, he can definitely do it. And this is not the universe where X-Men is located. There is no second mutant besides Roddy. Mind control abilities or treasures are not absent, but they are extremely rare. At least Roddy will not meet at this stage. Not to mention, you still encounter a mind ability like Professor X that can control you from a distance of thousands of miles. Boom! In the living room, the Red Devil dressed as a crocodile was teleporting back and forth, trying to bite the long tail trailing behind. Roddy sat on the couch, ignoring the stupid dog's mischief. System, give energy absorption ability to this tube of medicine in my hand. Remember the medicine inside, not the syringe. Roddy held a syringe in his hand, which contained white liquid. That is normal saline, safe to inject, non-toxic and harmless. And with Roddy's order issued, a faint red light flashed in his palm and sank into the needle tube. Subsequently, the physiological saline in the needle tube turned light red at a speed visible to the naked eye. It looks like diluted blood. System, how well does my stupid dog match this potion? Asked Roddy. 70%. The system gives the answer. Is it only 70? It's a bit low. Roddy shook his head. 30% crash rate was too high. Although Roddy sometimes annoys this stupid dog, but he doesn't want him to belch like that. So forget it. Wait until the next time there is a high match with it, and then consider whether to give it an injection. After thinking about it, Roddy put the syringe into a box, then put it into the different space, and divided it into a separate area to avoid being damaged by things put in later. Ding! Successfully granted the target item Sebastian Shaw's energy absorption ability. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 times strengthening energy absorption ability. How many? Roddy stood up excitedly. 1,000 times? Are you sure about the system? The system is silent. It's okay, though, because Roddy didn't really miss hearing. He was just a little too excited. After all, this is the ability from He Huang Shao. The result is also randomized to 1,000 times strengthening. Is this rotation so powerful? I won't be very unlucky in the next period of time, right? Roddy couldn't help thinking wildly. But even if it requires sacrificing luck for the next period of time, Roddy is willing. Originally, Black Emperor Zhao's ability was already very powerful. Now strengthen 1,000 times again. How horrible is this? Roddy himself couldn't even imagine what the energy absorption ability would look like after being strengthened 1,000 times. Involuntarily, Roddy looked at the system interface. Want to reconfirm whether it is really strengthening 1,000 times? Don't really get me wrong. The strongest mutant system. Character, Roddy. Sex, male. Age, 23 years old. Activated ability. Quick self-healing LV2, Delta level. Teleportation LV2, Alpha level. 100 times strengthening. Julie LV2, Delta level. 8 times strengthening. Hyperopia LV2, Delta level. 5 times strengthening. Cross-dressing LV2, Delta level. 50 times strengthening. Microspace LV2, Delta level. 120 times strengthening. Energy absorption LV2, Alpha level. 1,000 times strengthening. Ability not activated. None. Really 1,000 times strengthening. Seeing the content clearly displayed on the system interface, Roddy's hanging heart also fell back. It's not that I got it wrong. Sure enough, the energy absorption ability is Alpha level, but I don't know if it counts as an Omega reserve. Roddy thought. But even if the energy absorption ability does not reach the potential of the Omega level after the strengthening of the system 1,000 times, who dares to say that its effect is not as good as the Omega level variant ability? Moreover, Omega is just potential. To what extent it can be developed depends on mutants' own efforts and time spent. However, the system's strengthening of the variant ability is directly credited. Although Roddy's energy absorption ability has only been developed to level 2 right now, the actual effect is actually 1,000 times that of the normal development to level 2. When he develops to level 3, the effect will be 1,000 times that of normal level 3. Is a mutant ability developed to level 5 1,000 times stronger than level 2? Not necessarily. That is to say, although Roddy's energy absorption has only been developed to level 2, the actual effect may be stronger than the normal development to level 5. Thinking of this, Roddy couldn't help punching himself with his fist. It felt like this punch hit him as if he had been touched lightly, and he didn't feel the impact at all, because the kinetic energy brought by this fist was absorbed the moment the fist landed on his body. Yes, but not enough. Roddy glanced around, and then saw the red devil who was still chasing and biting his tail. "Red devil, come here!" Roddy shouted, hearing the master's summoning. The red devil disappeared in place with a bang. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Roddy. Wisps of red smoke drifted away. Roddy put his hand in front of the red devil. "Come on, bite me." The red devil tilted his head and looked at his master with wisdom eyes. "I don't understand what the master means." Then, it licked the owner's palm with its tongue, stuck out its tongue hachi-hachi. "Stupid dog, I don't want you to lick but to bite." Roddy was speechless, but the red devil would not bite him at all. "Continue to lick." "Forget it, I can't count on you anymore. Go and play by yourself." Roddy shook his head and waved the red devil to play by himself. After telling Silly Dog to go, Roddy got up and went to the armory, closed the door of the arsenal, and the inner and outer spaces are completely isolated. The walls of the arsenal are all installed with top-notch soundproof cotton. Even if firecrackers are set off inside, no sound can be heard outside. So Roddy picked up a gun, pointed the muzzle of the gun into the palm of his hand, and fired. Boom! The bullet hit his palm instantly, but Roddy didn't feel any hit. The bullet just lay quietly on the palm of his hand, without any shape shifting at all. What it was like when it was fired is what it is now. Guns no longer have any lethality for me. Roddy smiled confidently. He then tested other weapons. The results are all the same. It has no effect on him at all. The lethality is 0. Coming out of the armory, the corners of Roddy's mouth couldn't stop rising. This time, I'm invincible. Invincible is hard to say, but Roddy is really powerful to explode now. Well, he can really make explosions. As long as someone bombs him, he can absorb the energy generated by the bomb explosion and return it to the other party. The vibranium battle suit, which I thought was very good before, is a bit redundant now. Roddy said with a smile. Who would have thought that Roddy's strength would have undergone such an earth-shaking change in just 2 days? The previous vibranium battle suit also gave Roddy a good sense of security. But now, that thing will affect Roddy energy absorbing instead. Maybe I'll think about changing clothes instead. Roddy casually took out a metal cube from the different space. This thing is the heaviest metal in the previous pile of rare metals, but it does not have the magical effect like vibranium and URU metal, and its strength is only 3 times stronger than ordinary steel. The only advantage is probably the extremely high melting point. Only an ultra-high temperature of more than 500,000 degrees can melt it. What Roddy is thinking now is to use this thing to create a bracelet or something, and then use the cross-dressing ability to change it into a battle suit. Although Roddy doesn't usually use the battle suit, he is not a superhero. But if you don't use it, you can't use it, but you can't live without it. Like those luxury cars that Roddy bought. It is impossible for him to drive it every day. He has only driven many luxury cars 2 or 3 times after he bought them. But if you don't open it, you can't return it. You still have to buy it. Roddy himself is happy even if he bought it and opened it only once. One word. Rich, willful. But the melting point of this thing is too high. It's not easy to melt it. Roddy was playing with the metal cube in his hands, and suddenly he raised his head to look at the night sky outside the window. Although it is night now, the sun is always there. It's just that this side of the blue star is facing away from the sun, just to try the upper limit of energy absorption. Roddy thought, if anyone out at the moment knew what he was thinking, they would think Roddy was crazy, because he actually planned to run to the sun, above the clouds at a height of 20,000 meters from the ground. Roddy's figure appeared here. He was clad in skimpy clothing, and his face was covered by a black mask to avoid being captured by satellites. A cold gust of wind blew in front of him. But the cold didn't hurt Roddy because the energy was absorbed. Roddy didn't feel cold at all. He opened his arms and looked up at the moon high in the sky. Next second, his body began to fall rapidly. 19,000 meters, 18,000 meters, 17,000 meters. The altitude kept decreasing, and Roddy's falling speed had no intention of slowing down. But Roddy himself remained as calm as ever. There was no sign of panic at all. 6 minutes later, in a forest, a black shadow in the sky fell like a meteor. Just heard a loud bang. In an instant, the tree collapsed. Dirt splash. Countless small animals were frightened and fled in panic. A long ravine was plowed out on the ground. At the end of the ravine, inside a deep pit, Roddy, whose clothes were all in tatters, stood up. There is nothing wrong with the whole body. On the contrary, after he absorbed the huge kinetic energy generated by falling from a height of 20,000 meters to the ground, Roddy felt his whole body was full of strength. Dress up. The tattered clothes on his body instantly returned to brand new. Roddy patted the dirt on his hands, looked at the deep pit that was higher than others, and jumped onto it with a light leap. Skydiving without a parachute feels good, Roddy said with a smile. When he was playing extreme sports before, Roddy also played high-altitude skydiving, but at that time, he always carried a parachute. He even played wingsuit flight, but still with a parachute. This was the first time he had jumped from such a height without a parachute. Not to mention, the feeling of falling without slowing down is really addictive. Fuck, Roddy wants to do it again. But forget it today. Roddy has more important things to do now. In the sky, a scorching sun hung high. This is Black Continent, located in the Eastern Hemisphere. Unlike the Western Hemisphere where the United States is located, it is daylight here. Roddy hadn't tested how far his teleportation limit was because of his inability to survive in space. But this time Roddy finally got his wish. With the ability of energy absorption, the harsh environment in space can no longer affect Roddy. And even if there is no oxygen in space, Roddy doesn't need to worry that he will suffocate to death, because he has absorbed enough energy. After converting these energies, it can naturally replace oxygen to ensure that his body will not go wrong. Bring it on. Roddy lifted his head to look in the direction of the sun. Next second, his figure disappeared instantly. In just a split second, the Roddy people have appeared in the boundless space. The average distance between the blue star and the sun is almost 150 million kilometers, and Roddy's teleportation distance at one time spanned a third of the distance between the two. That is 50 million kilometers. Calculated at the speed of light of 300,000 kilometers per second, Roddy's teleportation takes less than a second, and there is even a momentary pause between two teleportations. But it also takes 3 teleports to add up, and it only takes about a second. Therefore, Roddy teleports at a speed of 150 million kilometers per second, 500 times the speed of light. 3 teleports, the interval between them is only 1 second. The Roddy people have appeared in the surface area of the sun. The temperature here is as high as 5,500 degrees Celsius. Speaking of the category of normal people, even if they get close, they will be burned to ashes. And the moment Roddy appeared here, the clothes on his body disappeared directly. Roddy, who had expected this for a long time, was not embarrassed. Anyway, there's no one here. Who is he embarrassed with? It turns out that there is no flame on the sun at all. Roddy's whole body is bathed in the sun's rays. The scorching white light carries a high temperature of 5,500 degrees Celsius, coupled with the electromagnetic force all over the surroundings, all of which are trying to destroy Roddy's existence. It's just that all these energies were absorbed by Roddy after acting on the surface of his body, in addition to making him feel more full of strength. Did not feel any discomfort. Roddy doesn't know where his absorption limit is. Although his energy absorption ability has only been developed to level 2, but because of the relationship of strengthening 1,000 times, even if it is normally developed to level 5, it may not be as good as the current Roddy. Therefore, Roddy came to the sun this time, and it wasn't just to melt that metal cube. I also have the idea of testing the upper limit of my own absorption. The temperature here is not enough. We have to go deeper. Roddy stayed on the surface of the sun for a while, admiring the unique scenery here, and then turned around and continued to go deeper into the sun. He didn't dare to go too deep at once. Although the surface of the sun is only 5,500 degrees Celsius, once it enters the corona, the temperature will directly increase to 1 million degrees Celsius. There is no transition between the two. Can you believe it? Not to mention, the temperature in the core region of the sun is as high as tens of millions of degrees Celsius. Although Roddy himself is not afraid of such super high temperatures, his energy absorption ability can make him completely unable to feel that terrible temperature. But that metal cube that Roddy brought was not going to work. The metal cube will reach the melting point at 500,000 degrees, and it can be melted in a short time at 1 million degrees, and tens of millions of degrees. Roddy was worried that this thing would be vaporized. So, after entering the area of the corona, Roddy stopped. I didn't go any further into the sun. It's almost here. Roddy stopped and took out the metal cube. When the metal cube arrived here, it really softened very quickly, and the whole body turned red. Although Roddy held it in his hand, he couldn't feel the temperature change on it, but he could still imagine how high the temperature on the surface of the metal cube was at this moment. Squeeze a wristband. Because of the size, it is impossible for Roddy to squeeze such a small metal cube into an arm guard, so he can only squeeze a wrist guard. The volume of the wrist guard is much smaller than that of the arm guard, and Roddy doesn't need to be pinched to look good. To be honest, as long as you can wear it. Does it look good or something? Roddy could do post-processing, so there is no need to consider these issues at the moment. Pinch the metal cube hard with both hands. Although Roddy's strength has reached more than 25 times that of ordinary people, it is not easy to pinch the metal cube that is gradually starting to melt at this moment. After all, this thing is 3 times harder than steel. Although it is melting, the speed is very fast. The surface layer is melted first, and then it gradually deepens. In fact, Roddy can wait a while until it melts completely. But Roddy didn't want to wait. Therefore, he transformed part of the energy absorbed in his body into strength, causing his strength to increase dramatically. This is like pinching plasticine, easily pinching this metal cube. After more than a minute, Roddy paused. At this moment, the metal cube in his hand has turned into a wristband. Roddy put it on his wrist, then squeezed it hard to make it shrink a bit. Good. Roddy smiled and looked at the wristband with his palm print on his wrist, very satisfied with his book. Next second, Roddy uses the cross-dressing ability to change the shape of the bracers. This time it was a lot easier than when it was used on vibranium. In less than 3 seconds, Roddy's body was covered with a battle suit made of burnt red metal threads. Although it was burning red, Roddy didn't feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, it is very warm and comfortable. That's about it. Roddy nodded in satisfaction. On the road in the early morning, Nick Fury just got off work, thinking about the ghost inside S.H.I.E.L.D. At this time, his cell phone on the passenger seat suddenly rang. After Nick Fury glanced, he pressed the Bluetooth headset. "What's up?" Hill's voice came from the headset. "1 minute ago, our satellite detected an unusual energy reaction on the surface of the sun." "Where did you say?" Nick Fury's voice couldn't help but rise. "The surface of the sun? That's the sun. The satellite has taken a picture, and I have uploaded it to your phone." Hill didn't repeat what she said before. She knew Nick Fury heard it clearly, and to be honest, she was shocked when she first heard the news. After all, that is the sun that concerns all human beings on the blue star. If something goes wrong, it may cause a devastating catastrophe, not to mention the photo taken by the satellite. It made Hill unable to calm down for a long time. With a slam on the brakes, Nick Fury stopped the car in the middle of the road. In the middle of the night, he was the only car on the road, so there was no traffic accident. He picked up the phone on the co-pilot's seat, and sure enough, he received a picture. Nick Fury clicked on the picture, and there was a boom in his brain in an instant, and the only one I left was staring at the suspected human figure in the photo. "Why do you say it looks like a human being?" "Nonsense. Can humans in your family run up to the sun? Still TM bare upper body?" The satellite photos are very clear. Although the person was wearing a mask and couldn't see the other person's face, Nick Fury was sure it was a person. You can never go wrong. But, apart from Captain Marvel, who left Blue Star to go to the universe, who else can fly freely on the surface of the sun these days? Thor? He might, but this man is clearly not Thor. So who is he? Why do I want to run to the sun in a good way? Will he pose a threat to the world? Can I pull him into the Avengers? One question after another popped up in Nick Fury's mind, making him unable to calm down and think about these questions. "What are you going to do?" At this time, Hill's voice came from the earphone, interrupted Nick Fury's thoughts. "You stared at the son of the sun for me. I'll come over right now." With a sharp turn on the steering wheel, Nick Fury turned around and drove back. "Remember, keep an eye on it," he ordered solemnly, then hung up the phone. Triton headquarters. It only took 5 minutes for Nick Fury to get back here. A sudden brake stopped the car, and he immediately got out of the car and walked quickly into the building. At this point, there are still many agents busy in the building. The ordinary workers, 996, can't stand it anymore. And many of SHIELD's agents have experienced 007's working system. And Nick Fury, who is good at brainwashing agents, calls it for world peace. Immediately, their work became more advanced. Cosmic Testing Room number 3. Nick Fury opened the door and came in and saw Hill with his back to the door, watching the big screen. "How's the situation?" Nick Fury stepped forward and asked. "The man hasn't come out yet." Hill replied, "Are you sure he didn't leave?" Nick Fury confirmed again. Hill glanced at him and shook his head. "Can't confirm." Nick Fury. Eyelids twitched a few times, but in the end Nick Fury didn't say anything to accuse Hill. After all, the sun is too big. How many satellites are they staring at the sun? Well, that's all it is. After all, who's always staring at the sun? Wouldn't it be okay to observe once in a while? Could it be that the sun was going to explode? SHIELD is also taking precautions, coupled with strong financial resources. To put it bluntly, it is not bad for money. That's why we got a separate satellite to observe the sun. That's what I discovered tonight. In the testing room, Nick Fury stared at the hot white fixed star on the big screen with one eye. Without blinking an eye, I am afraid that in the blink of an eye, the target will leave. At the same time, at the moment, Roddy, who was still in the inner corona of the sun, also felt that the energy in his body was almost reaching its limit. 10 minutes. Roddy counted the time. Definitely before this, he had also done a skydive without a parachute at an altitude of 20,000 meters. That time also saved him a lot of energy. But compared with the energy absorbed in the sun, to be honest, it's not worth mentioning at all. Therefore, it is completely negligible. At the moment, Roddy felt that the energy absorbed into his body was almost equal to the sum of the energy produced by a 10-megaton nuclear weapon explosion. Once he releases it as much as he wants, he may destroy a large modern city in an instant. To know, most modern cities are full of high-rise buildings, unlike those in the past, and tall buildings will affect the spread of the explosion. Therefore, Roddy conservatively estimated that releasing all the power in his body could roughly destroy a modern metropolis. Like Liberty City? Definitely. Roddy didn't really want to try. He's not a terrorist. There is no such crazy idea. It is just used as a reference. It's time to go, or the absorption exceeds the upper limit and it will explode. Roddy didn't want to be a human firework, so he quickly teleported out of the corona and back to the area on the sun's surface. At the same time, Roddy, who reappeared, was also observed by SHIELD satellites. Appeared. In the testing room, everyone looked excitedly at the figure reappearing on the screen. One by one, satellite photos were taken. The figure is different from the last time he appeared. He has a black, close-fitting battle suit on his body. If there are multiple logos on the chest and a cloak behind him, the scene in front of me looks like Superman in the comics. But apparently, this person is not Superman. But he's just as scary. After all, those who can freely enter and exit the sun, think about it, and know what a terrifying existence it must be. At least among the powerful existences that Nick Fury knows, this one can definitely be ranked in the top 5. As for the specific ranking, Nick Fury does not know. Anyway, they are all existences that can easily crush the modern army. Whoever ranks first and who ranks second, what's the point? It's the same for humans. Record the energy data on him immediately. Nick Fury ordered immediately. The surrounding agents immediately started to get busy. Hill on the side also looked at the figure in the picture with curiosity, guessing the possible identity of the other party. The other side, Roddy, who left the inside of the sun, did not choose to teleport away directly at this moment, but burst out from his feet the energy that had just been absorbed close to the upper limit. The energy that erupted at this moment fully reached about 1/20th of Roddy's energy absorbing just now. Huge amounts of energy erupted, instantly pushing his whole body out. It looks as if Roddy is flying, heading towards the blue star at an extremely fast speed. It's really flying. Roddy had a look of excitement in his eyes. Although the speed of teleportation is faster, the fun of flight is not what teleportation can bring him. Definitely, he can fly now because this is space. He can unscrupulously release a huge amount of energy. But if it was on the blue star, The energy he released just now is equivalent to the energy of a 500,000-ton nuclear weapon explosion. One can imagine how the area behind him will be destroyed. Therefore, this trick doesn't work well on Blue Star. Or the energy released can be reduced to a level that does not cause widespread damage. But in that case, the thrust would not be enough. Why don't Roddy dance by himself? Oh, who? Roddy yelled excitedly. Although he can't make any sound in a vacuum. After some distance, the sun's gravity completely cancels that thrust. Roddy even began to fly towards the sun, being pulled by the sun's gravity. Time to go. Next second, Roddy's figure disappeared instantly. After 3 teleports, he had already returned to his residence in Paradise Building. In a level 3 testing room. He's gone, an agent shouted loudly. Then another agent next to him exclaimed again. God, the energy he released just now is comparable to the energy of a 500,000-ton nuclear weapon explosion. This is too crazy. Humanoid, self-propelled nuclear weapons? The agents in the testing room are going crazy. As agents of SHIELD, they think they are well-informed people. After all, they have even experienced alien invasions. What else can shock them? But the appearance of this scene now really scared them. If the release of that energy is not in space, but in the United States, what kind of scene will it be? Find out about love in Hiroshima. The United States knows this too well, second only to the people of Sakura country. Not to mention, that's much more powerful than Hiroshima's love. Not at all one level. If this big city in the United States exploded, wouldn't millions of people sacrifice to heaven on the spot? Just thinking about it is fucking scary, let alone experience it yourself. These agents exclaimed one by one, and Nick Fury and Hill over there also looked ugly. There's a spark in Nick Fury's one eye. Threatened, an absolute deadly threat. If such a dangerous target cannot be controlled or sent away, Nick Fury can't even sleep soundly at night. Where did he go? He slapped the metal railing heavily and asked loudly. However, no one at the scene could answer his question, because the target disappeared soon after flying away, and now none of them know where the target has gone. Only know the goal is probably to come to their Blue Star, and quite possibly in the United States, because according to that trajectory calculation, the probability of the target falling on them, the United States, exceeds 72.56%. And Nick Fury was furious when he saw that no one answered him. Fortunately, at this time, Hill on the side said, since the target has come to the United States, it is impossible for a person like him to hide himself honestly. As long as we send people to investigate and look for it, we should be able to find it. Hill's words can be regarded as a relief for these agents. All the agents in the room looked at her with grateful eyes. Send someone to look for it. Nick Fury thought about it, and it seemed that there was only one way at the moment. As for letting go, that is absolutely impossible. In contrast, the fact that SHIELD has an inner ghost cannot be compared with finding the son of the sun in the picture just now. Call Natasha Romanoff and get her back. Nick Fury turned to Hill and ordered. Hearing this, Hill nodded, took out his mobile phone, and dialed Natasha Romanoff's number. Half an hour later, Natasha Romanoff drove to Nick Fury's office with a dark face. Just the day before yesterday, she had just been here and accepted 2 tasks assigned to her by Nick Fury. The one looking for an examining Spider-Woman and that COS Batman. As a result, she didn't even find these 2 targets. So Nick Fury called her back with another emergency call. What's the matter this time? Natasha Romanoff asked. It was obvious that she was not in a good mood. But Nick Fury obviously didn't want to take care of Natasha Romanoff's emotions. He directly threw out a file and asked Natasha Romanoff to take a look. Again, Natasha Romanoff seems to have figured out what Nick Fury is going to say later. It's nothing more than a mission that must be done by you, and it's all for world peace or something. This set of rhetoric, to be honest, Natasha Romanoff can already recite it backwards. If she hadn't sincerely wanted to keep the hard-won peace in the world today, to be honest, she would have quit long ago. Why do so many agents in SHIELD entrust her with such a difficult task? It is also euphemistically called, it's up to you. It's as if she knows the duplication technique. She is also a human being. It also needs rest and sleep. It's almost 1 a.m. now. Also call her to arrange new tasks. Natasha Romanoff really wants to say, thank you. Although she was complaining so hard in her heart, Natasha Romanoff still picked up the document in front of her and started to read it. The more she watched, the more shocked Natasha Romanoff became. The content of the document was not much, and she read it quickly. And when she put down the file, she still couldn't calm down in her heart. Are you sure it's true? Natasha Romanoff couldn't help asking. With her professionalism, she shouldn't have asked such a question, but she still couldn't hold back. It's true, I saw it with my own eyes. Nick Fury has calmed down now, so he can talk about it with Natasha Romanoff calmly. Then what about the 2 investigation targets? Asked Natasha Romanoff. Leave it alone. Let him be the main target. Nick Fury said, there are priorities, but the most important thing now is to find this man who walked out of the sun. Otherwise, if a humanoid self-propelled nuclear weapon is allowed to live in the United States, and no one knows who he is, Nick Fury really can't feel at ease. The sooner this matter is resolved, the better. Even if they can't control the target temporarily, at least they have to know who the target is. In this way, it is also convenient to understand the target's temper, so as to make an evaluation report for the other party. More or less can be a little comfort. Okay, I'll try to find this person. Natasha Romanoff nodded. Thanks a lot. Nick Fury also knew that he assigned so many heavy tasks to Natasha Romanoff at once, and Natasha Romanoff must have some complaints in his heart. But there is no way. With this ability, he cannot be trusted. Can be trusted, but not as good as Natasha Romanoff, suitable for this kind of search task. Now SHIELD has internal and external troubles, and Nick Fury is also very difficult to do. So he can only hope that Natasha Romanoff can understand his difficulties and not go to work with resentment. Definitely. In terms of professionalism, Nick Fury will not doubt Natasha Romanoff. As an agent, Natasha Romanoff is definitely the best of the best. January 10th, Saturday. It has been a week since Roddy signed in and obtained Black Emperor Zhao's energy absorption ability. In the past week, Roddy has signed 7 more times. In the end, he was really right. The ability that he signed to Haiwang Xiao that day was really a sacrifice of his luck in the future. Because of the 7 follow-up check-ins, without exception, Roddy only obtained the most trashy Epsilon-level variant ability. Of course, Roddy won't keep these rubbish abilities, so all of them were broken down by him, except that one of the proficiency obtained after the decomposition was assigned to the teleportation ability, which raised its development level to level 3. The decomposed proficiency of the other 6 abilities was all assigned to the energy absorption ability by Roddy. Therefore, now Roddy also has 2 variant abilities whose development level has reached level 3. A teleportation and energy absorption, especially the latter. At level 2, the upper limit of absorbed energy is equivalent to the sum of the energy of a 10 million ton equivalent nuclear weapon explosion. After upgrading to level 3, this upper limit has increased tenfold. Roddy thought before, would something happen to keep such a huge energy in his body all the time? After all, the energy stored in his body had reached 95% of his absorption limit at that time, and some daily consumption is simply negligible. Compared to such a huge amount of energy, it is completely negligible. But if Roddy encounters any powerful enemy, he will directly come up to him and give him a ruthless blow. If he exceeds the upper limit of his energy, it will be terrible. This is probably why Haiwang Xiao never kept too much energy in his body, obviously to avoid that from happening. But now Roddy can rest easy. The upper limit of energy has been increased by 10 times, and the accumulated energy of 95% has suddenly dropped to 9.5%. If someone wanted his energy to exceed the upper limit so that he would self-explode and hurt himself, how powerful would that be? After all, the 90.5% remaining energy gap is fully equivalent to the energy produced by 90.5 million ton equivalent nuclear weapon explosion. What kind of existence can burst out such a powerful energy with one blow? Not even Captain Marvel could do it. Even if Odin is holding Gungnir, He can't reach this magnitude with a single blow, right? Unless it's bombarding Roddy with Bifrost energy. That's what makes it possible. But Roddy didn't provoke the God King of Asgard. People have a brain twitch to use Bifrost, a destructive weapon, against Roddy. Therefore, Roddy can then safely and boldly retain this huge energy in his body. There is no need to find an opportunity to release it. The sound of splashing water sounded. In the open-air swimming pool, Roddy came out of the water. He wiped off the water on his body, then turned and laid down on a recliner, while basking in the sun, while swiping the phone. At this time, a figure suddenly flew over from a distance and landed steadily on the terrace. "Hi, I just passed by here." Gwen, who was wearing a spider battlesuit, said hello to Roddy. "I welcome you here anytime," Roddy said with a smile. "Would you like some water?" Hearing this, Gwen laughed and said, "Hot water again?" "Definitely. Drinking more hot water is good for your health," Roddy said, turned and went into the house. When he came out, he already had a cup of steaming hot water in his hand. "Give." Roddy handed the cup to Gwen. "Thanks." Gwen said thank you politely, then took the cup, turned around, and sat directly on the railing at the edge of the terrace. "It seems that you are not afraid of heights." Roddy stood aside and said, "I kind of like high places." Gwen laughed, taking a sip of water as she lifted half of her mask. "I've never drank hot water before. It's quite special to feel the hot water slowly flowing into my stomach after drinking it." Gwen said, "What's on your mind?" Roddy asked her. Gwen obviously wouldn't come to him if there was nothing else to do. Moreover, Roddy could see that although Gwen kept laughing, she seemed a little depressed. "Did you see it?" Gwen didn't hide it. She nodded and said, "I do have something on my mind. Have you seen the discussions about me on social media recently?" "I usually don't like surfing the internet very much." Roddy spread his hands and said. Hearing this, Gwen's newly brewing emotions collapsed in an instant. "Not very online. Are you serious?" Gwen glanced at the screen of Roddy's phone on the recliner, which still displayed the Facebook interface. "Well, I actually saw it." Roddy smiled and said he was just joking. "So, you're worried about what those people on the internet say about you?" Gwen nodded. To be honest, when Gwen first obtained this super ability, she never thought about using it for anything. She's just an ordinary little girl who yearns for a happy life. She usually likes to play in bands. Her biggest dream is to go on a tour across the country in the future. As for becoming a superhero or something, she hadn't even thought about it before. But when she couldn't help using her ability to help those in need for the first time, Gwen found that she quite liked that feeling, especially when I see the grateful expressions of the people I helped. She even felt that the whole world became much brighter. However, the superhero's life is not so rosy. Some people thank them, and naturally some people hate them, and even slander and maliciously slander them. Gwen also persuaded herself at the beginning not to care about these external remarks. But when she came into the eyes of more and more people, the overwhelming negative comments directly crushed Gwen's little heart. She began to doubt herself, whether hesitation should continue to be a superhero. When a thing that would make people feel happy becomes annoying or even painful, the first thing people think about is whether to continue. So is Gwen. She's not sure if she likes being a superhero, or do you just like the feeling of being appreciated? If it's the latter, then she should give up being a superhero now. Because there are far more people who hate her now than those who like her and thank her. Gwen didn't know why. Obviously what she was doing was a good thing. But people never seem to remember the good things a person does, only what she doesn't. For example, there was a popular discussion on the internet recently. Why didn't you see Spider-Woman at the scene of the Pulente apartment fire? The Pulente apartment fire was an event 2 days ago. It was around 9 o'clock in the evening, and a fire broke out in the Pulente apartment in Bronx District. It was a 7-story apartment building. Each floor had 6 or 7 small apartments, and more than 100 black people lived there. It is well known that the largest number of blacks and Hispanics in the Bronx area. Moreover, the economy there is relatively underdeveloped, the environment is chaotic, public security is poor, and crimes often occur. The fire that day was also an arson case. The economic losses caused by the fire were not much, but several black people were burned to death, which attracted a lot of social attention. Originally, everyone was discussing when the police would catch the murderer. But I don't know when it started, but everyone started discussing why Spider-Woman, who has been active in Liberty City recently, didn't go to save people. Then there was a whole bunch of people saying that Spider-Woman is a racist, that she doesn't treat black people as human beings, and stuff like that. In good conscience, Gwen was never a racist. Although she didn't like black people very much, she definitely didn't mean to hate them. Mostly just not close. As a result, she became a typical example of racial discrimination on the internet, treating black lives like pigs, dogs, and animals. To be honest, this kind of remark actually offended the Animal Protection Association somewhat. But Gwen obviously didn't care about that. She was raped by the internet, and it was still a cyberbullying on trumped-up charges. I'm not racist at all, and I was in a different location that night arresting another gang of criminals, and I had no idea there was a fire there. Gwen was very wronged. She felt that she had done nothing wrong, so she was going to be scolded like this. My heart is cold. Tired. Then you don't want to be a superhero anymore? Roddy asked her. Hearing this, Gwen hesitated. She really didn't have the idea of becoming a superhero before. She also doesn't have the greater ability comes with greater responsibility mentality of other Spider-Mans. But since becoming a superhero, Gwen has gradually fallen in love with this feeling. It's like the feeling she felt when she performed for the audience on the stage. She liked this feeling and couldn't bear to give it all up. But she really can't take it anymore. Roddy sees that Gwen doesn't really want to give up on being a superhero. She was just hurt by those keyboard warriors on the internet. So, Roddy said, if you want to continue to be a superhero, then you have to learn to ignore the judgments of those people on the internet. No one is perfect. No one can be perfect. Even the Avengers still have a lot of sunspots on the internet. Legends like Captain America, don't many people dislike him? I'm not saying that to allow you to accept the criticism of these people, because some people are born with no brains, and their happiness is always based on other people's pain. I said this just to tell you that your abilities are limited, and you can't help everyone. If you want, you help those who you can. If you don't want to, you don't care what they will say afterwards. Is it possible that because of some words of some people who have nothing to do with you, you can control your life? To hell with them. Remember one sentence. The greater the ability, the greater the desire. You just have to make sure you're not going to hurt someone else, and you're doing pretty well. If you can use your ability to help some people, then you're already an angel. So, don't be too demanding on yourself. Let yourself go. As long as you can have a clear conscience, that's enough. Landing on the railing, Gwen fell into deep thought after listening to Roddy's words. After a long time, she nodded as if she had figured out something. I see what you mean. I'm the one who got into a dead end. Gwen said, as you said, the greater the ability, the greater the desire. I can control my desire, and it is enough to have a clear conscience. It is impossible to demand too much of yourself to be perfect. I was too persistent in the past. I won't do that again in the future. Children can be taught. Roddy watched Gwen's changes and nodded in satisfaction. A perfect superhero does not exist. Superman has flaws too, and that would be tiring. Gwen is just a girl who has just grown up. She shouldn't have to bear so many things. Just as this uncle guided the direction of Peter Parker's life, today Roddy also guided Gwen to a new direction in life. The only difference is that this uncle asked Peter Parker to do his best. And Roddy's request to Gwen is just be happy. Spider-Woman, be a superhero out of interest. Let go of the burden and start light. Roddy smiled and held out his hand, looking at Gwen. Gwen looked at him, then smiled and took his hand. Is it out of interest? That seems pretty good, too. After enlightening Gwen, the two chatted for a while before Gwen left on the swing. Before leaving, Gwen exchanged social accounts with Roddy. Said yes. If yes again, you can find her through this account. Definitely. Gwen's must be her trumpet. Otherwise, wouldn't it be revealing his identity? For the time being, Gwen doesn't want to tell Roddy her true identity yet. Although after what happened today, Roddy seems to have become Gwen's best friend next to his family. But even good friends need to have some little secrets of their own. On Monday, Roddy got a call from Harry. It is said that the company has a meeting in the afternoon and needs him, the new shareholder and vice president, to attend. Roddy, who happened to have nothing to do, agreed casually. In the past 2 days, he still hasn't signed in to get any better variant ability. The 2 check-ins were rubbish Epsilon class, all of which were broken down by him to improve the development progress of energy absorption ability. I don't know when this unlucky day will be the beginning. Roddy began to miss the days when he often signed in to get Delta ability. Although the Delta level ability doesn't have much combat effectiveness, but at least this thing won't bring about any changes in appearance. Integrate, there will be no problem. Unlike the Epsilon class, as long as Roddy dares to integrate one, he will immediately become non-human. He is also convinced. 2 p.m. Roddy drove a blue and white Koenigsegg to the headquarters of the Osborne Group in Liberty City. After parking the car in the exclusive parking space for the company's senior leaders, Roddy got out of the car and walked into the building with a badge. The badge was given to him by Harry before. Without this thing, even if you are a shareholder of the company, you cannot enter the building. Speaking of which, this is also the first time for Roddy to come to Osborne Group. Although he and Harry were good brothers before, Harry originally didn't want to see his father, and he didn't come to the Osborne Group very much, let alone Roddy. So, today was also the first time Roddy walked into the building. As soon as he walked into the lobby on the first floor of the Osborne building, Roddy saw a huge amount of three-dimensional projection coming into view. The person who projected it was none other than the deceased Roman Osborne. As the founder of Osborne Group, even though Roman Osborne is gone, traces of his existence still remain in every corner of the company, including the huge three-dimensional projection that you can see at the first sight after entering the door. Harry didn't even change the image to his own. Roddy smiled and muttered. It could be seen that since the death of Roman Osborne, the relationship between the two fathers and sons has indeed eased a lot. Otherwise, with Harry's temper in the past, the virtual projection of Roman Osborne would have been replaced long ago. After all, Harry was the chairman and CEO of the Osborne Group now, and he had the power to do so. At the same time, just when Roddy walked into the Osborne building, Gwen, who had just delivered a document on the 3rd floor, also happened to see Roddy walking into the lobby. Gwen was a little surprised to see him here. How did he come here? Is Roddy an employee of Osborne too? Thought Gwen. But considering the house Roddy lives in and the car he usually drives, even if Roddy is an employee of Osborne, it is definitely not as simple as an ordinary employee. Otherwise, where can we get so much money to buy a car and a house? Should I meet him again later? Gwen suddenly thought of something funny, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The person Roddy knew was Spider-Woman. What did it have to do with Gwen Stacy? So this does not prevent Gwen from getting to know Roddy again, but this time in her capacity as Gwen Stacy. Thinking that if Roddy finds out that he is Spider-Woman in the future, the expression on his face will be quite wonderful, right? Gwen chuckled, then watched as Roddy walked downstairs into the elevator and disappeared from her sight. The elevator doors close. Roddy suddenly laughed inexplicably. It turned out that when Gwen saw him just now, he actually noticed Gwen too. It's just that Gwen thought Roddy didn't know her. As everyone knows, from the moment they first met, Roddy knew who she was. I'll get to know her again after the meeting. I wonder if Gwen will be surprised. Roddy thought. However, neither of the two thought that the other would have exactly the same thoughts as themselves. But the one who takes the initiative is always Roddy. After all, who made him see through everything long ago. Ding! The elevator has arrived. Roddy came out of the elevator and met Harry, who had been waiting for a while. You're here. Harry rushed up to meet him and dragged him towards the conference room. Don't worry, the meeting time isn't 2:30, it's still early. Roddy said, now it's 29 points, you still plan to step on it. Harry glanced at him speechlessly, but at this moment he also noticed the curious eyes of the surrounding employees and knew that it was not good for him as the president to hold someone like this, so he let go of his hand. Hurry up, everyone else is here. Harry turned around and said, with such positive meetings, it's no wonder they're making money. Roddy joked and followed Harry into a meeting room in front. At the moment, in the conference room, as Harry said, everyone else has already arrived. Just the two of them. Sorry, something was delayed, Harry said with a smile. And Roddy just glanced at these people present and then sat down on the first seat on the left. Mr. Luo, it's the first time we meet. Please give me some advice. A man wearing glasses and looking gentle next to him greeted Roddy. Seems like who are you? Roddy looked at him, completely unaware of who this guy was. My humble Yamada Kamamoto. The gentleman introduced himself. It turned out to be a native of Sakura. No wonder he looked so polite. But the people in this country just look polite, and they might not know how to plot against you behind their backs. It is a typical smiling tiger. So, it's Mr. Yamada. How are you? Roddy nodded at him. Then ignore him. Roddy has never had a good impression of people from Sakura country. What's more, this is still a smiling tiger. The meeting begins. Listening to what these people were discussing, Roddy felt very bored. And Harry, who was sitting on a main seat, was also looking at the old people in the company below with a half-smile expression. These old guys have been a lot of trouble for him recently. However, unlike the major shareholders who had already gone to hell to report, these old guys just made Harry feel a little bit unhappy, and they didn't really threaten his position in the company. Therefore, Harry was also willing to play with them, instead of going straight to the bottom like before. And by the way, Harry can also get used to the intrigues in this circle as soon as possible. After all, he will have to experience these in the future. It's better to adapt in advance than to encounter someone who is completely confused in the future, right? So he was also willing to spend some time fighting with these old guys. During this time, Harry felt that he had really learned a lot. These are things he hadn't learned in books before. Belonging is real hands-on experience. The meeting lasted for more than an hour. Open from 2:30 p.m. to almost 4 p.m. Roddy didn't say a few words the whole time, and basically spent playing with his mobile phone. When the meeting was over, Harry proposed to invite Roddy to attend a dinner together, but Roddy refused immediately. Please forgive me, a business banquet like this is the most boring. Roddy had a disgusted expression on his face. It's enough for you to suffer yourself. Don't try to pull me in again. Seeing Roddy's expression of not wanting to go, Harry also smiled helplessly. Okay, but there will be a yacht party at sea on the 25th of this month. 3 days and 2 nights. You must like it. Don't forget to attend then. See if I'm free then. Roddy waved his hand and said, what happened on the 25th is only on the 12th today, so he doesn't know if he will have something to do that day. So, let's talk about it then. But if there's really nothing to do, he is still very happy to participate in activities like this kind of yacht party. Leaving from the floor where the conference room was located, Roddy took the elevator downstairs, ready to find Gwen. As a result, the elevator stopped when it reached the 15th floor. The elevator door opened, and Roddy saw Gwen standing outside, holding several documents. Hello. Gwen walked into the elevator pretending she had never seen Roddy before. Hi. Which floor are you going to? Roddy nodded and asked. Floor 6, thank you. Gwen replied. Roddy pressed the button for the 6th floor. Neither of the two people in the elevator spoke, and the elevator descended rapidly. We soon reached the 6th floor. The 6th floor is here, Roddy reminded Gwen gentlemanly, and Gwen also smiled at him, and then stepped out of the elevator first. Ding! The elevator doors slowly closed. At this time, Roddy looked down and saw a work card dropped on the ground. Picking it up, it was the badge of Gwen who had just stepped out of the elevator. Roddy couldn't help blinking, somehow feeling that the development of the plot was so familiar. At the same time, Gwen, who just came out of an office on the 6th floor, also found that her badge had been dropped. It was clipped on the coat pocket, but it fell out somewhere. Where did it go? Gwen frowned involuntarily. It's not a big deal if the badge is dropped, but it's also quite troublesome. What's more, she's just an intern, and she managed to get this opportunity from the school to be an intern at Osborne Group. I don't know how many people envy her. If this is done by someone with a heart, it will easily leave a bad impression on the instructor. Are you looking for this? Just when Gwen was a little anxious, a hand suddenly held her badge and handed it to her. Great! Did you pick it up? Thank you so much. Gwen reached out to take the badge and raised her head to look at the other party. It's you. Gwen looked at Roddy, standing in front of her in surprise. You fell in the elevator just now, Roddy said with a smile. It turned out to be dropped in the elevator. Gwen said, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have to get another one, but that would definitely leave a mess on the mentor's side impressive." "It's nothing, just a little effort." Roddy said, "Are you also an employee of the Osborne Company?" Gwen asked. Hearing this, Roddy took out a badge from his pocket and waved it in front of her. "Replacement as fake," he said with a smile. And Gwen also saw the title of Vice President on the badge, and couldn't help being surprised. "You are the new Vice President who has never appeared in the company? Hey guys, who's programming me behind my back?" Roddy thought. Unexpectedly, the Vice President of Shanine was gossiped by the employees below. "If there is no second one, it should be me." Roddy nodded. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean that." Gwen also realized that she seemed to have accidentally complained about Roddy, and quickly apologized. "Mr. Luo, you can take the position of Vice President at a young age. As a human being, everyone is just a little curious about you, so they will discuss it in private." "Understood." Roddy nodded. "Your name is Gwen, right?" Gwen nodded. "Midtown Middle School. I graduated from there before." Roddy said, "This is not nonsense. He did go to middle school in Midtown Middle School." "Unexpectedly, Mr. Luo, you are still my senior." Gwen was surprised. She really doesn't know this. After all, Roddy is not a well-known alumnus like Tony Stark, who will leave his own photos, statues, and so on in the school. What he left to Zhongqing Middle School is probably a history of romance. But Gwen probably hadn't heard of that stuff either. After learning that Roddy is her senior, Gwen also chatted with him. The two found a place to sit down, chatting about the interesting things that happened to Roddy when he was a student, and at the same time heard Gwen say how strict her tutor was, how difficult it was to get a college recommendation, and so on. During the chat, Roddy also knew that Gwen's tutor was Professor Connors. That is the famous Professor Lizard. However, the current Professor Connors has not turned into the big lizard who likes to stay in the sewer. At this moment, he is still an elite professor who is physically disabled and determined to conquer cross-species gene transplantation. Moreover, Professor Connors in this world is different from the one in The Extraordinary Spider-Man. He was not forced to use himself for human experiments before Roman Osborn was about to die, because the Roman Osborn of this world died suddenly, and he should have been able to last for another year or so, but suddenly he burped. Plus, Peter Parker doesn't have a father who worked for the Osborn group either. I don't know what the decay rate algorithm is. So Professor Connors is doing well for now. Even his cross-species gene transplant research project did not stop because of Roman Osborn's death, but was still going on. As the heir of the Osborn family, Harry had personally met Professor Connors before and had a chat with him about his research project. Speak up. Does the Harry in this world also have the genetic disease of the Osborn family? If anything, Harry must have known by now. After all, Roman Osborn will definitely leave a will for his son before he dies. It is impossible not to mention such a major event as a genetic disease in the will. But Harry never told Roddy about it. I don't know if there is any. I still don't want to talk about such a heavy topic. Or, have you found a solution? I chatted with Gwen for a long time, because the two had actually known each other for a long time, and they got acquainted quickly again. Therefore, now Gwen no longer calls Roddy Mr. Luo. It seems very raw. Instead, he called his name directly. "Oh, it's almost 4:30. Gwen, who was a little lost in the chat, glanced at his watch, only to realize that half an hour had passed. But she didn't feel that time had passed so long at all. It seemed like only a few minutes had passed. "Do you have anything else to do?" Roddy asked her. Gwen shook her head. 4:30 is my time to get off work." Roddy smiled. "That's just right. I'm leaving too. Since you're off work, shall I drop you off?" Roddy said, "How do you know we're on the way?" Gwen asked him with a smile. "As long as you live in Liberty City, then everything is on the way for me." Roddy said, "I don't believe it," Gwen said with a smile, then got up and said, "I'll go say hello to my mentor, and then to thank you for helping me find my badge, I'll treat you to dinner." "What a shame," Roddy said. "So what shall we have for dinner?" Gwen covered her mouth and laughed. "You are really interesting," she says. After Gwen went to say hello to Professor Connors, the two took the elevator downstairs together and left the Osborn building. "Get in the car." Roddy's gentlemanly helped Gwen open the passenger's door. "Is this your car?" Gwen remembered that the last time she saw Roddy on the road, he wasn't driving this car. But it seems normal for rich people to have several cars. After thinking about it for a while, Gwen didn't bother with this question anymore. Sitting in the car, Gwen found that such an expensive car was not comfortable at all. Not even as comfortable as her dad's police car. To be honest, I can't figure out why this car can be sold so expensive, she said as she fastened the safety. Is it expensive? I don't think so. Roddy looked at her and smiled. Gwen gave him a beautiful roll of the eye. So Versailles. Versailles? Roddy really didn't feel like he was in Versailles, although he was joking. But from the bottom of his heart, Roddy really didn't think how expensive this kind of supercar was. Let's put it this way. Roddy's total net worth now exceeds $10 billion US. Even if he throws the money in the bank for interest, this is already the lowest way to obtain profits. But even so, Roddy can get $400 million US every year just by taking the interest. Calculated, there are about 1.1 million a day, and a supercar like this only costs $1 million or so in the United States. That is to say, with the money Roddy earns in a day, he can buy a supercar of this level. So, why does Roddy think this kind of car is expensive? Do you think that what you can buy with a day's salary is expensive? And Roddy, it's not a salary. He doesn't need to work to get the money. In the dining room, the lights were dim, full of romantic atmosphere. This is a couple-themed restaurant. Roddy took the road, and Gwen didn't know where Roddy would take her to eat. It turned out that when I came to this restaurant, I realized that the people who came here seemed to be couples. This made Gwen blush a little. Fortunately, the lighting in the restaurant was very dim, so no one else could see that she was blushing. What do you want to eat? The two sat facing each other. Roddy raised his head and asked Gwen. Let me see. Gwen flipped through the menu. It turned out that the above dishes are very expensive. The price of any dish is more than her salary for a week of internship. Although Gwen's father is the chief of police, as an honest police chief, George Stacy really doesn't earn much money. At least compared with those of his peers who have other incomes, he is considered low income. Therefore, Gwen had never been to such a high-end restaurant, so she didn't know what to order for a while. Roddy obviously saw Gwen's concerns too. Well, why don't you let me guess what you like to eat? Roddy said. Hearing this, Gwen also looked at him, then nodded. Okay, then you can help. In the restaurant, the atmosphere is romantic. Roddy raised his glass and clinked it with Gwen, who was opposite. Cheers! Gwen's cheeks were flushed, and it was obvious that she had juice in her glass, but it felt like she was drinking. Tell me about your band. Roddy put down his glass and said. When mentioning the band he formed with his friends, Gwen suddenly became more energetic. He couldn't help but speed up his speech. Actually, it's not my band, it's ours, Gwen said. I'm a drummer in the band. Betty is the bass player, Glory plays the guitar, and Mary is the lead singer. This band is our heart. It does not belong to any one of us, but to this collective. Gwen talked about the band as if there were endless things to talk about at once. When she was Spider-Woman, she never talked to Roddy about the band because she didn't want to reveal her identity. This probably made Gwen a little suffocated. So this time she talked a lot. It was like writing their band into a band chronicle and then told Roddy from beginning to end. Roddy didn't show any sign of impatience. Instead, he listened carefully to Gwen's narration and said a few words of his own opinion from time to time. This made Gwen very happy. I think there is something in common between the two. It took over 2 hours for dinner. Because it was still relatively early to eat, it was just 5 o'clock. Therefore, it was less than 8 o'clock when the two left the restaurant. I feel like I've eaten a lot, and my stomach is a little full. Gwen touched her belly and said, How about going for a walk in a nearby park? Roddy suggested. Hearing this, Gwen nodded and agreed without thinking. After she agreed, did she realize that she was being too unreserved? Does it make Roddy think she's a pretty casual girl? Gwen was a little breathless, but Roddy didn't do what she thought. If others didn't understand Gwen, would he still not understand? This girl is usually not studying, or she's forming a band with a few good girlfriends, and recently added a Spider-Woman identity. How could she have time to fall in love? Gwen has never even held the hands of other boys. She is a pure love xiao bai. This position on Roddy's side is simply at the level of being killed indiscriminately. Definitely, Gwen is different from those ordinary girls. Other girls will only cry when they are bullied by their boyfriends. And Gwen might directly break the opponent's bones. He was even so angry that he might directly screw off the opponent's head. After all, she has this strength. But Roddy definitely wouldn't bully Gwen like that, although he is more fraternal. But for a good girl, he will still cherish and love her. He wouldn't just forget what his name was when he turned around like he did with the women who usually appeared by his side. In the park, there are many people walking at this point. Most live nearby. After all, if it was later, it would not be suitable to go out. Roddy and Gwen walk side by side. Talk about what you didn't finish talking about in the restaurant before. At this time, a few naughty children came from the opposite side, running towards this side while playing. Careful! Roddy took Gwen's little hand and pulled her closer. Several children quickly ran away. Roddy, however, had no intention of letting go of his hand. Gwen blushed and looked down, but she didn't intend to break free. The two continued walking hand in hand. It feels like time slows down at this moment. Everything around them seemed to be moving away from the two of them, but the distance between them was getting infinitely closer. Gwen didn't even know when she was held in Roddy's arms. When she reacted, she quickly ran away like a frightened rabbit. It's late, I should go home. Gwen lowered her head and pinched the corners of her clothes with both hands, feeling extremely nervous. It's quite late. Roddy glanced at the time on his watch, and it turned out that it was almost 9 o'clock before he knew it. No wonder there were not many people in the park. Even a few homeless people appeared. Let's go, I'll take you back, Roddy said. Then he reached out to grab Gwen's little hand and took the girl who had been looking down at him embarrassedly and walked out of the park. Behind her, Gwen looked down at the two hands clasped together, feeling sweet in her heart, a feeling she had never felt before. Is this what love feels like? Thought Gwen. But on the surface, the two just met today. Does Gwen think that this development is too fast? Although in fact they have known each other for several days. But Roddy didn't know she was Spider-Woman, did he? He must be very good at making girls happy. Gwen thought as she looked at Roddy, who was walking ahead. Thinking of the possibility that Roddy Jean was as good to another girl as he was to himself tonight, Gwen felt a little uncomfortable, even a little sour. Leaving the park, Roddy took Gwen back to the car. After getting in the car, he found that Gwen's mood was a bit wrong, as if he was deliberately avoiding his eyes. After thinking about it for a while, Roddy probably understood the reason. What's on your mind? So Roddy asked proactively. Hearing this, Gwen also looked up at him and said, Have you had many girlfriends before? You have practiced those just now on other girls, right? I don't deny that there are many women around me, Roddy said. But as for girlfriends, to be honest, I only talked about 2 when I was a student, and the last one was when I was in college. Only 2? Gwen couldn't believe it. Roddy is so good that Gwen thinks he must be an Aquaman. Just 2, nothing more, Roddy said, but not counting girlfriends never broke. Roddy was so honest that Gwen didn't know what to say. Blame him for being too carefree? But before today, they didn't really meet each other at all. What about me? Gwen asked, looking Roddy in the eye. At this time, she was much braver than before. Not at all like the girl who was shy to even meet Roddy's eyes. You are special. Roddy looked at her without hesitation. It's different from those women around me in the past. They can't compare with you. You just said it nicely. Gwen turned her head away, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. You are special. These words played back and forth in Gwen's mind. Which girl can deny that she is a special existence in the mind of the man she likes? Perhaps for those elderly women, Roddy's rhetoric is not effective at all. It is better to just throw a bank card in the past. But for a girl Gwen's age, material things aren't what she wants. It's the other party's sincerity. Queens, in front of an apartment building. Roddy stopped the car and looked at Gwen in the passenger seat. Arrive, he said. Well, thanks for taking me back. Gwen nodded and reached for the seat belt to unbuckle. At this moment, a hand held her little hand. Then there was a burst of heat, and Gwen's eyes widened. See you tomorrow. Roddy accepted it as soon as he saw it, and returned it without doing anything further. And Gwen couldn't speak at all. Although the previous conversation between the two in the car made Gwen want to reconsider the relationship between the two. But now, Gwen found herself reluctant again. Goodbye. After saying goodbye quickly, Gwen got out of the car and ran into the opposite apartment building as if fleeing. And Roddy in the car also looked at Gwen, fleeing with a smile. At this time, Roddy looked up as if feeling something. Through the windshield, Roddy saw a pair of angry eyes staring at him. Forehead. Roddy smiled awkwardly, then quickly started the car and left. If he read correctly, that person just now should be Gwen's father, George Stacy, right? Could it be that the previous scene was all seen by my future father-in-law? Rao is such a thick-skinned person like Roddy. He feels a bit overwhelmed right now. Fine. George was still calm, and he didn't just go downstairs with a gun to have a good talk with Roddy. Otherwise, it would be even more embarrassing. Boom. After going upstairs and returning home, Gwen leaned against the door, feeling her heart beating violently. How could he sneak up on me? Gwen blushed. At this time, Gwen, are you back? A middle-aged woman's voice came. It was Gwen's mother. Yes, your precious daughter is back, and someone drove her back in a luxury car. At this time, Gwen's father George also came out of the kitchen and said loudly, Dad! Gwen yelled hastily. She didn't expect that George saw the scene where Roddy sent her back just now. Did he see it too? No. It was in the car, and George sure didn't see it. Gwen comforted herself. Otherwise, she was really afraid that George would go after Roddy with a gun. After all, Gwen couldn't be more clear about his father's character. What luxury car? At this time, Gwen's mother also came out of the room. She asked her daughter curiously, Gwen, what did your father say just now that the luxury car brought you back? Is it your classmate? No, it's a friend. Gwen said, when did you have a friend who drives $1 million sports car? Why didn't I know? George came over and sat down with a glass of water, looked at his daughter in front of him, and asked, Millions? So expensive. Gwen's mother also looked at her daughter in surprise. But unlike George's angry mood, Gwen's mother is more curious about who the other party is, and what is the relationship with her daughter. Come on, Gwen. Talk to Mom. What's your name? How old are you? Gwen's mother hurriedly took her daughter to sit down, and then immediately asked about her identity information. Mom, Gwen yelled coquettishly. It's just ordinary friends, and you don't know each other. Ordinary friends will have dinner together? Is it so late to send you back? George, who was sitting across from him, put down his water glass heavily and said sternly, Why don't you tell me who that kid is? If the other party was a playboy who lied to his daughter's feelings, George would definitely lead someone to kill him immediately, no matter what kind of crime he would be charged with. At least let the other party lock in and learn a lesson. This kind of thing, George can definitely do it. And Gwen also knew that her father could definitely do that kind of thing, so she didn't want to talk about Roddy's situation even more. But the more she said nothing, the more George wanted to know. Even if you don't tell me, I can check that kid's license plate tomorrow, and I'll know when the time comes. George snorted coldly. Gwen was lost. After George said so, she had to briefly explain some of Roddy's situation to her parents. However, Gwen still emphasized that the two are currently just friends. Not what they thought. Vice president of the Osborne Group? Young and promising. When Gwen's mother heard about Roddy's situation, she seemed quite satisfied with the young man. But George was very upset. You are young and promising. I think he is just a playboy. Just like that Tony Stark. George said dissatisfied. What happened to Tony Stark? He's Iron Man. He's the superhero who saved Liberty City. Gwen's mother was immediately annoyed when George brought up Tony Stark. She's an Iron Man fan. How could he allow George to slander his idol in front of him? Seeing that her parents were about to argue about whether Iron Man was a superhero, Gwen quickly found an excuse and ran after lying in the room for a while. Gwen still couldn't help but took out her phone and opened Facebook, then found Roddy, who had added a friend before, edited a message, and sent it out. Gwen, are you home yet? My dad just saw you walking me home. Phew. Gwen, who heard the voice, picked up the phone. Sure enough, I saw that Roddy had sent back a message. Roddy, I see. Your dad was staring at me when I left. Seeing the content of the message, Gwen couldn't help laughing out loud. She typed with both hands and soon sent another message. Gwen, then you are miserable. Maybe tomorrow my father will bring someone to look for you. Roddy, it's okay. When the time comes, I will say that you took the initiative to ask me out. Gwen, nonsense. You took me to that kind of restaurant on purpose. Roddy, why does it sound so unprofessional? This is a serious restaurant. Gwen, I don't care. It's all your fault anyway. Roddy, yes, it's all my fault. When your father arrests me, remember to come and see me. Gwen, why do I always feel like you're laughing at me? I'm angry. Holding the phone, Gwen rolled around on the bed and kept sending messages. Before I knew it, it was past 12 o'clock. Gwen felt a little sleepy now. Gwen, I won't tell you anymore. I'm going to bed. Otherwise, I won't be able to get up tomorrow. Roddy, well, it's time for me to rest too. Good night. Gwen, good night, /kiss. For the last message, Gwen held hesitation for a while before mustering up the courage to send a kissing emoji. Roddy, got it. Repay you twice tomorrow. Seeing the message from Roddy, Gwen blushed and covered her face with her head. Shame on dead man. Putting down the phone, Roddy also showed a bright smile on his face. At this time, the red devil lying on the carpet next to him suddenly raised his head and called out to him. Wow, stupid dog. What are you barking again? Roddy patted Shagu's head angrily, and the latter stuck out his tongue and licked the palm of his hand, staring at him with a pair of wise eyes. It seems to be like saying, Master, you laugh so good, YD. Roddy's face darkened. That's right, it's time to sign in. Roddy glanced at the time, and before he knew it, it was already the next day. So he called up the system interface and completed today's sign-in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Cyclops' ability from Mutant Deadpool. Hearing this voice, Roddy's head was full of question marks. Deadpool? Are you sure about the system? Those are Cyclops, not overdrive, self-healing. Deadpool has a damn Cyclops. System, did you make a mistake? Roddy couldn't help asking. There will be no errors in the system. This Cyclops ability is indeed from Mutant Deadpool. The system answers. Nothing wrong? Roddy frowned. Following him, he suddenly showed a sense of enlightenment. That's right. In the old version of the X-Men series, Wolverine Logan's teammate was Deadpool, who was later experimented with by Wilhelm Stryker and turned into a humanoid weapon with many variant abilities. One of those abilities is Cyclops. Roddy finally remembered that the Deadpool mentioned by the emotion system was not the Deadpool Roddy thought at first. Although both are Deadpool, the fate is obviously not the same. And in Deadpool's independent movie, later Deadpool obtained a time travel device and went to the old version of the X-Men universe, killing that Deadpool himself. Although it's a bit of nonsense to kill with one shot, but it's exactly how it's done. But how does the time travel device travel to different parallel universes? Roddy didn't get it, or did he remember wrongly? In fact, it is not a time travel device, but a parallel universe travel device. Never mind, that's not important. Roddy remembered that the Cyclops of Deadpool was not like Scott, who needed the help of external objects to function normally, but could realize the freedom of switching by itself. If it were really Scott's version of Cyclops, to be honest, Roddy really wouldn't want it, because that thing can't be closed at all. Could it be that he will have to wear a pair of glasses all day long like Scott? Wouldn't that be the glasses that are his real body? Or can I just live with my eyes closed? Shoot the sky as soon as you open your eyes? Thinking of those bad pictures, Roddy couldn't help complaining in his heart. Fortunately, the system has given another version of Cyclops very thoughtfully. Finally, he avoided Roddy's miserable end as a blind monk. System, this version of Cyclops is switchable, right? In order to prevent himself from making a mistake, Roddy asked again beforehand. Yes. The system was still cold and only answered Roddy. But that's enough. After confirming that the Cyclops can be switched on and off freely, Roddy received it with confidence. First, Roddy took out a syringe, as usual, and bestowed Cyclops' ability to the normal saline in the syringe. Seeing the normal saline turn bright red, Roddy changed hands and put it into a small box, then threw it into a different space and put it away. Ding! Successfully bestowed the Cyclops ability of the target object, Deadpool. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Cyclops ability of 80 times strengthening. 80 times? Not bad either. Roddy was fairly satisfied with the result. Although the Cyclops ability is at the beta level, it does not mean that its lethality is not great. Rather, It is a beta-level variant of ability because it was originally flawed. But Deadpool's Cyclops, I don't know if it's still beta. After all, the biggest disadvantage has been removed. So it is possible to upgrade to alpha level. It is also possible. Just look at it and you'll find out. Roddy opened the system interface and found the newly acquired Cyclops ability. It's still a beta class. I thought it would become an alpha class. Roddy looked at the information on the interface, feeling a little puzzled. Obviously, the shortcomings of Cyclops have been made up, but why is it still at the beta level? Isn't the beta level mutant ability unable to become an alpha level because of its various flaws? In terms of combat effectiveness, many beta level mutant abilities are not inferior to some alpha level abilities. And Cyclops is a variant ability with full attack power. Powerful, long range, high speed, no matter how you look at it. It should be placed at the alpha level. How strange, Roddy murmured in his heart, and couldn't help but teleport to an empty and deserted place to test the actual effect of Cyclops. Level 2 Cyclops have two disadvantages over level 4. One is that the range is a bit shorter. It can almost hit the target 1,000 meters away. The second is that the power is smaller. The main lethality of Cyclops is reflected in the impact ability, and the impact power of level 2 Cyclops is much smaller than that of level 4. The gap between the two is almost 30 times. Therefore, if level 4 Cyclops can easily penetrate a mountain, then level 2 Cyclops can penetrate a few buildings at most. But Roddy Cyclops are 80 times strengthening Cyclops. Therefore, his level 2 Cyclops are actually stronger than normal level 4 Cyclops. After all, the 80 times strengthening not only strengthens the destructive power, but also strengthens the shooting range. As for proficiency in use, this requires Roddy to adapt and learn by himself. Anyway, in terms of destructive power, there is absolutely no shortage. 80 times strengthening means that Roddy level 2 Cyclops can hit targets 80,000 meters away. At the same time, the impact force can penetrate 2.5 mountains. With such destructive power and range, can you say that this ability is not strong? It exploded okay. However, the ability of Cyclops is indeed less interesting than energy absorption. Not to mention, Roddy's energy absorption is 1,000 times strengthening. In contrast, the 80 times strengthening seems to be nothing. Boom! There was a red light beam coming from a very far away, and it spanned thousands of meters almost instantly. All the obstacles along the way were smashed into pieces, and finally the red light beam slammed into a mountain. The hard mountain in front of the light beam, it was as fragile as tofu, and it was easily penetrated back and forth. Swish! The light beam disappeared instantly. It was Roddy who turned off the Cyclops. The red laser beams appear to be rays, but are actually shockwaves. Therefore, its speed is not the speed of light, but it is still very fast. According to Roddy's test just now, the speed of the laser beam is almost Mach 10. That is 10 times the speed of sound, 3,400 meters per second. According to Roddy's current maximum range of 80,000 meters, it takes about 23.5 seconds to attack a target 80,000 meters away. This time is not short. So if it is attacking a super long-distance target, Roddy has to make a prediction. Otherwise, you won't be able to hit it all. Definitely, the laser beam is not shot out and gone. Roddy can be released continuously. It's just that it causes intense mental exhaustion, and Roddy's current mental strength is actually mediocre. Normally, he only insisted on releasing continuously for about 15 minutes, and then he had to stop and rest for a while. But in fact, Roddy, who possesses energy absorption ability, can use it to restore mental fatigue and achieve a continuous release effect that never needs to stop. So, even if the prediction is unsuccessful, Roddy can constantly pursue and even bombard wildly. All the same, after testing the actual effects of Cyclops, Roddy teleported back to Paradise Mansion. For the next 2 days, Roddy and Gwen had a heated fight. The two often go out on dates together. It's like a boyfriend-boyfriend relationship. And Gwen's father, Chief George, still guards against Roddy just like he guards against thieves. He may have investigated Roddy's information and knew that he was a playboy, so he objected to Gwen being with him. But Gwen's age is when she is rebellious. The more her parents don't let her do something, the more she will do it. What's more, this time Gwen felt that he made the decision after careful consideration. Not to mention that George was the only parent who objected. Even if both parents object together, Gwen will never compromise. As Roddy's friend, Harry also expressed his surprise that Roddy had a little girlfriend. After all, what kind of virtuous man Roddy was. And, as his good friend, Harry knew it all too well. Apart from the fact that this guy had 2 girlfriends in a serious way when he was a student. Among the women who have been with each other later, which one can persist for more than 3 days. To say he's a scumbag is to flatter him. Simply a complete prodigal son. But such a prodigal son actually went ashore. No wonder Harry was so surprised. And just when Gwen was in a happy relationship and almost focused on Roddy. There is also a new Spider-Man in Liberty City. When Roddy saw the news about Spider-Man, he knew that this Spider-Man must be Peter Parker. It's not just a matter of body shape. The report also mentioned that this Spider-Man is a talker, and even the criminals caught by him complained that Spider-Man used words to torture himself during the process of arresting himself. Who else could it be if it wasn't Peter Parker? As for the new Spider-Man, Spider-Woman Gwen, who has been popular for a while, but whose popularity has plummeted recently, is also quite surprised. She knew very well that the reason why she obtained that ability was because she was bitten by an experimental spider from Osborn Company. But what about the Spider-Man in the news now? Could it be that he was bitten by a spider too? Gwen was very curious and wanted to find this Spider-Man and ask her face to face, but she was too busy recently to spare the time. Just have to wait for a while. Today is Saturday. Gwen has no classes, and Osborn's internship ended yesterday. Gwen successfully got the praise of Professor Connors and got the recommendation of the university she wanted, and Professor Connors also told her that if she wanted to, she could continue to come to Osborn for an internship during the vacation. Obviously, Gwen's academic quality makes Professor Connors quite optimistic about her. As for whether there is any factor related to the existence of Roddy, this is unknown. But Professor Connors does know that Gwen is dating Roddy, the mysterious vice president of the company. But considering that Professor Connors is the kind of person who puts academics above everything else, he really doesn't necessarily want to give Roddy face or something because of this. Afternoon. Roddy and Gwen had just finished eating at a restaurant near Central Park, and when they passed by an ice cream shop, Gwen looked eagerly. Roddy immediately understood and bought 2 ice creams, 1 for each of them. Mine tastes good. How about yours? Gwen took a bite of her ice cream, then looked at the one in Roddy's hand. It's okay. Do you want to try it? Roddy took it and placed it in front of her. Okay. Gwen originally had this idea and immediately took a sip. You're not as good as mine. Gwen commented. Really? I don't believe it, Roddy said, biting off the tip of Gwen's ice cream in one bite. Now Gwen quit and immediately withdrew her hands to protect her ice cream. You eat too much. I only ate a little. She guards food like a little hen. Roddy looked happy. The two walked and chatted. Somehow the conversation came to Spider-Man. Spider-Man is very popular recently. He has only appeared for less than a week, and he already has a lot of followers on Twitter. Gwen said this somewhat sourly, because she is Spider-Woman herself, and Spider-Woman has been fighting crime in Liberty City for a while. Although she's obviously not fighting crime as hard as the recent Spider-Man. But anyway, he is also a senior who debuted earlier, right? However, it seems that there are more people who like Spider-Man on the internet now. In contrast, Spider-Woman, who hasn't appeared in a few days, is already not as good as before. On the one hand, it is because of Gwen's passive business. On the other hand, it is also related to the negative comments she made on the internet before. Those comments made many people become fans of Spider-Woman. And now there's a Spider-Man. There is no harm without comparison. Compared to the hard-working Spider-Man, Gwen, the Spider-Woman, is really Buddhist. Fighting crime is not aggressive at all. But Gwen has figured it out since Roddy's enlightenment last time. At this moment, apart from being a little envious of Spider-Man's rapid rise in popularity, I have no other ideas, let alone change my Buddhist style because of this. She is a superhero driven by interest. When I'm not interested, I will not go to work, thought Gwen. Yeah, Spider-Man's popularity is really high. Roddy nodded. But the higher you stand, the harder you fall, just like the previous Spider-Woman. If he fails to do anything well, he may be criticized by those people on the internet at any time. Gwen nodded in agreement. She thought so too. Those people on the internet seemed to like to make a big fuss by staring at what the superhero didn't do well. She was too. The current Spider-Man may encounter this situation in the future. But relative netizens are also forgetful. No, Gwen hasn't appeared as Spider-Woman for several days, and now the negative comments about her on the internet are almost gone. Instead, some netizens began to express that they missed the days when Spider-Woman was around. This made Gwen feel that these people were really strange. Especially some of them are the people who scolded her online before. Now he says he misses her again? Really convinced. Roddy, which one do you think is better, Spider-Man or Spider-Woman? Gwen asked the question out of the blue. If someone else asked, Roddy would definitely evaluate it objectively and then give an answer. But now the one asking that question is Gwen. That's Spider-Woman herself. Roddy is not stupid. It is impossible to say that Spider-Man is more powerful than Spider-Woman in front of Gwen. Probably Spider-Woman. Roddy said, "Look, that Spider-Man was obviously very immature when he took the shot. I guess he must be young. You can actually hear it from the voice, and the voice is not fully developed. And in terms of expressiveness, Spider-Woman has easily lifted a van, and this Spider-Man is almost meaningless in comparison." Roddy demonstrated his point of view from several aspects, and Gwen on the side also nodded constantly, agreeing very much. Yes, Spider-Woman must be stronger than Spider-Man. Gwen nodded. Gwen, I didn't expect you to be a fan of Spider-Woman. Roddy looked surprised. This made Gwen very happy. He could barely resist telling Roddy that he was Spider-Woman. Still, she held back. Yeah, I'm a girl. Isn't it normal to like Spider-Woman? Gwen said with a smile. Really? Then let me tell you a secret. I actually know Spider-Woman. Seeing Gwen's appearance, Roddy knew that she must be secretly laughing. So he listened to her and whispered something in Gwen's ear. Roddy, do you really know Spider-Woman? Gwen feigned surprise. It is said that women are born actors, and Roddy feels that this sentence is not wrong at all. No, the Gwen in front of her is very good at acting. If he hadn't known it in advance, Roddy might not have been able to see that Gwen was acting. All I can say is, the acting is outstanding. Yeah, I did her a little favor once. Roddy said. Gwen thought to herself, it was not just a little favor. It was you who helped me out of my confused life. Late at night, a black shadow climbed over the outer wall of a hospital and landed on the lawn inside the hospital. Luke Kai-Key was perfectly integrated into the darkness, except for a pair of black and white eyes, scanning around vigilantly. After confirming that there was no danger, Luke Kai-Key quickly ran towards the hospital. Luke Kai-Key came to the hospital secretly at night. Of course, Luke Kai-Key didn't come to see a doctor. In fact, Luke Kai-Key has been eyeing this hospital for 2 or 3 days. Before he heard from Peter Parker that the Osborn Group was researching genetic spiders, he wondered if he should investigate the Osborn Group, in case they're doing some evil human experimentation or something. After a few days of hesitation, Luke Kai-Key still couldn't convince himself not to take care of this matter. So he began to monitor the Osborn Group, tracking some of the top executives of the Osborn Group. Finally, just 3 days ago, he found out what kind of mysterious experiment the Osborn Group was doing, and he found this hospital by following the clues. On the surface, the hospital is a serious hospital, but the biggest investor in this hospital is the Osborn Group. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the private property of the Osborn Group. And Luke Kai-Key investigated that people from the Osborn Group mysteriously transported some things to this hospital, plus a professor named Kurt Connors he was eyeing would sneak here from time to time home hospital. After another 2 or 3 days of observation, Luke Kai-Key decided to go deep into this hospital to investigate. If he could get a picture of the evil experiment of the Osborn Group, he would publish it directly. By then, no matter how rich and powerful the Osborn Group was, they would probably be very busy. And most importantly, this evil experiment will definitely not be able to continue. This is what Luke Kai-Ki wants to achieve. As for destroying all this with your own hands, Luke Kai-Ki is no longer the one who only knew how to shake his fist in the past, but now he has learned to use his brain. Boom! There was a muffled sound. A guard on patrol was knocked out with a sneak attack by Luke Kai-Ki. He dragged the guards into a utility room, then put on the guard's clothes. In this way, he looks like a guard working for the Osborn group. As long as he is not interrogated and he is more careful, there should be no problem. Luke Kai-Ki thinks his method is very clever. As expected, using the brain is different from punching. As he thought to himself, he swaggered out of the utility room and walked towards the basement. 10 minutes later, suddenly, harsh sirens sounded throughout the basement. Luke Kai-Ki, who just took 2 photos, looked at a female researcher in front of him who was yelling in horror and immediately looked like he had eaten a fly. Hateful. I obviously hit it well. How could I be found out? And it was discovered by a female researcher who was slacking off. This made Luke Kai-Ki very depressed. And following the shouts of the female researcher, more and more guards were also rushing towards this side. Luke Kai-Ki didn't bother to teach the female researcher who disrupted his plan. Anyway, he already got what he needed. Although there was only time to take 2 pictures. 2 pictures are enough. At the moment, in a laboratory just across from Luke Kai-Ki, through the bulletproof glass, you can see a huge amount of circular, transparent cage inside. Inside the cage was a strong black man in a prison uniform. What is shocking is that the body of the strong black man is covered with green scales, even on his face. And the whole person looked very painful, constantly beating the bulletproof and reinforced glass of the cage. On the side are some researchers in white coats. One of them is also holding a large bucket of green liquid, which is being poured into a huge amount of water tank. This picture, no matter how you look at it, is exactly in line with the evil experiment Luke Kai-Ki imagined. So he took out his mobile phone and took a picture of it as soon as he came. Unexpectedly, there was a female researcher playing with a mobile phone next to a vending machine. I was so lucky to see this scene secretly filmed by Luke Kai-Ki. Hence the current situation. He's here. When the female researcher saw the guards coming, she pointed at Luke Kai-Ki in front of her and shouted loudly, "Shit!" Luke Kai-Ki cursed secretly. Next second, a shuttle of bullets greeted him without any hesitation. Bullets jingled on the surface of Luke Kai-Ki's body. His clothes were torn, but his body was fine. What Luke Kai-Ki is most proud of is his strong defense. Definitely, his strength is also very strong. It can easily lift 40 or 50 tons of objects. If you hit someone with your fist, if you don't use this little force, you could directly blow him up on the spot. Luke Kai-Ki generally doesn't do that, though, because the scene was so bloody, it made him look like some kind of evil villain. "Come!" Luke Kai-Ki roared and rushed forward. Directly against the hail of bullets on the opposite side, he rushed to the front of these guards. Boom! There was a muffled sound. How could the guards in front of them stop Luke Kai-Ki, who was like a bull? The person who was hit on the spot was thrown off his feet. Luke Kai-Ki was fine for a while, but the guards were injured one by one. And Luke Kai-Ki didn't bother to fight, just ran away from the people who were in front of him. The most important thing for him now is to leave here and publish the photos he took. As for killing enemies, he is not a lunatic who likes to kill. The guards just now were only injured, none of them died. Go away. Get out of the way. Luke Kai-Ki strode forward. His speed is faster than ordinary people, but his speed is limited. Therefore, those guards quickly blocked his way, and more pursuers came behind him. Roaring, Luke Kai-Ki rushed up like a mad cow and tried to repeat the same trick, knocking all the guards away, and then broke out. But at this moment, the group of guards on the opposite side suddenly took out some strangely shaped firearms. Luke Kai-Ki had never seen these guns before, but when he saw the blue light in the barrel, as if there was energy flowing in it, he guessed that these guns must be not simple. Next second, it seems to be to confirm Luke Kai-Ki's feeling in general, with more than a dozen blue energy beams blasting out. Luke Kai-Ki was instantly blown away. Boom! Luke Kai-Ki shattered a bulletproof glass behind him in an instant, and countless glass fragments were flying in all directions. And Luke Kai-Ki himself felt a buzzing sound in his ears, as if he lost control of his body, can't get up. Catch it. At this time, a large number of guards felt that a captain directly ordered Luke Kai-Ki to be arrested. Captain, is this guy an experimental subject in a laboratory? His body can block bullets, and even an energy gun can't hurt him. A guard member looked at Luke Kai-Ki on the ground in surprise and said, although Luke Kai-Ki was stunned by the attack just now, it made him brain chaos for a while. Perhaps the energy beam unexpectedly did not actually hurt Luke Kai-Ki's body. It just made him very painful. No, I don't know where this guy came from. The captain shook his head. Who knows where this guy came from? But it's definitely not the guy from their research. After all, the captain of the guard couldn't be more clear about what their secret laboratory is researching. Isn't it just using those lizard genes to transfer them to the human body? Over the past period of time, they have dealt with many lizard-like experimental subjects. Without exception, they are all examples of failures. On the ground, Luke Kai-Ki's strong body quickly recovered from the dazed feeling. That's when he spotted several guards trying to put a strange pair of handcuffs on his hands. Knowing that once caught, it would be difficult to escape, Luke Kai-Ki immediately broke free from the shackles of these guards. He roared angrily and swung his arms, and the guards who caught him flew out instantly. "Stop him!" shouted the captain of the guard. And then Luke Kai-Ki saw those guards picking up that weird gun again. This time, Luke Kai-Ki learned his lesson. Knowing that this weapon was quite threatening to him, he no longer foolishly chose to resist, but chose to dodge for the first time. Boom! Boom! Explosions kept ringing in the underground laboratory. Luke Kai-Ki dodged around in embarrassment. At this moment, he wished that he could use his strength in exchange for faster speed. In this case, he would probably be able to easily escape the pursuit of these people. Fact, where did these weapons come from? Has the technology reached this level now? How did Luke Kai-Ki know that these weapons were developed by studying Chitauri's weapons, although they are not as high-end as Chitauri's weapons in terms of energy utilization? But the victory lies in its great power. Moreover, the attack speed of the beam is faster than the bullet, making it more difficult to dodge. If it weren't for the high cost, it would have been equipped in the army long ago. And now, also some special troops are equipped with such weapons. In addition, only rich and powerful existences like the Osborne group will equip their subordinates with some of these weapons. But not many. In this secret laboratory, there are a total of 15 such weapons. Now it's all out to Luke Kai-Ki. Luke Kai-Ki would feel honored if he found out, right? A few minutes later, a figure jumped out from the window through the broken glass. It was Luke Kai-Ki who fled in embarrassment. Shit. Luke Kai-Ki looked back and was almost blasted in the face by a blue energy beam. He was so scared that he turned around and ran away. Don't dare to make any stop anymore. Drive to chase. The chasing guard saw the target run away and immediately drove after him. Luke Kai-Ki had just climbed over the wall of the hospital, and when he looked back, he found that the other party was chasing him in a car. Immediately, he had an unlucky expression on his face. Fake. I'll pick a small alley and see how you chase after me. Luke Kai-Ki cursed angrily, then turned around and quickly rushed to the alley across the road. And the guards who just drove up to catch up didn't panic. Next second, more than a dozen motorcycles rushed to the front. The guard on the motorcycle fixed the energy gun on the specially prepared groove on the front of the car and then pushed the accelerator hard to catch up. Whoosh. Boom. Whoosh. Boom. The blue energy beam constantly bombarded Luke Kai-Ki, who was fleeing ahead. Luke Kai-Ki, who had just run into the alley, was hit by a beam of energy on the back, and instantly he staggered and fell to the ground. I hit it, a guard yelled excitedly. But in the next second, Luke Kai-Ki got up again and continued to run forward. And this time, he learned his lesson again. When running, come directly to a serpentine position. This makes it more difficult for the guards chasing after him to hit him. Coupled with the fact that there was a lot of garbage piled up in the alley, the guards on motorcycles couldn't speed up. For a while, The two sides seem to be at a stalemate. But both sides know that this stalemate will not last long. On the one hand, the alley is so long. When Luke Kai-Ki runs out of this alley, he will definitely be caught up by the guard behind him. On the other hand, more guards chose to drive to outflank him. So in fact, whether he has a chance to run out of this alley is unknown. Maybe before he ran to the end, he was blocked by the guards who rushed to outflank him from the other side. This time we're in big trouble. Luke Kai-Ki smiled wryly. He did not regret investigating the Osborn group, but his guess was proved to be correct. The Osborn group was indeed engaging in human experiments. He only regretted why he wasn't more careful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be exposed so quickly. That way, maybe his actions tonight will be successful. He wouldn't be chased and killed by these guards like a mad dog like he is now. I'm so unlucky. Luke Kai-Ki felt bitter. At this moment, Luke Kai-Ki, who had just turned a corner ahead, slammed on the brakes and stopped. Spider-Man. Luke Kai-Ki looked at Peter Parker, Spider-Man, who appeared in front of him in surprise. At the moment, Peter just hung up a robber and was about to say something, but when he turned his head, he saw Luke Kai-Ki in tattered clothes and looking like a homeless man. Uncle Kai-Ki, Spider-Man also exclaimed. That's what I want to ask. Luke Kai-Ki was speechless. Forget it, don't talk about it. Run quickly. Now is not a good time to chat. Although Luke Kai-Ki did not expect to meet Peter here, but to be honest, meeting Peter now might be good news. After all, although Peter is still a child, there is no denying that he will indeed be a good helper in the moment. Anyway, Peter is also a superhero with extraordinary power. Although he is still a minor, but it doesn't matter. Run? Why run? Peter clearly hasn't figured out what's going on. Fortunately, without Luke Kai-Ki explaining, the guards were chasing him arrived first. Boom! Several energy beams bombarded the walls and the ground. Peter almost got hit. Fortunately, his reaction is far more flexible than that of Luke Kai-Ki, and spider telepathy reminded him in advance so that he did not miss the opportunity to dodge. What's this? Peter looked in amazement at the beam of energy emerging from the muzzle of the gun. When did the weapons of the United States become so advanced? Peter had the same thought as Luke Kai-Ki had before. But obviously Luke Kai-Ki himself didn't know this question, so it was impossible for Peter to answer it. Don't worry about it, just run. Luke Kai-Ki hurriedly shouted. When Peter heard this, he nodded quickly. Although he hasn't figured out what happened, it's just right to run. But the next second, there's someone else here. Get rid of him. Then a blue beam instantly hit the mugger Peter was hoisting with the cobweb. In an instant, the human body was torn apart. The light beam that hit Luke Kai-Ki only made him feel painful, but it turned out that the robber was smashed into pieces on the spot. The bloody scene stunned Peter, who had never seen such a scene. He stood there blankly, even forgetting to run away. Then, the next second, Spider-Man! Luke Kai-Ki yelled and jumped on it. In the next second, several beams of energy hit his back, blasting him and Peter into the air. It wasn't until this moment that Peter suddenly reacted. Uncle Kai-Ki! Peter yelled. The eyes under the mask were red. He thought Luke Kai-Ki died trying to save himself. The whole person is dumbfounded. But at this moment, Luke Kai-Ki in his arms suddenly hummed and said, Okay, I'm not dead yet. Get up and run away. Hearing that Luke Kai-Ki was not dead, Peter burst into tears of joy. Uncle Kai-Ki, you are not dead. Luke Kai-Ki. How? You still expect me to die? Speechless Luke Kai-Ki struggled to get up. Pain. It hurts so much. He felt as if his entire back had temporarily lost consciousness. Although it was better than when he was hit by more than a dozen attacks at the same time in the laboratory, it was not much better. Walk. Luke Kai-Ki got up and grabbed Peter, and the two quickly started to escape under the hail of bullets. A bustling street with neon lights. Roddy held Gwen's little hand. The two had just finished watching a movie in the theater. At the moment, Gwen was still immersed in the plot of the previous movie. Her eyes were a little red. So Roddy put his arms around her and comforted her in a low voice. After a while, Gwen laughed happily. Not as sad as before. It's getting late. I should go back in a while. Gwen looked at the time and said to Roddy, Indeed, it is already 9 o'clock. If it weren't for the fact that this street belongs to the bustling downtown area, there would be no people there by now. I promised to take you home before 10 o'clock. Roddy said. 10 o'clock is the time Gwen's father, Director George, set for her. In fact, it was originally 9 o'clock. Then Gwen managed to push back an hour to 10 o'clock. Gwen nodded slightly, then rested her head lightly on Roddy's body. At this time, suddenly, several fast cars passed by at the intersection ahead, which caused dissatisfaction among many passers-by. Hey, drive carefully. Damn it, you splashed all over me. It's my new clothes. Go to hell, drag racing party. Passers-by cursed, and some people threw the drink in their hands and smashed it on the rear windshield of the car. At this time, several cars stopped with a sudden brake. The passers-by who were still cursing just now shut up. I dare not speak anymore. The door opened, and a team of heavily armed guards got out of the car. They carried rifles and wore helmets and face shields, so their faces couldn't be seen. Passers-by around were terrified. The guy who just passed the drink turned pale with fright. His legs were shaking like noodles. However, the team of guards who got off the car didn't care about these passers-by at all, but rushed directly into an alley in front of them. It seems that something happened. Gwen knew immediately that this must have happened. The guards who had rushed into the alley just now had the Osborne Group logo on their combat uniforms. Explained that these people are security personnel belonging to the Osborne Group. Liberty City is always full of disasters. Roddy also nodded and said. He turned to look at Gwen beside him. Although Gwen didn't know it, Roddy actually knew that Gwen was Spider-Woman. Therefore, Roddy was also wondering at this moment, would Gwen want to go over and see what happened? But soon Roddy found that Gwen didn't seem to have such an idea. She just glanced curiously and then looked away. Let's go somewhere else for a while, and then you could take me home, Gwen said. Hearing this, Roddy knew that Gwen had really changed. If it was her in the past, she would definitely find an excuse to leave now, then put on Spider-Woman's gear and rush over to see what happened. But since Roddy enlightened her last time, Gwen has become very Buddhist. She began to not care about what those people on the internet said about her. For the career of superhero, I no longer demand too much on myself. Roddy thought it was fine. There are many superheroes in this world, but not every superhero is as busy as Spider-Man. Like Avengers, they haven't been seen in a long time. Since the end of the Chitauri invasion, except for Iron Man, the Avengers have been showing up to the outside world, and the other members seem to have disappeared all of a sudden. Definitely, Roddy knew the other Avengers weren't gone. Instead, they're doing other things. For example, Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye Barton, a pair of elite agents, have been performing various tasks arranged by S.H.I.E.L.D., especially Natasha Romanoff. She is the busiest, and the same goes for Captain America Steve, currently plays in S.H.I.E.L.D. As for Dr. Banner, he hangs out with Tony, and the two have been working on anti-Hulk armor. Not to mention another Thor. He is the Prince of Asgard. Definitely go back to Asgard. So, superhero is not doing superhero things all the time. They also have their own lives. It is impossible to play the role of superhero all the time. In contrast, Spider-Man is an exception. Because of the career of superhero, my life has been messed up. But the Spider-Man in this world has not reached this point yet. After all, I'm still a child. I haven't entered the society yet, and I haven't experienced the beatings in this society. That's when Roddy and Gwen continued to date, not paying attention to the situation there. Peter and Luke Kai-Key, who had already run out of the alley, finally managed to get rid of those pursuers at this moment. Thanks to Peter, Luke Kai-Key is a berserker. You let him charge, and he's good at it. But if you let him escape and get rid of the pursuers, then it is not his field of expertise. Therefore, if it wasn't for Peter this time, Luke Kai-Key would definitely be arrested tonight. When the time comes, the result can be imagined. Finally got rid of those guys. Peter landed on the ground with Luke Kai-Key. He looked back and found that the pursuers could no longer be seen, so he was relieved. Uncle Kai-Key, who are those people? Why are they chasing you? After escaping from the pursuit, Peter couldn't help asking curiously. And when it comes to those chasing soldiers, Peter feels very uncomfortable. He thought again of the mugger who had been smashed to pieces. Peter blamed himself. Because the man was tied up by him, he was killed. Peter felt that if it wasn't for him, Mr. Robber would definitely not be dead. So he felt very uncomfortable inside. Peter, just leave this matter alone. I will take care of it. Luke Kai-Key doesn't want Peter to be involved in this kind of thing. And to be honest, he doesn't even approve of Peter being a superhero. Because in the eyes of Luke Kai-Key, Peter is just an underage child. He is only 15 years old. Such a young person should go to school, have a party with friends, or stay at home and play games or something. Luke Kai-Key really doesn't think it's suitable for Peter at this age, such as fighting and killing things like superhero. But Luke Kai-Key is not someone who belongs to Peter, and he is not qualified to educate Peter in this regard, and all he can give is a little advice. As for listening or not, that was Peter's own decision. So, Peter became Spider-Man, and Luke Kai-Key didn't say anything, although he disagrees with it from the bottom of his heart. But then again, if Peter wasn't Spider-Man, wouldn't he be able to escape tonight? Therefore, a drink and a peck are all related. Why? Uncle Kai-Key, do you think I'm not good enough? When Peter heard that Luke Kai-Key didn't let himself inquire about what happened tonight, he was immediately unhappy. He was still thinking about what he could do, not to mention redeeming all this, but at least he could bring the real bad guys to justice. This way he can feel better. But the result? Luke Kai-Key actually told him to leave it alone. Peter was unhappy at the time. You are young, Luke Kai-Key said. Here we go again. Another reason is that you are still young. Peter pouted, completely unable to accept Luke Kai-Key's point of view. He is young, but being young doesn't mean he can't do things well. Uncle Kai-Key, if it weren't for me, you might not be able to escape tonight, so I don't think I can't help you at a young age. Peter fought hard, wanted to be a part of this. But Luke Kai-Key refused to agree. It doesn't matter how gaudy Peter said. He would never let the underage Peter go on an adventure with him. The other party is not a good man and a believer, and he also has that kind of dangerous weapon. They were lucky tonight, so they escaped. But what if the luck is not so good next time? Luke Kai-Key himself is not afraid of death, because every day he lives now is just atonement. But Peter is still young. The future is still very long. He had a brighter future, and Luke Kai-Key felt he couldn't hurt the kid. Ultimately, Peter wasn't able to convince Luke Kai-Key to let him in on the action either. But despite this, Peter still decided to secretly follow Uncle Kai-Key. So even if Uncle Kai-Key refused to allow himself to participate, it would be useless. Thinking of this, Peter couldn't help but praise himself for his wit. In the study, Harry put down the syringe in his hand, with a pained expression on his face, as if there was a little mouse scurrying under his neck with blue veins. It took more than a minute for this situation to disappear, and Harry let out a long sigh of relief. We must speed up the research. The effect of this drug is getting worse and worse. Harry glanced at the syringe on the table and couldn't help frowning. At this time, his phone on the table rang. Harry picked it up to answer. After a while, "What did you say?" Harry stood up abruptly and shouted, "Is there something wrong in the lab?" Harry was slightly relieved when he heard that the laboratory was fine. But even so, the anger in Harry's heart couldn't be stopped burning. "What are you doing to eat?" Someone broke in, and the key point is that someone ran away. Harry growled at the person on the other end of the phone. He couldn't help being angry, because Professor Connor's research was the key to his cure of his genetic disease. Harry would absolutely go crazy if the experiment went bankrupt because someone broke in. "We must find this person. I want to know who sent him," Harry said angrily. The person on the other end of the phone also responded repeatedly, and then the phone was hung up by Harry. Putting down the phone, Harry still had an angry look on his face. Who will it be? He considered possible suspects. But it never occurred to Harry that the people he suspected were not involved in tonight's events at all. The real intruder is actually just Luke Kai-Key, who accidentally heard that the Osborn group is doing genetic research. So he couldn't help but start investigating. And Harry had never heard of Luke Kai-Key at all. So naturally, he never thought that the intruder tonight would be him. He thought it was some organization coveting the research results of their Osborn group. The next day, Roddy woke up from a deep sleep and felt something warm scraping his face. When he opened his eyes, he saw the big face of the Red Devil appearing in his sight. "Silly dog, you ran into my room again." Roddy pushed Silly Dog's head away angrily and sat up from the bed. Last night, in the middle of the night, he fired another crap ability. It seems that since that time, when he opened the Deadpool version of Cyclops, his luck has started to turn bad again. Poor Roddy thought the bad luck was over. It turned out that he was thinking too much. However, although the ability issued was rubbish, Roddy finally raised the development level of Cyclops to level 3 after the disassembly in the previous few days. In this way, the power of Cyclops has increased a lot, almost 5 or 6 times as much as before. Get up, take a shower, and get dressed. Roddy picked up the phone, saw the message from Gwen, smiled, and replied a message. "Phew, Gwen, lazy pig, did you just wake up at this hour?" Gwen quickly responded. While chatting with Gwen on his mobile phone, Roddy called the Restaurant Service of Paradise building and asked someone to deliver a breakfast. Although it's almost 9 o'clock now, after breakfast, the time is exactly 9:30. Roddy has a party to attend today. It's not something important, it's just that some rich second-generation friends around him invited him to watch a boxing match. However, the boxing match is not held in Liberty City, so Roddy has to take a private jet and fly to Vegas, which takes about 5 hours. It will take more than 10 hours to go back and forth. Therefore, he is not going back to Liberty City today. "I won't be back until tomorrow." Coincidentally, Gwen also has something to do today. Their band has a show in the near future, so they need to rehearse well recently, so they don't have time to date Roddy. Roddy also agreed to attend the party because he knew that Gwen would be busy these 2 days. Otherwise, it's just a boxing match. It's not as important as being with your girlfriend. In the office, Harry was dealing with the proposals sent up by the old fellows below. A load of rubbish. Harry turned a few pages and didn't bother to read anymore. The above content is simply treating him as an idiot. Do you really think he is a fool who doesn't understand anything? Obviously, it only needed an investment of 200 million yuan, but in the end, he had to ramble a lot, and it was raised to 500 million yuan. Do you really think Osborne Group's money is falling from the sky? So good money. Putting down the pile of documents, Harry rubbed the bridge of his nose with his hands, feeling that he had less and less rest time these days, and he was mentally exhausted. But he can't relax. The family's genetic disease is like a beast chasing after him. As long as he stops, the next second may become a full meal for the other party. Ding ding, ding ding. At this moment, Harry's cell phone on his desk rang. He picked it up and took a look. The caller ID was Captain Quinn's. Harry picked up the phone. "Boss, we found the intruder." Captain Quinn's voice came from the other end of the phone. Harry immediately sat up straight. His eyes lit up and said, "Found it? Good. Very good. The lab was hacked last night, and the intruder was found today." It had to be said that the efficiency was faster than Harry had imagined. Originally, he thought that if he didn't find it in 2 days, he would call and scold them, but he didn't expect to find it so soon. Who is the other party? Military? Bear? Or those lunatics in the Middle East? Boss, none of them. Captain Quinn said, "The intruder is a guy named Luke Kai-Ki. We found out that this guy had participated in a super soldier transformation experiment conducted by the military before. His original name was Carl Lucas. Later, I don't know why it disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was renamed Luke Kai-Ki." Luke Kai-Ki? Harry had never heard of this man. But after listening to Captain Quinn's introduction, he probably also knew that this person was not an ordinary person. "I haven't heard that this guy has participated in the military's super soldier transformation experiment." Needless to say, the experiment must have been a success. However, Harry had never heard of any super soldiers in the military. Obviously, this success was a bit like Captain America during World War II, and it was an accidental case. But under normal circumstances, the military should firmly control this super soldier. But now this guy who became a super soldier through military experiments actually went to hide in Liberty City and even went to his laboratory to do things. Obviously, the military is losing control of this super soldier. Even those idiots might have thought that the other party was already dead. Harry made up a lot of content in an instant. However, these are not important. The important thing is that people are found, which means they can carry out arrest operations. Notify the toxin team. This time the arrest operation will be handed over to them. Harry ordered over the phone. Captain Quinn's on the other end of the phone couldn't help being surprised when he heard that the boss was going to use the toxin team. Boss, the toxin team is not very stable at the moment, and accidents may occur during operations. Captain Quinn's reminded. When the time comes, you will follow along and keep an eye on them. If an accident occurs, immediately activate the destruction command. Harry ordered. Understood the boss. I will keep an eye on them. Captain Quinn's replied. 1:30 p.m. Manhattan, West Midtown. This area was originally called the Linton area, but due to some undisclosed reasons, people have become more accustomed to calling it Hell's Kitchen over time. This is a sanctuary for criminals. It is a place where the light of justice does not reach. It's here. Even in broad daylight, any crime may happen, and the police will never arrive within half an hour. Here, even a local police station in West Midtown dare not intervene. There will never be a police car to patrol here, and there will never be less than 5 police officers who dare to step into this area. This is the most chaotic place in Liberty City. It is hard to imagine that the island of Manhattan is the economic center of the entire Liberty City and the most prosperous commercial center. But there will be places like Hell's Kitchen here. Hell's Kitchen, Papa's Tavern. This tavern has been open in Hell's Kitchen for some years, and the owner of the tavern is a black uncle nicknamed Daddy. Dad is very famous in Hell's Kitchen. Even the famous Gene Bin will give Dad face. And there's also a rule in the old man's tavern. That is, no use of force is allowed. Even if it's a fight, you have to go outside to fight, or you won't give your father face. Not giving Daddy face is equivalent to not giving golden face. In Hell's Kitchen, no one dares to give Gene some face. Ever since this lunatic strangled his wife and children to death, everyone here knew that Gene Bing was insane. Although Gene Bin in the past was ruthless, he was still not a truly ruthless person. But since the death of his wife and children, Gene Bin has completely become a cold-blooded tyrant. In Hell's Kitchen, and even the entire underground world of Liberty City, Gene Bin is a well-deserved king. He can determine the survival of a certain gang in one sentence. You can also make a little bum a big shot with a single sentence. Some people call Gene Bin the underground emperor of Liberty City. There is nothing wrong with this sentence. In Liberty City, even the official department of the United States has to give gold and save face. It is conceivable how powerful Gene Bing is. Gene, with such a status, acquiesced behind his back, so naturally no one would dare to break the rules of the old man's tavern. No matter how arrogant and domineering the little gangster is outside, he has to obediently say hello to his father when he gets here. And here is where Luke Kai Key works. Super soldiers also want to make money to support themselves. Luke Kai Key is not a rich man. Before he became a super soldier, he was also a gangster, so he is very familiar with the rules here in Hell's Kitchen. And can a person like him, who forged his real identity, really find a decent job? Those bosses would never want someone like him. Even if you want it, it will squeeze your labor and wages like crazy. But not Papa's. Luke Kai Key can be treated with basic respect here, and can also get a standard salary. Neither be exploited nor discriminated against. So Luke Kai Key has been working here for a while since he came back to live in Liberty City. Serve as a bartender in a tavern. Yes, Luke Kai Key can also mix. Although there is no serious experience, the guests here are not the kind of rich people who play tricks. Everyone comes here to drink because of the atmosphere, not how delicious the wine here is. Definitely, cheap price may also be a reason. For Luke Kai Key, he is very satisfied with his current life. Although he didn't earn much, at least there was no trouble coming to his door. Everyone here respects Papa. By the way, I will pay a little respect to Luke Kai Key, who works at Papa's Tavern. So he is very happy here. Met a lot of so-called friends. But today Luke Kai Key's peaceful life is about to be completely broken. With the sound of several sudden brakes came from outside the tavern. 5 black SUVs parked on the road in front of the tavern, directly blocking the entire road. The movement outside quickly attracted the attention of these guests in the tavern. How many good people live in Hell's Kitchen? Here, 99% are extremely vicious people. The remaining 1% are those who are forced to live here. Obviously, among the guests in the tavern today, there is no such person. Therefore, when they saw a group of guys who were clearly ill-intentioned getting out of the car, almost all of them subconsciously took out their weapons and prepared silently. Although Papa's Tavern has a rule that no use of force is allowed, the group in front of him doesn't look like people from Hell's Kitchen. It's a bit like those lackeys raised by the rich. Jingling, the door of the tavern was pushed open. Quinns led someone in from outside the tavern. These people behind him are all members of the Osborne group, or the Toxin Squad secretly cultivated by the deceased Roman Osborne. There are a total of 18 members in the Toxin team. Each of them has undergone brutal experimental transformation, which makes each of them a terrifying killing machine. Physically, every member of Toxin Squad is comparable to Captain America in World War II. And they don't have any feelings, they just follow instructions. Kind of like the Winter Soldier. But unlike Captain America and the Winter Soldier, Toxin Squad is all monsters. The monsters referred to here do not mean that they are very powerful, but literally, due to the cruel and imperfect experimental transformation of the members of the Toxin team, each of them has become neither human nor ghost. Therefore, each of them wears a special mask on their face. This is not for being cool, but their faces are really invisible. Not just faces, but their bodies as well. Do you know what Deadpool looks like? The members of these Toxin Squads can only be more terrifying than Deadpool's appearance. And they are short-lived. Theoretically speaking, each member of the Toxin team can only live for about 1 to 3 years after the experiment is successful. After exceeding, their body genes will completely collapse, and then the whole body will turn into a puddle of pus. The kind of death, fortunately, the Toxin team can delay their lifespan by freezing them. So when not in use, it can be frozen directly. This ensures long-term use. But the brainwashing ability of the Osborne group is still not as good as HYDRA. After all, Hydra is an expert in this area, while the Osborne group is at best an amateur. That's why Quinn said that the Toxin team was still unstable. It is for this reason. At the moment, Queens who pushed the door and came in also glanced at these people in the tavern. The famous Hell's Kitchen. He definitely heard about it. But who is he, Quinns? The captain of the guard team secretly trained by the Osborne group, who once served as an instructor of a special force in the United States, is proficient in fighting, firearms, tactical layout, and other fields. Be a real top fighter, although the physical fitness is not as good as the members of the Toxin team behind him. But under the same conditions, he can beat 2 or 3 of them by himself. When Luke Kai-Ki invaded their lab last night, if it wasn't for this guy being indestructible and fuckingly powerful, Quinns alone would have taught him how to behave. Today, Quinns did not come alone. He brought a whole team of toxins, and I can't believe that Luke Kai-Ki got away with it. Luke Kai-Ki, or should I call you Carl Lucas? Queen's eyes fell on Luke Kai-Ki behind the bar. His eyes were cold and filled with resentment. After all, it was this guy who caused him to be scolded by the boss yesterday. No wonder Quinns hated Luke Kai-Ki. I didn't expect to be found by you so soon. Luke Kai-Ki put down the rag and sighed. He originally planned to resign with his father tonight, and then find a place to hide for a while before talking. In the end, he didn't expect the other party to come much faster than he had imagined. It's only the second day, and I found out where he works. To know, this is Hell's Kitchen. Surveillance is not popular here at all. Besides, Luke Kai-Ki is still a black worker. No information was registered at all. In the end, they were still found. Should say, is it worthy of Osborne? Hey, who are you? This is Papa's Tavern. Are you trying to make trouble? At this time, 2 strong black men on a nearby table stood up. One of them flicked a cigarette ash and said viciously to Queens and his group. Quinns glanced lightly at the person who spoke. Then, before everyone could react, the guy's head was blown off with one shot. Boom! After the gunshot rang out, the other people present reacted. This guy dared to kill people in Papa's Tavern. Everyone can't sit still. Especially the companion of the black man who was killed. He took out his gun and pointed it at Quinns and others. But the next second, Quinns just took a step back. Then the 4 members of the poison squad behind him rushed forward like ghosts. Immediately afterwards, a series of gunshots and screams sounded in the tavern. In just 10 seconds or so, the gunfire disappeared. The members of the 4 toxin squads stood there coldly, holding a bloody dagger in their hands. And around them were the gangsters who had just drawn their guns. It's just that at this moment, they have all turned into corpses. Blood stained the ground of the tavern red, and a strong smell of blood rushed to the face. Luke Kaiki looked at Quinns angrily. The latter looked at him with a smile. "Are you going to follow me obediently, or let me do it?" Quinn said. Just a second after he finished speaking, there was a gunshot, and small craters appeared on the ground. And a member of the toxin team who was standing there just now jumped to the ceiling. He grabbed the ceiling with a glove with sharp claws on his hand, and his whole body hung on it like a big black gecko. "Father, don't come out!" Luke Kai-Ki yelled loudly and quickly jumped out from behind the bar, standing in front of Dad, who came out with a shotgun. Pop was a black man with half-gray hair. It looks like Luke Kai-Ki even 2 or 3 points similar. At this moment, Luke Kai-Ki stood in front of him, staring fixedly at Queens and his party on the opposite side. "I'll go with you, but you are not allowed to hurt Dad," Luke Kai-Ki said angrily. "Can?" Quinns nodded. He's on a mission to catch Luke Kai-Ki, and as for Papa or something, he doesn't give a damn. Like these dead men on the ground. Life or death doesn't matter to him. "Luke," Dad grabbed Luke Kai-Ki, wanting to say something more. But Luke Kai-Ki turned around and shook his head at him, indicating that he had made up his mind. "Father, you have to take care of yourself in the future." Luke Kai-Ki hugged Papa and patted him on the back. Then he let go, turned to Queens, and said, "Let's go. Remember what you said." Quinn smiled and made a gesture of invitation. Luke Kai-Ki didn't give him a good face. He walked straight towards the outside of the tavern. "Luke!" Behind him, Dad yelled Luke Kai-Ki's name, while staring at Quinns and the others with fierce eyes. But Queens didn't care about his eyes at all. As for the few members of the Toxin team, they don't care much. They don't have their own consciousness at all. They are purely machines that follow instructions. Outside the tavern, Luke Kai-Ki was escorted into a car. He was handcuffed with special handcuffs. Even a powerful super soldier like him couldn't break free for a while. And as long as he wants to break free, the 2 members of the Toxin team, sitting on both sides of him, will teach him a lesson. "Drive, go back." Queens, who was sitting in the co-pilot, ordered. To be honest, today's action is far easier than he imagined. Although he had expected the Toxin team to be dispatched before, he would definitely be able to catch the target of Luke Kai-Ki. But I didn't expect the whole process to be so easy. It even made him feel like he wasn't having fun. Queens also didn't expect that this Luke Kai-Ki would have such a deep relationship with that old man named Daddy that he was willing to be arrested for each other. How stupid, Queens thought to himself. The car started and slowly drove towards the direction of leaving Hell's Kitchen. While at the same time, on the roofs of buildings on both sides of the road, Peter is wearing a spider battlesuit and looking at the 5 cars driving below. "Uncle Kai-Ki has been arrested. I have to save him." Peter took a deep breath, followed by flicking his hands, and instantly shot 2 beams of cobweb from the small device on his wrist. The projected cobweb stuck directly to the roof of a car moving below. Peter pulled his hands hard, and then he jumped up high. Boom! With a loud bang, Peter, who was pulled down by the pulling force, directly penetrated the roof and entered the car. "Uncle Kai-Ki, I'm here to save you," Peter yelled, and quickly hit the enemy next to him with both hands. Bang, bang, bang. The car kept shaking, and soon it rolled over. And Peter in the car also grabbed Luke Kai-Ki, kicked open a car door, and ran out with him. "Uncle Kai-Ki, I saved you again," Peter said happily. "Careful," Luke Kai-Ki shouted loudly. And Peter seemed to have discovered the enemy's sneak attack a long time ago and avoided the dagger attack of a member of the Toxin team behind him without looking back. "Wow, you still have a dagger," Peter screamed and started fighting with the other party. And Luke Kai-Ki at the side saw it and immediately began to break free from the special pair of handcuffs on his hands. More and more members of the Toxin team rushed forward. Without saying a word, They took out their daggers or waved their claws and killed Peter. Are there that many of you? While dodging the opponent's attack flexibly, Peter still didn't forget to complain about the fact that there were too many people bullying the other side, and he didn't talk about martial arts. On the other side, Luke Kai-Ki, who struggled hard for a while, finally broke free from the pair of handcuffs on his hands. Although the two handcuffs were still on his hands, they no longer affected him. "Spider-Man, I'll help you." Luke Kai-Ki rushed up with a shout. Dozens of tons of power erupted, and Luke Kai-Ki punched a member of the Toxin Squad. Boom! Boom! With a loud bang, the member of the Toxin team directly slammed into the wall of a building opposite. On the other side of the broken wall was a living room of one room. The TV in the living room was on, and several black men smoking DM were staring at the members of the Poison Squad who fell into the living room. "Mommy fuck," Negroes swearing. And the member of the Toxin team who got up directly stabbed a black man in the neck with a knife without saying much. He shook his numb arm, then pulled out the dagger without saying a word, and walked towards the breach in the wall. The other blacks in the living room were shaking with fear, although they were also out to mess around. When have you ever seen such a ruthless person who kills people so simply? Not to mention, the other party still broke through the wall and came in. As a result, the whole person looked as if nothing happened. This is a monster, right? Several black people turned around and ran away in fright. How dare you continue to stay here? On the road, the battle is still going on, and both sides are physically fit Superman. The surrounding buildings that are very strong for ordinary people are completely useless in front of these little Superman. Fragile as if made of foam. Especially Luke Kai-Ki, probably because he was angry that the other party just threatened him with his father's life. So this guy's playing very hard now. Grabbing a car parked by the side of the road with both hands, he directly threw the car at the members of the Poison Squad, as if it were a weapon. It missed, but a hole was smashed out on the ground. Luke Kai-Ki is not letting up. Continue to swing up and smash. Almost like a little Hulk. The battle in Hell's Kitchen was too noisy, and the local media was soon alarmed. Soon the helicopters of several TV stations rushed to the sky above the scene. The host held a microphone and introduced the following battle situation to the camera lens. Although she didn't know what was going on at all, it was because one of the two sides in the battle had a superhero named Spider-Man. So the host wanted to definitely regard the other group of people fighting Spider-Man as criminals. Friends in the audience, what you are seeing now is the footage from the scene in the Clinton area. We can see that the superhero Spider-Man, who has been very active in Liberty City recently, is dealing with a group of criminals, and Spider-Man is surrounded by a helper. Oh my God, this man's strength is so great. He actually lifted a car. He actually used that car as a weapon. The exaggerated tone of the host explained the following battle situation emotionally. At the same time, a few streets away, Gwen, who had just finished a rehearsal and was resting, also saw the content of the news report. "Do you want to go and have a look?" Looking at the live broadcast on the mobile phone, Gwen became interested. She hasn't put on a Spider-Woman battle suit for a while to go out and fight crime recently. Seeing the battle in the live broadcast at this moment, Gwen suddenly became interested. "Then go and have a look." Gwen stood up, told her friend to go to the bathroom, and left the rehearsal room. A few minutes later, Gwen, who was changed into a spider battlesuit, also came to Hell's Kitchen. After a distance, she heard a loud roar coming from there. The fight was so intense. On the helicopter, the host of BBC TV is reporting excitedly. At this time, out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure appearing near the battlefield below. "Oh my God, look at who I found." The hostess shouted excitedly. "That Spider-Woman who disappeared for a while." And she reappeared. The hostess seems to be a fan of Spider-Woman, and she was very excited after seeing Spider-Woman appear. "I knew it was impossible for Spider-Woman to retire." The appearance of Spider-Woman this time definitely broke all the previous rumors that she has retired. Just as the hostess of the BBC on the helicopter was excitedly expressing her remarks, Gwen, who had already arrived on the battlefield below, also joined the battle directly. No way. She had just arrived when a member of Toxin Squad threw a handful of flying darts at her. My God, are you trying to kill me? Gwen turned around to dodge, then used the cobweb to stick the flying darts with a flick of his hand, and flick back. The flying darts shot at the member of the toxin team at a faster speed than when it came. Puff! The flying darts landed directly on his body. But this guy seemed to be okay. He didn't intend to stop at all. He rushed directly in front of Gwen and slashed at him quickly. Gwen dodged immediately, not letting the opponent succeed. At the same time, she shot the cobweb to stick to the wall above, and the whole person was lifted into the air instantly. And then the cobweb was disconnected, and she shot 2 cobwebs in the air again to stick to the member of the toxin team. Boom! There was a muffled sound. The member of the toxin team flew out directly, knocked away by Gwen's heavy blow. 5 or 6 ribs were broken on the spot. But even so, he still got up from the ground without saying a word. Even if one of his arms was broken, he would rush up and continue to attack Gwen. Doesn't this guy know pain? Gwen shot the cobweb to entangle the opponent and landed on the edge of the battlefield. Hey, what's going on here? She asked Peter not far away. Seeing the excitement on Spider-Woman's face, Peter was a little incoherent. To know, Spider-Woman is his idol after Iron Man. That Spider-Woman actually I don't know too well. Peter scratched his head and said, Gwen, so what are you playing? Gwen was speechless, too lazy to ask the Spider-Man who knew nothing, turned around and flew to Luke Kai-Ki. Boom! A Toxin Squad member is knocked back by Gwen. Then she threw out a large piece of cobweb with both hands, directly sticking the member of the Toxin team, who fell on the ground, unable to move. Big man, what's the situation? You don't know anything, don't you? Gwen asked again. Luke Kai-Ki obviously also knows Spider-Woman, and knows that the other party is also a superhero. These people belong to the Osborn group. I found out that they were conducting human experiments secretly, so they came to me to silence them. Luke Kai-Ki explained it quickly. Gwen, who heard Luke Kai-Ki's explanation, was stunned. Osborn group again? Gwen was a little embarrassed, because her boyfriend Roddy is the vice president of Osborn group and is also a shareholder. If I go against the Osborn group like this, does it mean I'm having trouble with my boyfriend? And Gwen originally had a good impression of the Osborn group as well. After all, she also practiced there. Professor Connors told her before that if she wanted to during the holidays, she could go there to continue her internship. Gwen also thought about continuing to pass during the holidays. But now, is there any misunderstanding here? Thought Gwen. In fact, human experiments are not all evil. The truly evil human experiments are those that directly capture innocent people and then conduct cruel experiments regardless of your life or death. Those are definitely evil human experiments. But in fact, there are formal and legal human experiments in many countries in the world. All subjects sign the contract. There's a reward to get it. Although it is a bit risky, it is basically not fatal. Definitely, there are legal ones, and naturally there are illegal ones. In fact, Harry's secret experiment was definitely not that legal. First of all, there's a great fatal risk in their experiment, and this alone is actually illegal and compliant. But, can't stand it, this is the United States. A big group like Osborn has ways of getting around those regulations. In fact, the experimental subjects Harry used were bought from prisons. All are life sentences, and these prisoners also signed the contract, representing that they voluntarily participated in the experiment. Definitely, the prisoner is not a fool. It is impossible to sign such a life-threatening contract for no reason. Even if they are prisoners of life imprisonment, at least they can still live, can't they? The real reason why they are willing to sign this contract is because of the money. Harry gave them a sum of money. To be precise, a sum of money to their family members outside. It is because of this money that they are willing to participate in the experiment. Definitely, even if it's outrageous, it's illegal and illegal for Harry to do so. So in essence, this is indeed illegal human experimentation. But those who cannot stand the test are willing to cooperate. Harry got the experimental body, so he can continue the research on cross-species gene transplantation. The high level of the prison has benefited from an extra income. Even those prisoners who were used for experiments were given a sum of money to allow their family members whom they cared about to live a good life. Luke Kai-Ki definitely doesn't know any of this. If he knew, he probably wouldn't mind meddling. After all, he is not the kind of superhero with a sense of justice. But if it was Peter Parker instead, even if both parties are voluntary, it is impossible for him to sit back and watch this kind of human experience. Be careful. What are you in a daze for? Luke Kai blocked a sneak attack from the opposite side and turned to ask Gwen, who was a little dazed. Nothing. Gwen shook her head, but didn't tell the other party what she thought. After all, there is no way to figure out this matter right now, but one thing is true. That is, the group of people in front of them is definitely the enemy. No matter what, let's get rid of these guys first, thought Gwen. On a private jet, Roddy swiped casually with his phone. At this moment, a woman's voice came from beside her, and she also mentioned the word Spider-Woman, which immediately caught Roddy's attention. What are you looking at? Roddy asked his friend next door. BBC News Live. Roddy, a rich second-generation friend, handed him his mobile phone and introduced, "It's the news from Liberty City. You know the new Spider-Man that appeared recently? He seems to be in some trouble and then find a teammate. By the way, Spider-Woman, who disappeared for a while, also appeared." Roddy listened to his introduction and at the same time saw Gwen's figure in the live news screen on the phone screen. Is that man Luke Kai? Where did these people come from? Roddy looked at the live broadcast, and he could almost guess the identity of one of the strong black men, but he didn't know the group of people opposite him at all. But it seems to have extraordinary strength, at least at the level of a super soldier. And it seems that he is not afraid of death, a bit like a brainwashed dead soldier, like the Winter Soldier. It's not Hydra again, is it? Roddy thought. Whether it's Hydra or not, Roddy is going to check it out. After all, Gwen is also there, and the enemy is not an ordinary criminal. Although Gwen has spider telepathy, she should not be injured. But what if? After all, Gwen has been injured before. So Roddy decided to go over and have a look. Didn't you say you were rehearsing with the band? Roddy shook his head while making an excuse that he was going to go to the toilet, and then disappeared into the toilet with a teleport after walking into the toilet. Hell's Kitchen. Roddy's figure appears on the roof of a building. Not far in front of him is the place where Gwen and the others are fighting. At the moment, Roddy's clothes have also changed into a red battle suit style. If someone familiar with DC Comics is present, it is not difficult to recognize Roddy's attire at the moment. It looks like the superhero, the Flash from DC Next Door. Swish! The red figure disappeared. Roddy teleported to that battlefield. Almost as soon as he arrived, a sharp knife stabbed at his forehead. Roddy had a question mark on his face. I don't know if it's my bad luck, or if the other party can predict that he will appear in this position, but probably the former. Careful! At this time, Gwen, who was supposed to be the victim, also exclaimed. It turned out that Roddy teleported directly between Gwen and one of the Toxin squad members. No wonder he was attacked as soon as he arrived. What? Roddy turned to ask. Be careful with the knife. Gwen yelled, but it was already too late. Just when she yelled, be careful of the knife actually stabbed Roddy in the back of the head. It's just that after the knife stabbed the back of Roddy's head, it couldn't go in any way, as if the back of Roddy's head was the hardest metal in the world. No matter how hard the members of the Toxin team tried, it was useless. Gwen stared blankly at Roddy, who turned his head to look at her, and her dumbfounded eyes slowly moved to the knife that was resting on the back of his head. Are you okay? Gwen couldn't help but ask. It's all right. Roddy shook his head, and the knife was grinding on the back of his head. It's almost a spark. Are you really okay? Gwen couldn't help asking again. Is there a problem? Roddy asked her. Gwen pointed behind him. As soon as Roddy turned his head, the member of the poison team stabbed him with a knife again. But this time Roddy just reached out. Bang! The member of the Toxin team flew out. Swish! Peter landed nearby. The Flash. He looked at Roddy and exclaimed, Hello, Spider-Man. The Flash Roddy greeted with a smile. Gwen. Although she had never seen the Flash in front of her eyes, Gwen felt very familiar. She recalled it, and suddenly remembered why she felt familiar with this guy. You're the Batman from last time. Gwen looked at Roddy and said, No, I'm the Flash. Roddy emphasized, Don't lie to me. You're the Batman from last time. Gwen wouldn't believe Roddy's nonsense. That's how this guy lied to her last time. He said he was Batman, but he directly used his teleportation ability to kill the two super ability criminals. God knows how Batman could teleport, so this guy is definitely not Batman. Definitely. It can't be the Flash either. Trust me, I really am the Flash. Roddy said, "Don't believe me, I'll prove it to you." After speaking, Roddy disappeared in an instant and appeared again with a member of the Toxin team in his hands. The guy was still struggling, punching and kicking Roddy. It's a pity that all the kinetic energy was absorbed by Roddy. Roddy felt nothing at all. "Look how fast I am," Roddy said. "Oh my God, his speed is really fast. I didn't even see how he ran over. You are really the Flash." The innocent Peter believed Roddy's nonsense, exclaimed and showed adoring eyes. And Gwen on the side had already seen through Roddy's tricks. "High speed? Hurry up. That's obviously teleportation. Do you think I'm as dumb as this Spider-Man next to me? Hey, can the three of you come and help?" At this time, Luke Kai-Key suddenly shouted at the three of them. It turned out that while the three of them were talking, Luke Kai-Key had been besieged by more than a dozen members of the Poison Squad.